Thank you.
「
Bonjour à tous et bienvenue à la série Triton Super High Roller. Je m'appelle Ali, c'est Randy. Nous sommes ici à Monaco.
Oui.
Hello everyone and welcome to continuing coverage of the Triton Super High Roller Series here. 2023 edition as a page has been turned. Officially, we are in the four-card streets here. Having a little bit of fun. Finally picked up a little bit of French. I see, Randy, you also polished up.
Polished up on...
Oh, I really needed you to say we again right there. That would have been so money, Randy.
Sorry, my man.
By the way, Randy did practice his line before we came on air today. We are ready to have a little bit of fun, and of course that is commensurate with what we have in store for you here today. PLO. We'll get to that in a little bit, but last night we crowned our final two-card champ, and that, of course, was the product of 31 players. Coming back for play, only 9 would eventually make it to the FT, and let's dive right in to how things shook out. With 9 remaining, Ren Lin, who was an absolute freight train, found King Queen on the button. Ferdinand Pucha coming in as a short stack, just 8 bigs and ace-5 suited out of the big blind would decide to jam, and the old King Gaga would turn into a pair of queens for Ren Lin. Pucha, though, flopped the wheel gutty, turned the nut flush draw. Suddenly it looked like he could reach out and haul in that $3.5 million. But the King, on the end, would give Ren one of several pots. We watched him haul in and leave Pucha on the outside looking in on the remaining 8. $100,000 going to Pucha for that 9th place finish. Then it was the turn of Julian Bogdanov. Again, the theme of Bulgarians making deep runs on this occasion, hitched to his hopes. Queen 10 suited for him, ended up against Queen Queen. The case Queen would find its way to the flop, and who else but Ren Lin with the Lady Gaga left his man drawing dead. Bogdanov would end up with queens and 10s. Not enough, however, as his 8th place finish would yield $122,000. Now then, another King Queen for Ren Lin. Again, foot on the accelerator from the dealer button, 700K. Ding Biao would defend, flop top pair. Didn't have a tremendously deep stack at this point in time. Played his hand as a check jam in the face of a 700K position bet, and Ren would double check before the disheartening quick call left Ren wondering if Queen 4 would be any good. It would not on the turn. Same story on the river, a 3-outer for a 7 million chip pot, but it wasn't to be for Ding Biao. His 7th place finish would earn him $166,000 and leave the field 6-handed. A Malaysian-heavy FT. And Webster Lim, part of that delegation, would raise under the gun with the blinds at 200, 400.
8 million.
Yeah. Min raise, boss Paul asked how much Webster had before deciding to jam for 6 million and ran into absolute top of range. The streets were dire, but the Queen 9-8 provided a ray of hope. Boss looking for the gutter, board pairing turn, didn't help him, needed a 10 on the end, and instead he would find the jack. GGs were issued, as was a check for $228,000 to Boss. Massive. 12 million plus going over to Webster. More on him as we roll on. This time, Igor Yaroshevsky of Ukraine would jam with King 9 up against an Ace-7 suited. Ace-King 10 left Webster's rail elated, but second pair did have outs. 5 of them to be exact, none of them once the river rolled off, though. And Yaroshevsky, a smile and a $301,000 payout going his way. Then, by the time it got around to 4, Ben Heath would find himself very short-stacked. Hence, 9-6 in the big blind would be the hand that he was forced to defend with against Hing Yang Chao. Jack 5 tray was an air ball for 9 high. Turn would ice it as Chao hit the queen, and once again the Malaysian rail was excited upon the departure of Ben Heath, who took home $380,000. Then just 3 would remain this time. Hing Yang Chao with the King Queen would jam from the small blind. Ren Lin down to just 2.6 after unraveling. More on that later. 9-10 flush draw and an open ender for Lin. It looked oh so pretty against top pair. Turn was dusty though. No longer the equity favorite and no longer a part of this FT, as the deuce on the end would leave an all-Malaysian heads-up battle. Ren here at his first Triton Series. A lovely $468,000 payout courtesy of third.
3 million.
Now then, Webster would play King 7 as a limp. Hing Yang Chow with a couple of sevens took us upstairs. 3 million a man, and somehow Webster finds top pair on the King 9-8 board. Chow checking in the face of those 3 over cards, but calling the 2 million.
Check.
Board pairing turn.
3.3.
Once again, Chow would check. Webster mildly improved upon his kicker and bet 3.3 million. Again, Chow, a non-believer, would make the call, leaving him just 7 million behind and 17.4 in the middle. An ace, one would think, would be an additionally dissuasive development for Hing Yang Chow. Webster would jam. Don't need to speak Chinese to know that Chow was a non-believer there as he put his foot down, but in the end, doing so would leave him finishing in second for $760,000, resulting in Chin-Wei Lim joining the Triton 3-title winners club here in Monaco, pocketing $900,000. Players did make a deal that would put Webster up and over $6 million in career Triton earnings. His second GG title, GG Millions, twice. It's kind of like his thing, it would seem. This was the largest field ever, not to be overlooked. 187 in terms of entries. Last field that he played in terms of GG Millions, 166 entries. Maybe something in the air in terms of Webster navigating these bigger fields.
You know, when you're playing these bigger fields, you're going to expect more players to come out to play the smaller buy-ins, right? And with that, you need to be able to navigate against players of different experience levels. And Webster has shown that he's able to do that twice this year, right? Winning the same exact event. Yep. That's a feat in itself. It's just so impressive. And also what's impressive was how large the trophy was. I saw a little Instagram of Soiza just saying, man, that's so huge. And, you know, this is so heavy for Webster.
Webster wasn't able, when we were presenting the trophies on stage after his winner's interview, to hold both the entirety of the GG Millions trophy and then the Triton trophy. It was quick for the picture, and then he had to put it all down. It really is going to be overweight, I think, when he checks his bags at the airport on his way out of Nice. Now then, let's turn our attention to Hing Yang Chow, of course. A guy who kind of bobs and weaves in terms of Tritons. Last title that we saw him pick up actually came in a PLO back in 2019, so I would expect we're going to see him in the coming days. Impressive performance for him in the two-card streets.
Yeah, especially for someone who doesn't play that much. He did participate in the £1 million tournament in London, so, you know, willing to kind of play big when he needs to, but doesn't play that many events. But when he does, phenomenal results, a win like you just said, and capturing second place, almost captured that title in the 25K GG event earlier yesterday. Yeah.
Ren Lin, by the way, finishing third here at his first ever Triton stop. An absolutely terrific character to have there. I don't think anybody would have presumed that he didn't make it to heads up after the way he started. I mean, an absolute white-hot sun run to kick things off at the FT. Didn't work out for him, though.
Yeah, he was headed in the path to victory, right? And then he had this massive chip lead, and he played a really big pot against Webster Chin-Wei Lim, where he turned it straight with King 10. Webster had top and bottom, called the check raise. River was an ace, so giving Webster the full house, and he lost majority of his chips there and happened to eventually bail out in third.
So we've touched on two of the three Malaysians that were at the FT. Can't overlook, of course, Triton co-founder and boss Paul Phua. He now is starting to nip on Jason Kuhn's heels in terms of cashes.
Yeah, and now he's got his 34th cash from this final table, but Jason with 40, but it's still very impressive to be the second all-time in Triton cashes. I know he was pretty happy to kind of make that final table. Was expecting more, but there's always the PLO to come. Yeah, boss always puts in max volume, of course, so we expect that number to continue to grow and grow. So then, with the two-card chapter closed, we enter the four-card streets. The aforementioned coverage coming to you today will be the 30K PLO bounty, Randy, 74 entries. That's going to be a record breaker for us. 51 uniques. We're going to get things underway here with the final table already set. But in terms of the bounty, this one splits up a little bit differently. The math not the same. Right. So it's a 30K buy-in, and we put 20,000 into the prize pool, and then the 10,000 into the bounty side. And the thing that was different was that we started to give the bounties when there's 25% of the field remaining, and in the end, it was 19 bounties to be had, and each one is worth 40,000.
And in the no-limit streets, we divide it straight down the middle. When do we start the bounty? Just strictly on day 2 there, right?
I believe so. Yeah, just straight into day 2. But they want to kind of get people to kind of play a little bit more PLO. You can see how you don't have incentive to kind of get back in it if you're short and everyone's got a big stack. So I think it's a nice way to kind of figure out the best way to distribute.
Far from short is your chip leader as we take our first dive into the Triton Poker Plus app, and we find the name of one Derv. Those that know poker know who I'm talking about. It is none other than Tom Dwan. He's got some Triton titles under his belt, looking for an additional one here with 3.9 million, a staggering 130 big blinds to his name. 8th place, by the way, is going to pay 54,000, as you can see there in the app on the outside of this FT, where the likes of Fahdin Mustavov and Li Tong. Max cash, 387,000, but that's not counting the bounty. So obviously more to be earned as we move forward. Dwan does have a PLO title already in terms of his Triton resume coming from Madrid, but this is still an incredibly impressive performance. Chatter in the room last night was look at Dur's stack.
There's that guy who's known to be very aggressive, likes to play big pots. He wants to have the chip lead or just not be in it at all, right? He's got a lot of PLO experience in cash game, in tournaments. He's definitely a threat no matter who's at the table, and you don't want to be out of position against him.
Well, let's talk about who's at the table then, because the name of one Danny Tang, who already picked up his 5th title here in Monaco, somehow not known for his PLO prowess, actually was talking to me about it. Oh, I don't play PLO, and I'm not sure I'm going to enter the events. But if you want to win that Ivan Layout Player of the Year award, as Danny does, important to reg these things. And now he's going to be picking up some points. 3rd final table here in Monaco.
Yeah, if he can finish strong in this PLO event, he definitely is going to be able to lock up the player of the festival. He's just had so many final tables. And Danny's one of those guys where, sure, maybe doesn't play PLO that much, but if you just have that good technical ability, understanding how to adjust quickly, I think he's going to get the hang of it very quickly.
And he's going to have company in terms of talent at this table, not just in the form of Dur's big stack, but how about the presence of Hungary's Laszlo Bojtas? He has shown up, and he's known for one thing, and that is pot limit Omaha, the biggest that he can find.
Well, they call him Omaha for rolls for a reason. He will play anyone for any money, heads up. Quite arguably one of the best of all time in PLO. I think, you can see he came out here just for the PLO, did play the GG Millions, but this is his game. He's going to be right at home.
Yeah, we expect there to be some very mistake-free poker coming out of that seat. Let's look at Dylan Weissman. Also, he played the GG Millions, but specifically, clearly has come out here to play the PLO, as a number of players have. My understanding in chats with the boss, Andy, was that 15 at least players have made their way to Monaco once the 2-card streets have come to a close, strictly to play these 3 events at the back end. A lot of enthusiasm for 4-card.
Yes, of course, and especially in Europe where PLO is a very popular game, and for Americans, it's not too far to get there. So at this festival, we kind of kicked out the short deck and realized that pot limit Omaha was the game of choice here, and you can see with the number of entries, it's proven to be quite a good decision.
Another name to bring up, that of 5th place Gavin Andreanov. He's playing under the British flag. There he is, just below the average stack of 1.9 million, which is good for 62 bigs. He's 46 big blinds deep, and these the 25K PLO back in London at our festival there, and this one, the only 2 events on his resume so far, so another specialist on our hands.
It's pretty clear that he's a specialist. He came exclusive for the PLO. I've never seen him play, but you can't just assume he doesn't know what he's doing. Clearly, he's here for a reason.
Now, from never to almost always, Randy, beneath the desk, I believe you have something waiting for us. Thematically, a slow and steady approach to your culinary investments. What do you have for us here
you really
today, Randy?
I've got something a little bit different.
You went with... Oh, no, wait a minute. It's the pad thai again. Randy, just loosely, approximately, how many pad thais have you ordered over the course of the last 10 days?
About 16, I would say.
Randy,
I eat it for lunch and dinner.
Randy, 2 pad thais a day for 2 weeks straight, and you're still enjoying it is the remarkable part.
Oui.
It's Of course, Randy with the mic dropping moment there. Just about 30 seconds away from heading over to that FT. Shortest of the stacks at that final table is going to be Yakov Onuchin. 8th place, 680,000. Weissman, the aforementioned, in 7th place. Boitas Andreanov. And then Guangzhou, who we didn't talk about, Zhou Chuen, the appropriate way to describe him. Showing up, a bit surprised to see him in the PLO FT.
I was surprised. I didn't know how he was this strong in PLO, but he went to Rosvedov and captured like a $500,000 prize in one of those events there. So clearly he knows what he's doing.
Let's keep our eyes on that gentleman there, and I assume he's going to be very, very well dressed, as is Luca Vivaldi, who we're going to send it down to now for the player intros. Enjoy, everyone. It's the 30K PLO bounty. I think.
The first of 3 PLO events here in Monaco, the 30K bounty drew 74 entries. We're down to a final table of 8 competing for more than $380,000, and it's my pleasure to introduce you to them. In seat number 1 from Hong Kong with 2.3 million, please welcome Danny Tang.
Danny already with 3 final tables here in Monaco, including a victory in the 50K 8 max, 14 million in career Triton earnings. This is 26th cash.
In seat 2 with 745,000 from the US, please welcome Dylan Weissman.
Weissman with 1 other event on his Triton resume, that coming just yesterday, the 25K GG Millions Live. This is his 2nd ever event.
Seat 3 from Canada
festival.
is back as Dan Martins Giveleski. Please welcome Dan Dvoris.
Looks like Dvoris has gone with the Yuri Zivalevsky hat once more for good luck. This is Dvoris' 2nd FT in Monaco, 1-time title holder, 27th cash, almost 10 million in earnings.
Seat 5 from China with 2.1 million. Please welcome Zhou Guan.
Zhou Chuen, 1.1 million plus in career Triton earnings here at his first ever Triton Festival. That coming all courtesy of a 5th place finish in the 125K
from the UK with 1.4 million. Please put your hand together for Gavin Andronov.
Andreanov played the 25K PLO in London. That's his only other Triton event ever. Finished 6th for 115,000.
In C7 from Hungary with 1.1 million, please welcome Laszlo Boitas.
Boitas, 2.4 million in career Triton earnings. 6 cashes, this is 7th. 1 title, looking for number 2.
And our chip leader in seat number 8 from the US with 3.9 million, please welcome Tom Duan.
A man who needs no intro if you've been watching poker and you're a fan of action. 3.5 million in Triton earnings, 2 titles, 12 cashes. This is his first
event. Last but not least,
in
seat number 9 with 680,000 from Russia, please welcome Yakov Onuchin.
Yakov joined us in Cyprus in September of 2022, went 0 for 4. Played just 1 PLO event there. This is his first ever Triton cash.
We still have 19 minutes remaining on level 16. 20,000, 40,000, 40,000. Best of luck, gents. Joe, shuffle up and deal, please.
Blinds will be 15 and 30,000 with a 30K big blind ante as we get a look at your official chip counts. 20 and 40,000, the hop. Apologies. Chip counts brought to you by Poker Steak. Dwan. 98 bigs with that blind jump. 17 bigs, the shortest of all stacks. And Randy, in terms of pot limit Omaha, these things get grindier the deeper we get, don't they? For tournaments.
Especially at the final table where we incorporate the pay jumps now, we're going to see a grindy play. But then, again, when you put Tom Dwan to chip lead, he doesn't really strike me as someone that's just going to play small pots all day.
So you got to look at the prize pool as well.
It's not the worst ever. You know, complete shit.
$54,000. The on-tap payout. The jump is about 15K up to 7th. Winner will receive $387,000. Also something to consider, though, Randy, the fact that we've got the bounties. So,
right,
as if PLO needed more of an excuse for people to try to get it all in.
Yeah, and the bounties are worth $40,000 a piece, which is bigger than the pay jump currently. So you can definitely see how this changes things up a bit.
110,000.
So no mystery about it. Every one of those pelts that you
40,000
collect,
straight.
a
Yep.
flat 40K added to your result. We could see some people gunning for the shorties accordingly.
So Weissman with the 766 deuce, double suited. Although that deuce doesn't really help too much.
5 seconds.
Gonna try to hit something.
Cool.
Yeah, Weissman. Double suited. Doesn't rate to be in Dwan's neighborhood. Dwan with the ace, king, 9, 7, and spades, which are covered for Weissman. Flop of queen, jack, 10. The nuts for Dwan. Absolute miss for Weissman.
Is this one of those spots where you just open fold out a turn? You're like, yeah, I know Dwan's gonna bet on the
Just to get the tilt overlay on it. You know you're folding no matter what. Dwan tapping into his sales department here to try to make this look nowhere near as strong as it is. Checking, oddly enough, would look stronger than actually betting.
Yeah, but the thing is, in PLO, you still need to charge like 2 pair combos just because of, and also chop opportunities, right? So you can't really slow play that much in this game.
That you can't.
What are we sipping on there for Dwan? It looks like an alcoholic beverage, maybe, or juice.
It's a little early for that.
So it's just like cranberry juice.
Alcohol.
I played
certainly
Live at the Lake
hope
a couple times. I also did their Live at the
20.
Shop recently, also.
The
What is it?
person?
The person one, yeah.
VSOP
I did one where
VSOP?
they had a night where it was
Martin.
Oh, wow.
You want?
No, I
completely
mean, it's
live with no
130.
roll cards, and then the Twitch chat was on the screen.
But
it was not. It was an interesting experience.
No, by the way, Randy, you aren't the only
Jungle was
one that
also playing
suspected
his,
that Dwan
if you
was
keep it
maybe
more than me game. Every
going
half an hour
hard
I
in
have
the
to pay,
AM
like,
here,
$1,000
but
or something like that.
Oh, I didn't know he does.
Yeah, and there was one dude who was deep more than him, so Jungle just like lost 15K for the entire night.
Raise 110,000.
100% VPIP so far for
Yeah.
Tom.
King, jack, 9, 7.
Oh, Danny's got 2 aces, and they're suited aces. This is interesting because Danny is very comfy in third.
Oh.
And notice that he just slow plays here, hoping that someone else behind him drives the action and maybe he can repot it and try to isolate this one. Because he's not looking to get it in pre with Tom or even post flop with aces, given he's very comfy in third with this payout structure.
And might the trap that's been laid here tempt Weissman into applying pressure? He expects that Dwan's going to be wide. Perhaps Tang looks squeezable as a flat from the button. He is double suited ace, king, 8, 5 here.
Yeah, double suited ace king, definitely very strong in this game. And he knows he needs to find a spot soon, given he's the shortest stack.
Hand's got a lot of range too, that 8, 5, helping to ensure some interactions with wide variety of flops.
5 seconds.
290,000.
Yeah, there's the 3-bet.
290.
290.
This is actually where it gets really interesting because Tom probably doesn't think Danny's as strong as he is behind him. Plus, there's the bounty factor. If he can get it in against
300.
Weissman, he can win additional 40,000
Sure,
potentially.
Weissman did come into this pot with 15 bigs, just shy of 600,000.
I have 2.25 total started.
Pot.
Tom's
there
just
it
trying
is.
to kick out Danny Tang, and this is the best scenario for Danny Tang, getting all his money in pre with his aces.
It's got to be more than that.
They play better heads up than they do 3 ways, though.
Is that my clock or no?
True, but there will be a side pot, so I guess you kind of discount that a bit.
610.
Yeah, he'll be heads up for the bulk of things.
650, so it's
On the
940.
side.
290 times 3
It's
plus
940.
150. 290 times 3 plus 150 is the number.
So 870 plus 1, or
870.
plus 150.
Well, 1 million, right?
980 plus.
I think it should be 940, right?
No, it's 1 million.
Yeah.
I love that these guys are PLO players and they still have to
They can't agree.
verify. I mean, I'm telling you, I've been out there.
Well,
It gets dicey.
Yeah, basically.
So Danny jams, Dylan
I
calls,
tried, Tom.
and everybody's on their backs.
no.
Weissman playing for
Oh, what's my
1.8
sister like?
and change, but just look at that side pot dwarfing the main.
Very live.
Yeah, no, this is as good as I could hope for.
Tang, 40% equity, but both of the other holdings with decent 31
Let's say
and
he
28%
busts
numbers
both.
of their own.
I'm 6, right? Well, I'm 7.
You're 7. Yeah, you're 7.
Danny clarifying
Let's just
something
hope
there,
that doesn't
Randy,
happen.
about who finishes 8th
hope
and
that
7th in the event Dwan
I at
scoops.
least
It's who's got more chips gets the
And
higher
I'm okay
place.
with you not dying also, you know?
Thank you.
That's fair.
Well, on the line here.
King Jack 10 with 2 spades. Dwan flopping top 2 pair here.
Spades are good.
Weissman with
Queen
the flush draw.
I'll take a queen.
3个
That
人
sounds
兄
very
弟
fair to me.
太多。
Yeah.
Danny looking for backdoor diamonds.
There we
A
go.
queen will work as well, but unfortunately
Little
it's the
flush.
queen of spades. So Weissman has
he
made the
has
flush,
king and jack.
and now
King
Danny
jack is up.
focuses on this side pot here.
啊，这个
I can't beat you already, right?
Drop against you.
He's got Broadway. Needs to fade the full house for Dwan, which he's done. So Tang is going to take a big bite out of Dwan, and
I have
Weissman
595.
will nibble on the rest.
595.
This is just the worst case scenario for Tom Dwan. Loses his chip advantage,
How much does
doesn't
Danny
collect the
have?
bounty.
I now have.
Wait, whoa.
No, that was right.
Also has a heavy favor on the flop against Danny.
As I said, I'm okay with this.
Yeah.
This is fair.
I have 1.65.
Can you just break down
This is
one of them?
PLO, my friend.
I don't know about fair, but it's one of the outcomes.
It's the one I like the most. This is
165,
mine,
you
right?
said?
No.
No.
This is
Okay, that's okay. Thank you. I'm not trying to steal yours.
It's okay. 1.4.
So Weissman enjoying
1.65.
a triple. 47 bigs now. Puts him in a wonderful spot. 4th overall. Tang, your new chip leader, just like that. And look at what happened to Tom Dwan,
10
Randy.
would have been pretty sick, huh?
He's down to
was okay with this
1.83,
10
46
on a
bigs,
10 would have been
5th
sick.
out of
Oh wow. Yeah.
8 runners.
Queen of spades
Yeah,
is
and
pretty
just
enough.
kind of felt that Danny was weak pre, hence trying to
1.65.
isolate that one.
啊，这个 flop 也胜率很低的。
Really nicely
我的心
flatted
里嘛。
by Danny Tang to get
有吗？
that opportunity.
你们仨，
来个皮单，来个10，来个 A 尾很好啊。
你们3个差不多，
然后转牌我有方片，就方片嘛。
差不多，每个人没有人领先太多。
I tried, Tom.
I wasn't very happy with the try.
I did my best. I just wanted a heads up.
Sometimes your best isn't good enough, and that's okay.
Thank you. God. You're so supportive of everyone. Not
DeVoris with words of encouragement.
Yeah. That's very true.
He's the most supportive guy I know.
The long lost Zivalevsky brother. Dan.
Very friendly.
Queen Jack 10-6 double here for Yakov.
Oh.
Short stack. Just laid it down, Randy.
Look, he needs to play snug into earlier the positions he's got. He is the shortest stack.
110,000.
Can wait around a bit. Ace, King, Queen, 5. It's quite a nice hand, especially with the suited ace attached with it.
Yeah, the suited aces are very important in PLO, so that if and when you find yourself drawing 2 those flushes, you know that they're nutted. A lot of clubs finding the muck behind Danny's cutoff open here. And he will find a courtroom that pleads no contest. Takes down the blinds and the antes. Danny Tang has just had a monstrous year, Randy. We talked about the fact that he's won 5 Triton titles. When we bring up numbers like that, is he's tied now for second all-time with Phil Ivey, behind only Jason Koon's 9. We expect them to be distributed across several years of participation in the Triton Super High Roller Series. All 5 of Danny's coming in just the last 7 or 8 months. I mean, something's in the water with this dude.
You know, he did say, I want to win Player of the Year. And he's been putting in the homework. His results has just been phenomenal. Even at this Monte-Carlo, he got a 6th, a 3rd, and now a 1st for 1.6 million. Like, it's quite insane what he's doing, and he's in position to maybe get another title here as the chip leader.
Absolutely. Reisman deliberates. Cut off, King 10, 9, 5.
Fold.
Finds the fold. Dvoris. Dust on the button. Of course, as we can see, Dan is dressed
5 seconds.
to handle dust or
Fold.
soot, for that matter. Anything you might find in your chimney.
Fold. Check. Check.
That's why he didn't fold it right away. He was just like, oh, this is my comfort zone.
I can clean this. Joe Chuen, Queen Jack 8-6. Going to play a limp pot pre against Andreanov. Short stack.
These like flush monotone boards really are interesting because it's quite easier to get a flush in this game. And it kind of freezes action as well a bit. To have a bet and a call from the bottom 2 pair. Ideally, though, Joe Trent would want like a heart blocker just to block some of the hands that can pay off.
Yeah, I would agree. The lack of even a single heart in Joe Chuen's hand, I thought, might leave him not firing this 40K. And Andreanov did call with the King Jack. Sticking with 2 pair. When the 4th heart rolls off, now all of a sudden you aren't quite as believable in terms of having flopped a flush. And flushes will play this way, of course, where they lead, and then all of a sudden when they get called, the monotone texture, they slow down. But in the end, no further betting.
And of course, the small thing to remember is if you're new to PLO, you got to use 2 cards from your hand. You can't just have a single heart to make a flush. So what's 2 pair? That was good.
Can I get an iced Americano?
Iced Americano?
Yes, but ice separate. So Americano and then ice like this. You know, separate. Thank you.
Danny looking for the
Explain this to me.
DIY. So I can't remember where we were, where if you asked for an iced coffee, they told you that they didn't have one.
Oh no, this is Sprite.
But then if you asked for a hot coffee and a glass of ice,
Sparkling water with
they would
ice,
bring you
I
that.
understand it.
And Danny
I like it cold.
When I get fizzy drinks, I have to. It's supposed to taste something.
wants the
Be like,
DIY.
some lemon. I'm like, yeah, but then.
I'm on the same page.
I miss the brown bowls.
I like the.
For those that don't know, that's what we christened the extremely caffeinated coffees out in Vietnam. Man down, by the way, the Triton backend team. We had to send someone to the hospital. He kind of overdid it with the brown bowls.
Yeah, overdose.
No joke. We almost lost a soldier out that way.
You don't really strike me as a DIY kind of guy, though.
No, if there's the ability to pay someone to do it for me, Randy, generally I'm in favor of that.
Got it.
Takes one to know one, though. I don't see you with a tool belt heading over to fix a light bulb.
I mean, I also remember when you served me that espresso the other day. That was quite bad. So I understand why you wouldn't be the one servicing people or doing
I
things
didn't make
yourself.
the espresso, Randy.
I mean,
I just delivered it.
The way you poured in the milk was like first a little droplet and all of a sudden a gush, a wave.
Well, I didn't know how much milk was in. Okay. 110,000 from Dvoris, Queen 996. And drain off a flat caller, double suited. Kind of hand out of the small blind off of the short stack that one might feel as though would want to get chips forward. But Gavin showing some restraint. Boitas happy to come along. 2 deuces and a 6 out there. The jacks in the lead for Boitas.
Jacks have no backup, though, so it's not even that strong of a hand on this board. Surprisingly, no player with a diamond draw in hand.
In fact, there's only one diamond present in these 12 cards. And it's in Dvoris's hand. On the strength of the 6 and the modest overpair, Dvoris reaching for chips.
He must figure that there's just not that much things happening on this board, so his opponents will have to play pretty straightforward. Even his pair of 6s doesn't look too hot, but he's still gonna make the call. You see the best hand got out to 2 jacks.
That's exactly what you want to have happen if you're Dvoris. Andreanov peeling and now hitting aces up on the turn to hop in front.
There's no way that Dvoris thinks his hand is good, but a lot of hands that check call to flop do contain a flush draw, so he might be a bit worried to fire a double barrel.
If he does slow down here, though, obviously.
You're pretty much just surrendering.
Yeah. And I think he's not ready to wave white flags as he bets 280,000. And even though we have aces up here, a random deuce dangler, as well as the diamonds, given that Andreanov lacks a single diamond in his hand, is going to make him a little uncomfortable. Drawing live always.
Drawing live, yes.
Unless he's up against quads, of course.
Of course, but it's difficult, right? Because he check calls here. If he's wrong, it kind of sends him down to the bottom of the chip counts.
That it does.
Doesn't have a diamond blocker to flush, so technically it's more likely his opponent actually has a flush now. He is counting out those white chips. Makes the correct call. 90% favorite. This is a PLO specialist. Came out just for these events.
Of course, that leaves us quite hesitant to question anything that he does. Not that that's what we're here to do, ever.
Nope.
1.17 million in the middle and a 4th diamond on the turn.
I would say that doesn't really change much. Right, like, yeah, that card doesn't do anything. But when Dvoris got called on the turn, ideally, if you want to bluff again, you want to have blockers in terms of like the king of diamonds, blocking the best flushes. A 6 is nice, blocking some full houses. But he doesn't have like the best kind of block situation here. Wow, this is
savage.
This is a savage.
Dvoris putting maximum pressure on aces and 6s here, and that pressure does get through. Andreanov made a believer on the end, so credit to Dan Dvoris. Nice executions for him there. Second biggest stack coming into that one. Now 3.1 million, nipping on Danny Tang's heels.
I'll tell you, we haven't played that many hands at this final table, but so many big pots, and that was really nice execution.
That it was. You know, that...
that drink? I know you're looking at it.
Look, I'm pretty sure he told us that it wasn't. But isn't that what they pour, like brandy, you know...
The glass?
Cognac, things like that? That glass, that's not a... I'm having breakfast, bring me a juice glass. That's I've been up all night, you know. Let's keep the party going. Monaco edition, though, you know, sophisticated spirits.
Yeah, that looks like I lost a chip lead. Let me take a swig and get things going.
25, 50,000. You might lose more than the chip lead. You keep that sauce going. You'll lose spatial awareness. consciousness, depending on how deep you want to go.
It's not a good game to lose. There's not a good game where you lose consciousness, is it?
No,
No, not in
generally
tournament
not.
poker. You get blinded out.
If Dwan
5 seconds.
were to hammer whatever that is so hard that he got unconscious, would you wake him up when the action was on him, or at least try? I suppose resuscitation would be the first concern, and then once you can establish that pulse and breathing are present. Listen.
No, I'll look. He's got time banks. He can use those if he needs more time to get up.
I dealt a private
started, like,
game
a little over
once
1
upon a
AM.
time
Okay.
that went like 40 hours. And there was a dude who was winning every pot who instructed me to auto cap every time it got to him. And he was asleep. And he won every hand. And the whole table was raging. And they kept looking at me like it was my fault. I was like, he put me on auto cap, guys. What do you want me to do? Oh, it was amazing. Meanwhile, Queen 9-7. Not exactly amazing for either of these two holdings. Advantage Weissman with top pair, ace kicker.
How did not beat a guy who can?
It was unbelievable. I've never seen anything like it. He had like 2 million in front of him by the time it was all over. It was really deeply uncomfortable for me to take every pot and just keep pushing it to an unconscious person.
I gotta
and
ask.
then loosely try to
Yeah, I was
stack.
gonna, how do you stack his chips?
In between actions, I was trying to stack for him.
I'm guessing it makes a difference. I don't know
God.
how, but I'm guessing it makes a difference.
Probably matters. Okay, sit there, look pretty. I'm doing great.
Doesn't feel like it. Danny.
He's mad at you for having aces and holding.
Mad at both of you.
We've been talking a
Yeah, you have
lot
decent hand.
with
I know. I felt
Phil
like
Ivey.
you had something, but
I thought-
what can I do? I have.
I know, yeah, but
No, I would have actually folded a
I
ton
was
of shit.
expecting to see like 9 deuce
Hang
4
on a
5.
second.
I would have folded a ton of shit. I thought you were big, but my hand's so strong. Like, how am I?
Was going to say, we've been talking a lot with Phil Ivey playing such a big schedule about how much those who stream our live coverage love to see him at an FT. Equally as popular, Randy, is Tom Dwan. I mean, the guy
How good?
came on so strong when he burst onto the poker scene. And I mean burst, as he was doing things nobody else was doing. The big overbets, that was him.
That was him. Yes.
2x pot, you know, leaving people completely discombobulated. Incredibly memorable hands that have been clipped and stored online. And to this day, that first impression has stuck with Tom. And, you know, he's earned it. He's evolved as a player, clearly. But gives you, you know, kind of that flammable aspect at any given moment.
Yeah, I'm sure everyone watching is very excited to see Tom play. You know, a lot of times people are like, "Where's Tom? Is he here yet?" You know, and you got him. First event, final table.
Showing up.
I started with just under 2, like 195.
Like Laszlo's hand, double paired and double suited.
Like 180.
DeVoris, the party starter, picking up boy toss on the button. Dwan in the small 10-9-4 board here. A pair and an open ender for Dwan. Top pair for DeVoris. Over pair and the gutty for boy toss. No one with hearts.
Yeah, you never know what Tom's thinking, and perhaps a lead is in play. He really just likes to maintain control.
$215K. That 10-9 suited in particular feels like it's going to be interacting well with the flat calling range, flat over calling range for that matter, of Dwan. And you can see that explains why both top pair and an over pair with a gutty find the muck. Hearts a problem as well for both of those players.
Yeah, I think that lead is just pure experience, knowing how to play a lot
Yeah.
of multi-way pots. You tend to learn about this, especially playing cash games. You see a lot of multi-way. not just auto default checking to the pre-flop raiser.
Gobbles up that pot and tries to work his way back up to the chip lead that he brought to this final table. Ace, queen, queen, 5 here for Dvorak this time. That suited ace, always so tempting.
5 seconds. Fold.
I think this is quite interesting. I've seen it a lot in PLO where people start to limp hands, and also it's a game where clearly it's pot limit, so they can't just open rip and deny you, so you can kind of limp call these type of hands. Joe Trent coming along with ace, king, jack 3. Tom loves the double suited, but this one just single suit, but still in there trying to hit something in position.
Danny, happy to close the action with the check in the big blind, as the limp brigade will bring 20 cards towards this flop. 300,000 in the middle. It comes 10-6-4 with a couple of spades. The only flush draw belongs to Tom Dwan. He's got that gut shot working as well. 10s and 6s for Tang. It's checked over to him.
Yeah, he actually has 3 pair, which is very powerful in this game. More outs in case, you know, you fall behind.
Added paths, of course, to a boat. Gonna fire 140 into this 300.
I think Dwan's got the most interesting piece, right? He's got the flush draw, straight draw as well. Not a strong flush draw, but he does have position. Tom's just one of those guys that likes to play as many pots as possible and really put you in uncomfortable spots. Yeah. And we know there's a lot of uncomfortable turn cards for Danny Tang if he doesn't boat up.
Sure. Red King is on the safer side. Dwan does pick up another avenue to his straight. Jack would make it work.
It kind of feels like Danny needs to be careful just because Tom Dwan's stack is quite threatening, 2.2 million, and now there's a bigger 2 pair that could be there, but he is going to reach for a little bit more.
Doesn't it feel, though, that Danny can begin to range Dwan toward the flush draw with everybody else having folded, him being the lone caller, and a lack of even a single spade in his hand?
Right, and that's exactly what Tom's got. It's a tough game, you know, like if your opponent likes to kind of mash in big draws on turns, then you're not really sure what you're doing with this 3 pair. Tom definitely strikes me as someone who can get very aggressive.
Mm-hmm.
Like right now, Tom's holding a lot of marginal draws right here, right? But he still has position. 37%. He's a tough customer.
And on the river, in comes an 8, which gives Dwan the 10 high straight.
The nuts.
Danny bet 140 on the flop, 390 on the turn. Now looks up at this 1.36 and asks himself, without the presence of a spade, how safe is that card? He decides it's too interactive
Also,
checks.
his 2-pair is pretty weak with the run out 10-6. Even 10-8 beats him now. And Dwan saw his opponent bet flop and turn into 5 people. He's probably expecting a pretty strong range. Also, 7-5 gets there. He's probably going to put a lot of chips in here because if he had busted spades, this is a decent run out to kind of like attack. Try to get look up by like a set.
Dwan trying to sell busted spades, perhaps. Which, let's face it, he has.
He definitely has it if he's...
He just has the nuts to go with him.
It's a little bit disguised. I think he's debating whether to go milky or big. He's loading it up.
You know, you really got to sympathize with Danny Ting in a spot like this. Not lost on him is the reputation that Dwan has for just being relentlessly aggressive, for bluffing at a high frequency.
Yeah, when you build that reputation, you know, it earns you calls in spots where players may just check fold. And
yeah,
Danny, he doesn't have that strong of a hand, but he is aware that he's up against Tom Dwan.
5 seconds.
And him showing weakness on the river does open the door for him to get bluffed on. It doesn't help that he doesn't have spades in his hands, which is what he wants his opponent to be holding, busted spades, which might make him lean towards calling a little bit more. Blocks a little bit of 9-7 with the 9 of hearts.
How much? 685.
Feels like he's leaning towards call as he stacks his chips a bit.
Tend to agree.
5 seconds. Time.
Does settle on a fold.
Yeah. Ultimately, makes the right decision. I wonder whether or not he would have been more inclined to call if Dwan had sized up even further. You know, the polarity effect?
I hear you. Yeah, it's hard to say. But then again, also much more of a stack where it's less enticing as well. After that fold, does sit in third with 2.77 million, but Tom Dwan back at the top.
Just realizing, by the way, Randy, that, you know, oftentimes those who enjoy our streams are used to seeing no limit hold'em predominantly, or short deck with the deuces through 5 stripped out. Maybe less familiar with pot limit Omaha, so a quick primer on how things work. You can't just go all in, of course. The maximum bet and raise at any given time is equivalent to the amount that's in the pot. When you're raising, you make the call first, and then you can add to it the total amount that's in the middle. And then the other nuance is you can't just use one card from your hand.
You must use 2 cards in your hand. So when it comes like a 4 flush, you're holding an ace of hearts. You don't have a flush. You just have whatever your other 3 cards make up. And there's like some really funny things that can get people who aren't experienced is when it comes like trips on the board where all of a sudden you think you have like a full house, but you actually have like high card with trips on there. So that's something that could show up and it could confuse some people. Look at Tom, 5-3 deuce deuce.
35,000. Fold. Fold.
Weissman with the pocket queens in the big does have a suited hand. Price is always good in the big, and he's got a lot more chips to play with.
$135K cutoff open from Dwan as you begin to realize why it is that he is such a tricky opponent in PLO, willing to play all parts pre. Deuce, deuce, 3-5 with the diamonds. Weissman defending his big with queen, queen, 10-8, and this is not his board. He has the overpair. You can see Dwan, two-way straight draw, and the pair.
Yeah, Dwan just has so much of this board. And that's the thing. You're thinking, oh, it's a low board. It shouldn't hit the pre-flop razor. But then when, again, it's Tom Dwan, you don't know where he's at. He's got such a wide range. And he really knows how to navigate his bets and checks well to realize equity when needed. You can just tell he's very methodical as he plays, Tom. Figuring out the right sizes. Yeah, you can see it overpair right out of there with no backup.
$145K, the bet from Dwan that took it down. As we welcome those of you who are streaming us live from Sporting Monte-Carlo here in the Principality of Monaco, Ali Najad and Randy Liu, bringing you the first of 3 pot limit Omaha events at the back end of the schedule here. Second stop, Season 3, Triton Super High Roller Series. 30K Bounty PLO. Tom Dwan came in as the chip leader. Currently, he has reclaimed that lead. Joe Schwen speaks up, double suited, 10-7-6-4.
When you're short, you just want pocket aces, repot as the hand just plays itself. And Joe Trent kind of got that hand that can do some damage to pocket aces, right? And the fact that we're playing pot limit means that his opponent can't just reshove all in pre, but the 2 kings in the small.
How much do you have total left?
He has 400 more.
400 more.
He's trying to construct the range of Laszlo Boitas to pot off of this stack to see how well his 2 kings do. But he also has to fear the opener under gun, and he's going to go for it.
1.3 million, 60,000.
Also got that bounty on the line. If he can eliminate Laszlo, gets 40K on top of the pay jump.
So the 105K open suddenly facing an avalanche of chips behind it in the form of Boitas's aces and the ill-fated kings of Dylan Weissman, who, as you mentioned, is going for it.
Aces?
Aces, 63 versus 37. Much closer equities than in No Limit Hold'em.
It does feel so much like kings and PLO pre are aces magnets. And on this occasion, that holds true, as you can see. Boitas on his feet here, the all-in party. Weissman not at risk, and that would explain in part why it is that he was willing to take the risk that he did. He'll play for 1.8 million. Immediate $40,000 overlay for Weissman's kings. The queen 10 board gives him the gut shot straight draw.
7 spades.
Aces still in front. 5 dangler.
I don't win the hand.
time on something.
Double gut and a king.
Now, instant observations by the field that the Gutty is coming in two forms here. Boitas wearing a nervous grin. Can he hold? Yes, as the ace on the end will give him top set.
I think 790.
Saying, my bounty's going to be a little tougher than you think. Laszlo, is he wearing the decapitated teddy bear hoodie again?
Yes, he is.
Perhaps the most morbid garment that we've seen in the history of the Triton Super High Roller Series. Unclear where it is that one buys this sort of nightmare fuel. Halloween apropos, but you know, here we are, November.
I've seen him wear it.
All year
Not
round.
in October.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm sure it's like ridiculously expensive. You know what I mean?
I've seen it before. Is
Do
it?
we know what brand it is?
Is it Moschino? No.
I count on you for these things, Randy. You know, you were over at the outlets all day in London, took a
I
2-hour
knew at
train
one
ride,
point,
hit
but
every shop.
I'm not confident anymore.
So a lovely boost for Laszlo Boitas there. He now ascends, 4th in chips overall.
Not a player you want to have a lot of chips.
I was just thinking the same thing, man. He is so versed in PLO. I mean, rumor had it he was playing multi-$1,000 blind pot limit Omaha online heads up.
Yep.
I mean, that dwarfs most no-limit games.
I mean, I've heard things saying that he's one of the biggest winners online in PLO.
Mm-hmm. I wouldn't question it.
Let's see how he approaches this Jack 10-8-7. Would have preferred Jack 10-9-8. Definitely would be playing, but not this one.
Yeah, hand with a lot of reach. But you see Boitas folding it.
You need a little bit more connected, like 3 in a row. Like, that hand is a little bit more deceptive. It looks like a good hand, but it's not as good in this game.
Dwan, deuces, and a suited ace.
He likes these little baby cards, doesn't he?
Oh, yeah.
These
He
hands
likes them all, Randy. You know, he
It's like-
doesn't discriminate.
No.
He's like, oh, look, cards, these are pretty.
I mean, is this just like a high-low type of hand?
I mean, PLO 8.
This is
Oh,
the
yeah.
nuts, right?
Not quite the nuts, but nevertheless, serviceable hand. Note, by the way, Joe Schwen, ace, deuce, and a tray of his own here on the Jack 4 tray board. Snap round of checks. 8 on the turn. DeVoris with a pair of 4s is your leader. He's got the queen high flush draw on the turn as well. And
Is it just a pair of 4s that's going to win this pot if it checks through?
believe it or not, after 2 rounds of checks, indeed, that is going to be the case.
Is this where some laughs happen?
There's 4.
Ace 4.
One muck?
Really?
Check again.
Easy game.
Those are the ones where everybody looks at their hand, then looks at the board, then looks back at their hand, and then tries to figure out how it is with 4 cards. They can't beat a pair of 4s.
Ace 2. But they block ace deuce. I pulled an ace. Ace ace. So king queen 10 deuce.
You see those red chips right there? Those are the bounty ones, I assume. 40K a piece. Hard cash.
Ooh.
He's got a few. How many does Tom have?
I wonder why you have to keep them in front of you.
I don't think you do.
Oh, so you think it's just kind of a flex?
It's a flex.
I would only shuffle bounty chips when I was sitting there. I probably wouldn't have any. I probably wouldn't be at the FT. But
Would you borrow them maybe? Just try to pretend you're a baller?
Can I see those?
Yeah. Well, Tom's got about 4 from my eyes. Does that sound right?
I mean, whether or not you see the red chips, it does sound right. Just coming in with the chip lead to this FT, being a PLO beast. Story checks out. Meanwhile, he wants to dance with Boitas, who's got the suited ace and queens.
Yeah, the 8-7-6 for Tom's got a lot of playability on a lot of flops where he can be really aggressive.
As much as Laszlo would love to have a third Broadway card interacting with the ace-queen-queen, if you're going to have a dangler, having it interact with the ace on the low side as a wheel card, beneficial, not to be overlooked.
Right, it'd be better than having like a 6-7-8.
Right. Dwan King 8-7-6, 3 hearts. Feels a touch ambitious.
Weissman's hand's pretty nice here, ace, king, queen, with the suited ace and that little wheel action too, just in case. He might even repop this one.
Seconds. Time.
Dylan thinking it over here.
He's currently sitting in 7th. Does call.
Yeah, plays it as a call there. Obviously, already having enjoyed that triple, he sits deeper than he did prior to that. And approaching the new spoils conservatively.
And Jotran, look at this hand. It's double suited aces.
Somehow, in spite of the fact that an ace sits in Boitas as well as Weissman's hand, he wakes up with the last two and happily announces pot here in the face of an open raise and 2 flats. The hand looks like what it is, doesn't it?
It does, but that's okay. You want to take down what's in the middle.
He doesn't reopen, right? No, I'm saying you have 800 or something. You don't have.
Yeah, I don't reopen.
5, right?
I don't reopen.
Now, Dwan asking Dylan for a count because he wants to be sure if he comes along and plays this pot against Joe Schwen with this kind of dusty kid, that Weissman won't be able to, in turn, bully him out with another raise.
Yeah, because if Weissman had a little bit more and he rejams and Joe Trent can reshove and then all of a sudden he's committing the whole stack. So Tom's going to come along knowing that he'll at least see the flop for this price. Look at ace, king, queen, 5 out. Knowing that Joe Trent likely has aces in his hand.
That was a very tough hand.
He's got $1 million back, 1.7 in the middle. I mean, Joe Trent's likely just going to pot any flop.
Because of the bounty.
And you see Dwan has so much gamble in him. The bounty's a part of this equation without question, and a Jack-9 deuce board gives him the heart draw. He's also got a gutter with the 7-8 working. All in from Joe, and it's naked aces that are looking to hang on. Note who the favorite is here, Randy.
Tom Dwan, all those draws.
53% to 47.
卡顺买话没有对，
没有对。I had ace king. I had ace king queen 5.
Ace king queen 5.
Ace king queen 5.
Wow, it was dead if you call.
Can Joe Schwen hang on and stay alive here in a 3.7 million chip pot? One that will be good for the chip lead if he can haul it in. A 7 on the turn, and now Dwan with even more outs. Creeps up 5% in terms of equity. Almost a 3-2 favorite with 1 to come. Schwen's fate hangs. And the 3 of diamonds on the river is as clean as it gets. I give you your new chip leader.
You can breathe now, because you got to hold your breath with that run out.
Oh, my God. Oxygen was at a premium on the river there.
$1 million exactly.
对我来说最差的flop，你吃
Favorite on turn.
150万。
You picked up too much equity on the turn.
I know.
Dylan, of course, did have a couple of hearts in his hand that he mucked. The ace-high combo, pre-flop. That hurt Dwan's prospects.
And Dwan had so much gamble in that hand.
He really did. I wonder, though, absent the bounty, if that call comes in.
That's a good question.
You know what I mean? Clearly, it changes the math tremendously.
Tremendously, yes.
But Dwan also, we've seen him. Bounty or no bounty, is like, you know what?
You might see 2 bounty and just
I
how
hate
many
white
hits?
blazers. He just snapped.
You
know what I
think
mean?
he thinks that? I hate
No,
white
I don't
blazers.
think he thinks that.
So Dwan has lost 2 of the biggest pots at this final table so far.
Mm-hmm.
Like, is there some extra prize if you have the most bounties by the end of the tournament? It always seems like he's looking for achievements.
I don't think so. Maybe he's got some side action on bounties. One never knows. It reminds me, famously, I believe I told this story on stream. Maybe it wasn't, but about Phil Ivey and Ilary Sahamius, Zygmunt, back in the day, playing on Poker After Dark. $50,000 red-black prop flips on the flop.
5 seconds.
And the game was not
210.
bigger than that in terms of the actual poker. And so all of a sudden, Ivy, whenever he was holding whatever his, you know, if he had black and he had 2 black cards in the hole, he would force action because he didn't want to see a flop. So he would start, you know, re-raising and making it big enough to where somebody would have to fold most of their range just so that the board didn't come out and cost him potentially where he's a dog.
But it's okay if the side game is bigger than the actual poker.
I mean, obviously, I don't think in the spirit of everything being normal out there, that's a good idea. Weissman, ace-jack 10-8. Feels like a good idea from the hijack, 210,000. Blinds did go to 30 and 60K. 210 is full pot pre. So we triple the big blind of 60 to 180 and add the small blind of 30. Shorthand math.
You can fold, Laszlo, you know.
Ace, king, 6, deuce.
Should have like 450 more.
430.
Suited king.
From last time I know you too. No way.
Laszlo is going to go bounty hunting as he tries
You can
to
just switch off. Back and forth.
flop something with this ace, king, 6, deuce. If he flops anything good, he might just open rip it, given that his opponent has less than pot remaining.
Weissman with 430K back. It comes ace-jack 5. He's got top 2. Not going to jump out of his seat, but also, one would imagine, not going to do anything other than jam.
Yeah, time to get it in.
Owen.
Barrel in.
You hold the set?
Laszlo
No.
was always ready. Dylan was a bit spooked by the
Like,
speed at
you
which the
flop
call
the
came in.
set?
You flop a set. I mean, you're blocking top 2.
Ace jack.
Set of 5s, I suppose.
So he has
What
a
he was
king.
worried about.
He has a king.
Out of the big blind defense range. A little bit wider. 1.37 in the middle. Laszlo. King fishing.
Even 3-bet free. Discipline, Laszlo. No king. You have diamond?
5-5.
That's a good one. No king.
Ace of diamonds on the turn, and suddenly Boitas.
Well, there's a full house for Dylan Weissman.
Yes. Diamonds don't matter.
I know where your head's at.
Still hunting the king. Saw the 7%. Wondered what was going on, and there it is. The king of clubs.
Good game.
A nasty and swift kick to the nether regions of Dylan Weissman here. Even Boitas knows how thin he was drawing.
ID?
Yeah.
This is one bounty.
Yeah, he did get lucky, but this is Weissman's first Triton stop. I saw a tweet from him. He said, I'm coming out to play some PLO here in Monte-Carlo. It's nice to get a cash under his belt. Definitely going to be playing the PLO event later today.
no doubt had some higher hopes for the outcome in this one, but announcing his arrival at the Triton Super High Roller Series is Dylan Weissman with an 8th place finish. $54,000. Leaves behind a field of 7, all of whom are guaranteed $69,500. Jakub Onuchin yet to get involved. Manages to secure the pay ladder worth about $15,000 by just spectating. And you wonder how many more ladders are available to those with patience. Get a look at the official chip counts and payouts once more, brought to you by Poker Stake. Total prize pool was not $0, by the way. That feels...
I mean, we can
like
check the math,
error.
right? 387. Is there times by 0 somewhere?
Right. Now, suited ace for Onuchin still doesn't want to get involved. Position a bit too early.
Hot. 210,000. Fold.
Spotting this one.
That he is.
Really trying to dissuade the blinds from coming along with the bigger sizing pre.
Fold, fold.
It's hard to shake Tom Dwan. Not a hand he can continue.
Fold.
Espresso.
If you are streaming us live on YouTube, do us a favor. Click like. And while you're at it, click subscribe. Or we will block you forever from all future streams.
Really? Is that true? How do you know his account on other platforms, though?
First off, why does it have to be a he, Randy? Could be a she.
Okay, sorry.
All right. Second off, I don't think that technology is actually available. I was just using the threat of violence so as to try to encourage those who hadn't already liked and subscribed to
not nice.
Do so.
I don't like it. Can you take a different approach?
This coming from...
well,
those of you who may have missed it, scroll back into the Triton social media feed. Randy's got a dark side. Alter ego Randy on display. I kid, of course, but we do appreciate all of the love and the support from you out there. And we certainly hope that you are enjoying our coverage.
I like that better.
Okay, I know. I got manners.
Do you?
Most of the time. Ace, Queen, Jack, 3. A well-mannered open by Divorce to 160,000, not full pot.
Yeah, it's actually kind of interesting that he potted the last one, but not this one. Maybe it's because the big blind is the shortest stack, and he doesn't mind if he comes along because he gets the opportunity to kind of bust him and get that 40K bounty. Gonna have to come along with this ace 10, 10, 5.
So first involvement from the Russian Yakov. Short stack coming in, defends his big. His ace is dominated, but a 2-club flop does give him both the overpair and the nut flush draw.
Push it in.
Yes, sir. Just the gutty for Divorce. But with the 40K bounty, all of a sudden, we do chase in spots that we might not otherwise. 310,000 does get called. Dan knows ace high is not a winner right now.
You're right about that. He only called because of the bounty. It's a great spot for the short stack to try to get this double up.
It is.
Big favorite.
A little over $1 million in the middle. A 5 on the turn. Divorce now picks up a wheel draw. As you can see, the disaster cards on the right. Queen, Jack, 10, deuce. all the stuff that Onuchin doesn't want to bear witness to, and a 9 on the end will do just fine by him. Patience rewarded, the bounty retained as the Russian doubles.
I like this bounty aspect of the tournament. It really kind of creates some interesting spots where you got to deviate from standard practice. And this wasn't too detrimental to Daniel DeVoris' stack.
No, it was
It's
a
worth the
hunting
risk.
expedition that didn't prove all that expensive.
I mean, sometimes you go hunting, you come back with nothing. It happens.
You know, just given my deep love of animals, I wish all people who went hunting would come back with nothing.
So it worked.
I can't do it.
I
You ever
don't-
gone hunting,
No.
Randy?
Do I look like I know how to shoot anything? I mean, is it a
Maybe,
plastic gun?
maybe you would use a spear. I don't know.
A spear.
You know, you could be a real animal out there. You know, I could see you, war paint. You know, suede loincloth, just chasing after an ibex, maybe a gazelle.
A gazelle, yes.
You're not going to catch the gazelle.
No, they fly away. They can fly, right?
Maybe a warthog.
A warthog. This
That
is.
reminds me of Halo.
Oh, I thought when you said warthog, you were talking about Timon and Pumbaa.
In your mind.
Is that?
No,
Are those
you
the Disney?
Liking.
Or overestimate. One of those, I'm not sure which.
On the topic of kings, DeVoris, limping them under the gun. Not the greatest iteration. Does have the king high diamonds, but what did I say about kings earlier in the broadcast, Randy?
Tethered to aces.
On this occasion, very much so. You see Dwan, 2 pair in the hole. No suits, though.
No suits, but still very nice hand.
5 behind.
I started with exactly 1.5.
Daniel's never going to let this one go against Tom Dwan, who will definitely pot with worse than aces. Does have that suited king, which is helpful.
5 seconds.
So DeVoris playing it in a manner that would allow him to hang in there pre-flop. And of course, he has to deal with the fact that of all people, it's Dwan on the button that is potting it. This doesn't have to be aces. But on this occasion, it is, as he flops not 1 but 2 sets. Kings. Just...
Yeah, can you flop 2 sets? I didn't realize that was a thing.
I mean, it doesn't do you any better than 1 set. In fact, it's quite a bit worse because filling up becomes that much more challenging. But nevertheless, DeVoris, no spade, staring at an ace, checks it over. Feels like this one could be done.
Whatever he bets out, I can't see Daniel DeVoris ever continuing. Might as well just muck now. Don't even have to ask for the price.
215,000. Fold.
Yeah, quick check fold. From Daniel. Well, let's talk a little bit about Tom Dwan, shall we, Randy, in terms of just overall Triton resume.
Let's take a look.
During the intros, I mentioned that he has $3.5 million in Triton earnings. 2 titles. This is his 13th cash, going for his 3rd title. But when you scroll back and you look at the deep runs that he has made, how often has it come in PLO? I know there haven't been that many opportunities to play PLO, but one thing jumps right out at you, doesn't it, when you look at all the caches?
Short deck.
Indeed. And we know that Tom disappeared from poker in the U.S. for a period of time. There was whispers throughout poker rooms about what he was up to. This is when the Macau games were first popping up on players' radars. Very private in nature. Tom managing to work his way into those games and play some of the biggest pots in the history of poker out there. And it was always short deck.
Exactly, and you know, he really just built built that image of being fun to play with, chatty, playing the biggest pots, got involved in those big short deck games, and I'm sure he won so much money, and obviously playing all of the biggest buy-ins. Like, you know, we ran in London 2019, he played a 250,000-pound short deck event. Like, that's huge for a game with such variance.
Cashed in that one, I assume?
He did, and he also cashed in the 100K short deck there, and also the 100K short deck main. He loves the game.
It's funny because we call it huge for a short deck event, small in contrast to perhaps some of the cash games that he was playing at the time. Meanwhile, four-way limp pot, ace, jack, 9, rainbow. Note that the pocket tens, along with the open-ender for Quan Zhou, or Zhou Chuan, rather, forgive me.
Yeah, and you're looking at it, it's got the lion's share of the equity, but it looks like such a weak hand on this board.
Staring at both the ace and the jack, one would expect with 12 other cards surrounding us. Tens would be no good, but that is not the case. A round of knuckles. And a board pairing jack on the turn. Diamond draw shows up. Nobody's got it.
If someone just sneezes at this pot, they win it.
Does that include me?
Okay, if any of these 4 players sneezes at the pot, they can win it.
Just checking, Randy. I want in on the action.
If you want in on the action, why don't you pony up 30,000?
I don't have it, Randy. You know what I mean? And if I do...
I mean, I saw you had a good day in the markets recently. I think you can afford it.
Randy alluding to the fact that my account did reach all-time high yesterday. After hours, earnings release. To the moon. When Lambo? Soon. Actually, I went backwards. Snapped up the Bentley before we made the trade. I was foreshadowing a good day in the market.
I like that. You're a confident man. Really,
I'm an old man. I did the Bentley thing, Randy. It's kind of like, you know.
Yeah, it's not.
I had the Lambo in the 20s, you know, and then now I don't even play golf. My hair's not completely white. Is it the right choice, Randy? You don't know anything about cars. Why are we having this conversation?
No, I don't know anything about cars. Electric, maybe I can talk to you a little bit more, but...
Yo, you did the Tesla thing, did you?
I did do the Tesla thing.
Okay, nice. S, X,
S,
Y. Okay,
S.
nice.
Problem is in the USA.
Randy, you live in Melbourne, Australia, and you bought a car in the U.S.?
I had it before I moved over there. Problem is I can't get the car over there because the wheel's on the wrong side as well.
Now, I've seen some right-hand drive vehicles on the roads in the U.S. Ace is here for Boitas. And I believe you can still do it. Personally, I have deep concerns about you behind the wheel on the correct side already. So you having to then navigate Aussie roads on the wrong side. I asked this man, before you think I'm exaggerating, if you're listening, I asked Randy, just kind of colloquially, just casually, what side of the road do they drive on in Australia? And he paused and looked at me. This is a man who's licensed to drive on the continent and said, I don't know.
I follow the guy in front of me, therefore it's his fault.
You can't drive late at night when there's no cars on the road.
It gets awkward. It gets awkward. And just one last note, I also failed the written test 9 or 10 times and the driving one 6 times. So yeah, feel like a chauffeur. Like me to...
Oh, you need to hire a driver, Randy, just for the sake of all other people on the roads in Australia. Meanwhile, all aces present and accounted for as Laszlo's open up front had company from the button and the big of Tang and Zhou Chuan respectively. The 8-5 deuce 2-spade board giving Boitas both the nut flush draw and the overpair. Lion's share of the equity. Deuce Dangler.
Really got some firepower for these 3 hands pre, but not the board they were kind of looking for.
That he does.
Laszlo trying to thin out the field.
180. Bet of 180,000.
A little sprinkle.
Fold.
Zhou Chuan with top pair. With this price, it feels like you got to continue. Lots of 2-pair opportunities.
Especially in the form of an ace or a king, which he might presume are good. Trouble when you have the red ace-king there is that interactions could come in the form of a spade, which would be tricky.
Right. That makes a lot of sense.
Jack of clubs on the turn. See whether or not that gives Laszlo any pause. He does have the ace of clubs. That's relevant.
Yeah, definitely relevant in this button. The nice thing with the jack also is it doesn't bring in any of the straights, so he can kind of safely bet this one and rarely get checked raised. Usually also hear from a set on the flop.
Check.
King of spades on the end, and this is what we talked about earlier. Check, check on the turn. Now Joe wondering if kings and eights are good. And the question is asked at 180K decibel level. The answer is going to come in quite a bit louder than that.
Yeah, it's going to be very loud. And also, when you put in these tiny bets, players holding like the naked nut flush blocker might just pot it to kind of apply all that pressure, right? But here he's got to balance that when he's got the nut flush.
5 seconds. Time.
Laszlo's sales department taking its time here.
And how fast does Joe Trent act against this huge raise to 1.44? And he knows that when he bets this small, he invites these raises a lot. Especially the smaller you go as a block. Even like king high, like not king high flush, but they're holding like a bigger flush. Doesn't need to be nut, might even raise too. Ideally, if he wants to hero call a hand like this, he would want to have a spade in hand to block some flushes.
Yeah, not a single spade in Joe's hand, and does let it go. Tuan immediately speculating at a bare minimum. Laszlo had the ace of spades. The dry ace play, as we call it, when a player does not have the flush but blocks the nuts. Sometimes we'll get ambitious. Those spots always interesting, by the way.
The fun ones.
King eye flush bets, dry ace jams. Now the king eye flush is in the blender.
You need to throw up a bit. Yeah. That's why we like to watch PLO.
Well, Joe Trent still atop the leaderboard here. 3.3 million in front of him. Did take a blow. Dealt by Boitas, who made the nut flush on the end. The only two stacks over 3 million as original chip leader Tom Dwan finds himself in 5th. Muchin off of the short stack after he doubled. Gavin Andranov inheriting duties. 69.5 lockup. Pay jump 18 dimes up to 87 if you can slip into the top 6. There's the prize pool, 1.46. We got it. Now, Randy, I wouldn't normally turn to you for any sort of food safety advice, but just as a general man who's been on Earth for some years, this poke bowl that I ordered, which has raw tuna atop it, and has been sitting here since the onset of the broadcast, is there a time limit in terms of how long before, if I eat it, it's an issue?
Can I take a look at it, if you don't mind? What kind of tuna are we talking about?
I mean, it's seared on the outside, seared? Still raw in the middle.
Those edamame look pristine. I would eat those edamame and the carrots.
Pretty sure that's all durable. It's the tuna specifically I'm concerned
Is it
about,
worth
Randy.
it?
I don't need you to advise on the cilantro
Are
and
you
the scallions.
Are you willing to risk it? Do you got a bit of gamble in you, my friend?
You know what? It feels like in honor of the fact that we're playing PLO, I should gamble on this tuna. I mean, if Duan can do it with King 10, 6, 5, 2 clubs, why can't I?
Yeah, okay. Do we have Henry around soon in case we need to tag him in?
Well, we do have Danny Tang and Gavin Andrianoff around as they make the calls. Ace 7, 6, 2 clubs. Nut flush draw for Duan. Pair of sixes. Got half the equity here, in spite of the fact that Danny has top pair and the current lead.
Yeah, but this top pair for Danny Tang isn't coupled with like a straight draw gut shot or any flush draw, so it's actually not the greatest hand. Especially against this pot. This is scary.
I think it's 585. You can just count it, but I think it's 585.
$585,000. Heavy artillery.
He also needs to fear the player in the big who only has 600K. Because if it happens to be a three-way all-in, I don't think Ace, Queen, Jack, 9 will perform very well.
It's not performing very well, even without Andrianoff in there, as we see Duan's holding. Backdoor spades. A thought?
It helps. But like, once his opponent pots the flop, he knows that it's quite committing on the turn. They'd have to get it in. So with the blanks out, you just have to surrender.
Yeah. Not just any opponent, by the way. Randy, the guy that we know, can unload the clip.
Okay, so now that this pot's over, what you really should have did, GTO.
You talking about my Pokeball?
Yeah, should have ordered the pad
Back
thai.
to that. Now see. I've had the pad thai, Randy. Wasn't the greatest I've ever had.
It doesn't have to be
Gotta
the
be
greatest you ever had, but as long as it's good.
I mean, truly, it does have to be the greatest you've ever had to have it 16 times for both lunch and dinner across 8 days. I mean, you really are a creature of habit, Randy.
I mean, you got to get those reps in.
如果要是他要是没有武器
Have to make sure.
You buy one cereal, don't you? Just one brand.
I don't eat cereal, but
我一个想看看那把
I would, I suppose.
Do you have a favorite cereal?
Cinnamon Toast Crunch, maybe?
Ooh,
It's a
good answer.
One, right? Yeah.
Good answer.
Give me one.
I like Cookie Crisp, Cinnamon Toast Crunch.
The
Both
one that,
delightful.
the cookies, they look like mini cookies.
Yeah.
Oh, I love that one.
Delicious. By the way, you can eat that one without milk. Part of the reason I like it. Meanwhile, Duan likes Ace, Queen, 9, 6, 3 spades, VPIP,
2275.
very high. He's been all over the
I think you have
leaderboard.
just more, is that right? Or
Now Divorce
you have just over or just under?
will
I
dance.
have,
Double-suited kings. The spades are covered.
just over.
I actually think the tournament format of PLO really favors Tom at final tables because players need to not go too crazy pre just because of the pay jumps.
Now
So
I have
it allows him to play
2-1-1.
post
I
flop
have 2-1-2.
where he has
Sick.
what I expect, where he feels is an edge.
So, Divorce deflating developments as he looks up at Ace 10-4 in position against Duan, and see how Tom wants to approach one pair.
He's got one pair of the nut flush draw back door. Out of position though, you gotta be very cautious in this game. Just
Now,
because there's a lot of bad turns. And what do you want to say, Ollie?
Under the gun, Duan raised doesn't have to be attached to just one part of the deck. So when he opens, we have flatted in position and we see him check up front. Thought perhaps there were some worlds in which Divorce would ask a little question. Doesn't do so though, And now a club on the turn, bringing the flush in, though neither player with even a single club.
Yeah, whenever the flush comes in, it freezes things as, you know, 2 pairs, even 1 pair. They don't really want to attack so much. But you can start to get hands to fold quite a bit, and Tom's going to fight. A small bet.
Yeah.
But then again, if you look at Divorce's hand, what prospects does he have? He's got nothing.
And where does he go? The other issue. Note, by the way, the presence of the gut shot straight draw, part of the equation for Duan, who may not expect to be up against clubs with any real frequency.
Yeah, you got to bin this hand for sure for Divorce. If he had a
Funny
king
little
of clubs, maybe he can find a bluff.
Funny little spot. We're both pretty deep and like 10 difference.
You going for it,
Supposed to change it a bit, right?
Ollie? The Pokeball?
I guess so.
Yeah,
Oh, I don't know about this.
Yeah.
I'm supposed to play a little different.
This is really not recommended.
It's only been out here, what, a couple hours?
All right.
Should be all right.
Okay.
Shouldn't we?
Yeah, it's going to be great.
Producer James perhaps has a number of a nearby gastroenterologist in case things go awry here. Blinds up to 40 and 80,000.
I mean, one of my cards flipped over, but it's my fault.
Maybe do a quick
Well,
Google
it's my
search there,
fault, so
James,
I
as I
think
go
I
in on the
keep it, right?
Pokeball,
I
a couple of
would like to
hours
change
removed
it, but I
from
don't think I can,
issue.
right?
That's very, very
Gastroenterology, I guess, would be the search
It
term.
was my fault.
Search
so I
it.
couldn't-
Google.fr.
French.
Let's get after it.
Oh, you flipped it?
I
Double
flipped
suited
it, so
ace,
I don't
queen,
know what
queen,
happens. I think I need
6.
to keep it. I'm not sure. But
I mean,
by
Hang on, what happened here?
Yeah.
Tom
okay. So on
flashed one of his cards on accident, but it was his fault, not the dealer's.
So
They're debating whether he needs to keep
not
it
that
or
bad.
not.
you
I
can't
didn't know the color.
flash a card voluntarily or involuntarily for that matter, but it be the result of you handling them
Spreading
and not
them
the
out,
distribution
box.
from the dealer and then expect to get a replacement.
Right, that makes sense. So imagine like you've got a deuce. You can't be like, hey, I flashed a deuce and
Yeah.
you know, upgrade your hand,
Yeah.
which is fair. You know, the players have a duty to protect their own hand, and Jotran's got a duty to play this Jack 10-9-8. This is lovely.
Weird little spot.
Flat call, plenty of reach. Has the clubs, but they're covered. On Duan.
Weird little spot. Okay.
This guy's got gamble. He knows
King
someone
9, 7,
knows what
5,
his
no
cards-
suits.
He might.
I mean, granted, he's in the big blind.
Thanks for telling me.
Yeah, but they know one of his cards, right?
I don't know whether or not everyone saw it or not.
Right.
Nevertheless, three-way affair. King 10-3, Duan, top pair.
Oh. Come out of here.
Actually, in the lead. Did he flash the king by chance? That would seem like a good one.
Not sure which one he flashed, but we do know he's going to throw some chips out there. He's confident.
I got to admit, for the glory, in a spot where, for example, had Duan flash the king and he's betting over here, I've raised as a bluff. Because you know, I know you have that card, and yet I'm still raising. People don't like that one when you show the bluff after that.
You like to get involved in the pots where there's a little bit of chaos going on.
Yeah.
Like,
I want to get my hands dirty.
yeah. Or are you the type of person who also, like, attacks someone who's, like, I don't know, ordering some food? Or like, you know?
Yeah, on the phone. No.
Like,
That's
oh,
not
I'm going to
me.
attack that big blind.
Well, the attack from Duan, 140K. Divorce. No spade in hand. Broadway gutter, just the queens.
But it's a very small bet, right? It's 140 into 720.
Time bank used.
He's wondering if he can press with his hand. No spade in hand's a little bit troublesome to block, as you'd want to block some of the continues. Gonna lay it down.
Watch total.
217. Danny, can
Did
you
Duan
translate?
just bring the Chinese?
He did, but then he said 7 at the end.
Sorry?
No, it's fine.
How much?
I need to get paid for this.
Maybe he didn't remember the word for 7.
I appreciate that. Another person who knows more Chinese than me.
I believe the word is she, if I'm not mistaken.
I'll have to count it in my head and get back to you.
Board pairs on the turn here as Joe asked for the count and then paid the price to take this card, which doesn't improve him.
It's very amazing that Tom realizes he's got the best hand with just a pair of kings as kickers on the board. And the 3 is just one of the worst cards for Joe Tran is these 2-pair opportunities. No good against the king.
Still just 190,000, 20% pot, let's call it, from Duan.
Hello.
This is the
Joe
card that
Schwinn
flashed.
wagging
What a
his
play.
finger at Durr there with a raise
Oh,
to
he showed him.
575,000, and
My
What
king
did
of
he
clubs
show?
flashed pre-flop.
2 of the 4
He raised the
cards
turn.
unclear.
He showed 3, I believe.
Did he show 3? Oh, yeah.
I don't know if
he
he's seen my card or not.
No, no, no seat.
He raised the 10.
So Duan wondering whether or not Joe's action was the
Yeah,
product of
没有看到他的牌。
having seen a
Although, I
card.
mean, I wouldn't want
He
the other people to
reassures
know
Tom.
anyway.
你说他这个牌要不是
Not at all.
Did you see my card?
No.
I just gangstered you, that's all.
I was looking this way.
Yeah, I was just looking.
This is why I
somewhere
let it
else,
flop.
and then
I'm
when
like,
you
他有可能
alerted,
是
and I'm
勾
like, what?
in case someone saw I have the fucking king. It comes
What did you do? You just flipped it
Was I
over
constantly-
completely?
I was like trying to spread them out, and somehow the king of clubs just flipped over. I don't know what to do, but I felt like I had to bet something on the flop. King 10-3.
How much you have?
Mine? Yakov.
Yakov. How much you have, please?
1 million to start with.
1 million to
What do you
start?
think about the show from Joe Tran? With some confidence, right? Like, I got you, Tom.
Unexpected, that's for sure. I don't think you need to do anything, by the way, to motivate Tom to get after things out here.
No,
He's
I
going to
agree.
do just fine without.
He had a king as well, right?
No. I don't, he had Jack
Moves
8-8.
like
I
that.
assume he didn't have a king with it.
Jack 8-9. Yeah.
Jack 8, 9, king. No?
My king. It was my king that had flipped over.
Tom folded the king face up.
Oh.
He showed.
Because it
Jack
was the
9-8.
same king that had showed. That's why I showed my card. It was the same king that showed. I don't know if he's seen my king.
So
or not.
apparently it
okay,
was the king that
I was
flashed.
thinking,
Right.
so he raised, in my head, I was thinking, so he raised you with king Jack 9, 8?
No, no, no.
I'm like, huh?
He raised me with Jack, I think Jack 8-8, Jack 9-8.
Did
他说我
he
看
only
到
showed
他说我
three
看到他
cards,
底牌了是吗？
没有。
没有，我没看到他的底牌。
我们在猜你最后一张牌是什么牌？
right? 280 now.
你猜不到的。
Sorry.
Okay, I don't understand Chinese that much. But Danny Tan was trying to fish for more information from Joe
什么
Tran, and he
第一张
said
美牌人家有 K 啊
close
K 不是
enough.
牌吗
有一个 K 就
Did
跟
you
他打
just
过吗？
actually
我不知道
translate
我有打
something
只是想
Yeah,
on stream
打
right
我
I'm
就
now?
意
serious.
思呀。那 flop 他就打得很小，
I'm so proud of you.
大盲防守的。
Boitas, proud of Ace King 10-7 as he 3-bets the open from Andreanov, who has Ace Jack 9-8 single suited in the cutoff. You don't often see moves like this, but Andreanov deciding this is as good as it's going to get. Short stack in the room.
你那把牌竟然没看到，很可惜啊。
His ace is dominated. 10 and the 7 that Boitas holds are interfering in terms of straight prospects
Depends how
for
like
Gavin,
I was dead to that.
who plays for 1.34. And the flop, King, Queen, 7.
这两个 punch 都让他吃了。
Kings up for Boitas. Gutter for Andreanov. And there is a 10. Now he makes Broadway. Note, though, that Boitas does have several pulls at both the boat, and he could tie with the jack. 9 on the end, though, is safe. Take a seat, sir, and enjoy 1.34 million in chips.
他是79。
他是79，看到了，对，我知道。
There's another life for the PLO specialist.
That there is.
但是他这个还
He was doing not so good on that flop. Found a miracle on that turn.
I think it's like on an hour.
就买个卡顺，买个酒花。
他是 double 卡顺，2个卡顺，然后买花。
没有 double 卡，40-50的
买8买 Go
啊，上面
Go 也是，他有啤酒。
啊，那还好。
Yeah, you bet too small.
He eats your beer.
打的不像79哈。
不像气球。
啊，打的
不像气球。
300号打的好啊，厉害。
厲害。牛逼。
牛逼。
屌佢老鼠。
That was interesting because Joe Tran and Danny Tang were speaking Chinese to each other, and
say Lomo or Chaonima, you don't feel like I'm like saying bad things.
No, I know. Too late. I don't know what it is. I know that's a bad one. I forget what it is.
yeah, and Duan just kind of spoke like he understood what was going on.
Well, he spent enough time out in Macau to pick up a thing or two.
Your mum, right? But you can actually just change the last two to like a lot of different things and be like similar meaning.
This is a nice hand for Joe Tran. 987 double suited.
As we put a pause button on Danny Tang's profanity lessons.
Yes, I didn't want to translate those.
Joe Tran, 230K on request. Duan, double suited. Lets it go.
It's on me. I fold.
We've got a new table captain. Joe Tran has got a massive chip lead. Just about 2x the chip stack against Laszlo Boitas sitting in second.
No takers on that one, and the aces pop up once more in the hands of the man who just doubled. Gavin Andreanov. He is 6th in chips at present.
280.
Courtesy of that double.
The idea here is just to pot in,
Have 1-9.
try to get as many chips as he can in.
Posting anything.
Andreanov's lone other Triton event was the 25K PLO in London
20K more.
at our last festival. Placed 6th for 115,000. Back here in the 4-card streets, looking to make his mark once more.
I just knew it was super close, so I wanted to check first.
You have 1.3 to start? Yeah, about that.
Just over.
This hand doesn't look too good for Daniel Devoris. But then again, in the back of your mind, you're always thinking, can I collect that bounty? I've
Yeah.
got the covering stack.
Any stack shorter than yours comes with it the prospects of an extra 40,000 in these flat bounties. My favorite part is when you get down to heads up, you collect your own bounty as well.
That's right. So that's a whatever the difference in the prize pool plus 80K would be for this heads-up match.
Right.
It's a lot. Especially given that the difference between second and first is about 118,000. So it's almost like doubling your prize there.
Happy to report, Randy, that the first piece of tuna appears to have gone down the hatch undisturbed. I'm going back in.
Did it taste good? I know it went
great.
down. Fine, okay.
Tasted great. Everything's okay. No rumbles.
Okay, cool. Let me know how the carrots are. And rice.
Pretty sure they'll be fine. No, not so worried about those. Double suited. Dwan not worried either. Hijack. Up we go, 220.
Yeah, Tom loves all the double suited hands. Gives him a lot of playability posts. Do you ever thought about doing the thing where they eat on the live streams? I forget what they call that.
I believe the term that you're looking for, Randy, is mukbang.
Oh, yeah, yes, yes. I think you would do well.
South Korean practice of generally attractive women, younger, eating ungodly amounts of food on stream, sometimes cooking it themselves as well. Among the wealthier content creators in South Korea. I've not considered it. Randy? I couldn't eat more than just this one poke bowl, happily.
At least you would be able to have a nice description of every bite you take.
Yeah, but you, on the other hand, you should be considering this, given that we could line up 100 plates of pad thai, and you would just mow through them.
Just like a counter. Every time I finish a bowl, you know, it goes up one.
If only these eating competitions didn't center around hot dogs, but rather pad thai.
I've actually tried to eat those competitions, those restaurants. You ever seen them where they like eat the 4 bowls of pho?
Wait a minute, hang on a second.
I've attempted it.
So what restaurant and what dish?
Well, I've tried pho. It's like 4 bowls in one. You have to eat it in like, I don't know, 30 minutes or so.
Randy, I don't know how to tell you this. You're not the biggest guy. 4 bowls of pho.
I failed, by the way. I failed.
A bowl in, maybe?
No, I got about 3/4 in. But
you
then
had 3 bowls?
I started to stir my bowls like a cauldron, you know, like with my chopsticks.
What the hell's wrong with you?
It's like alchemy. That's what I get. I put too much of the brown sauce and the red sauce in there.
Why would you even put the sauce in there?
I want it to taste good. Oof. What about these 2 aces? These look tasty.
They absolutely do, especially in the face of 5 players limping in front of you. Gavin.
Raise 340.
In the big. Announces 340K. Now, he could have gone bigger than this.
Yeah, that's really interesting to me because I would think he'd want to just pot it and just pot flops, right? Try to not get this multi-way.
Yeah, keep players from hunting his bounty, which is going to allow them to call with a wider range. And, you know, these are aces, but
340 total.
They are vulnerable at the end of the day. Look at Dwan just feeling as though that's not how this was supposed to play out.
No, he expected a pot.
That he did.
And his hand is clearly not that good. Queen, Jack, 6, deuce. Remember last time he made a play, Danny Tang woke up aces right behind, so he's got some PTSD. Didn't want to play that one.
Mm-hmm.
It's really hard to make a set of these 3 kings.
Bit surprised, are you, that Danny would bother to play this hand, given that he blocks his own set?
Yeah, and also in a multi-way, you really want nutted draws, and, you know, the king-high flush draw, clearly not that.
No, it isn't.
I wouldn't think that Daniel DeVos would want to play this as well. For Gavin to, well, looks like he is going to come along. I would think that Gavin's got a lot of pocket aces in his range. I guess he's going bounty hunting. And maybe Joe Trent comes along as well. Now that he gets to close the action, he's got this 10-9-7-5. He got the position. Well, not the position, sorry, but gets a close action.
So then, 2 customers at the price of $340,000.
This, no? This takes.
Divorce with the clubs and the 8s. Zhou Chuan with a raggedy reach. 10-9-7-5, which turns into top pair. Divorce makes the club draw. 3 dangler. 8s as well. And Draenhoff will play the aces. He has a 9 of his own, and in comes the jam. And this begins to look like exactly what it is.
Yes, but Divorce has got the nut flush draw. He's got the pair of 3s. I mean, I can't really see him getting away if he called this one pre. He's also got the covering stack, which I think is the most important part of this hand because he can collect that 40K bounty. I'm not sure what more you can ask for Divorce's hand. There's the all-in, and Zhou Chuan wanted to call Gavin, but wasn't looking to call off against 2.
That he wasn't. He does have Divorce covered, of course. Shot at a couple of bounties, but this is just not enough ammo, is it?
It doesn't really feel like it, right? Because Divorce could have like a better 9 kind of combo draw with some clubs. If Zhou Chuan had clubs, he certainly would be in there with his top pair. He most certainly knows where Gavin's got 2 aces, but he performs well against that hand. You can see 3-ways only 14% for Zhou Chuan.
Nevertheless, 2 time banks now being deployed. And perhaps the lure of a bad beat being issued to the opposition that would come with it $80,000 in collective bounty. Three banks now.
Oh, he looks pained.
Gonna have to send out some aspirin if this goes any further. I mean, no immediate draw to anything other than that 9. Is this not a clear muck? The backdoor spade's a thing, I assume?
And you have to beat 2 opponents. That's the big part of it. So the chances of you collecting the bounty is pretty tough. Not even a gut shot to go of his hand. Does lay it down.
Yep.
We got a coin flip.
Just look at that. 51-49. The most modest of advantages for Gavin and Draenhoff. On his feet, at risk here. 3.6 million in the middle. He could hop into second place if his aces hold. Turn, the queen of spades, and now the advantage becomes more comfortable. Divorce hunting the club. 3 would work. 8 on the river, and a set for Daniel Divorce, but Gavin and Draenhoff has the nut flush. Took me a second as well.
1.12.
It looks scary at first glance.
I see it, yes. Sometimes I let the graphics catch up because it's hard to figure out what's going on. And Daniel DeVore down to crumbs.
我这个牌有效 out 16个，
Absolutely
因为3
disastrous.
家 all in 的话，一定有人买花。
That bounty hunt. Leaving DeVoris the hunted now.
Oh,
With
hunting
just one-
season's on.
Yeah, 160,000 in front of him.
预期赔率正好是1比4。 这个英国的人打
Gavin moving up to second place in chips, 3.6 million, just a few hundred thousand behind Joe Tren. DeVoris, 2 blinds.
太少。
Everyone's going to try to play a pot with him this next hand.
命好，但怎么也加个50万是吧？而且是带帮体的，我们肯定跟他。
260K
他们
then
打马，
for DeVoris.
有亲 A。
So while we make some adjustments at the final table, including switching out our dealers, we advise you to maybe switch out your wardrobe. Want to know how? Just type !! giveaway or scan the QR code on your screen and get in on the exclusive Triton merch giveaway. Good looking stuff. We want to see you rocking it out there. I don't really have a whole lot more to say. There we go. Thank you.
Okay.
Clear the promo.
Yep.
It's only the 92nd time I've talked about it.
Okay,
so
well,
far.
let me have a go at it next time, all right?
Randy, are you looking to expand your horizons?
300。
I mean, clearly you've got nothing more to say. I'm
I've
just trying to...
never experienced that level of assertion out of you.
I hope I don't regret it.
I'm happy to hand this paper
No,
over.
no, just the giveaway one. I don't want to do the
No,
other
no,
ones.
no, Randy, come on now. It's time you know. I think you got this.
Okay. Well, it's time for this 8876 to come along.
Yeah. Little subject changer there, a little
Yeah,
transition,
I'm just
segue.
trying to help you forget about it.
Randy, really?
No. I don't want that
You're
paper.
going hard in the paint here today. Hates with the 7-6.
Oh, Daniel. 2 aces, short stack. Re-ISO time.
No doubt about it.
Okay, and you're good with the math, so let's just say pots. Does this reopen to action? If it gets back to Tom?
Well, the blinds are 40 and 80,000. So Dawn's raise is a 90K raise. DeVoris's raise in turn is another 90K. I do believe that the action is open.
Because if the action's open, this changes how the remaining players may play this hand, where they're a little bit afraid of a repot. See, Gavin is going to try to hunt that bounty. Getting in there. Because it's such a small amount of chips you got to risk for such a nice payday.
Mm-hmm.
Not the greatest hand for Laszlo, but everyone wants that bounty. And this is where it gets really interesting for Tom. His hand is very nice. Just 8876. Oh, there we go. We got the answer. And you must have expected this to happen at a high frequency if you're Gavin or Laszlo.
Dwan looking to separate the pretenders from the contenders.
Is it 1 point?
As he just 4 bets.
5 seconds.
It's so funny. He came with that sizing, Randy, and I gotta believe that he knew that Dvoris, if he jammed, would leave the action open to him.
Right, that's a good point. He made it the perfect pre-flop size to reopen the action.
He really did, didn't he?
He's smart.
Just saying.
And look how good of a spot this is for Dvoris, because he got an extra 260 from
You want to switch hands?
2 opponents who aren't in the hand.
Yes, he did.
Save a little. We're near the pot. You know.
You cover hearts and you have a 6.
So, 1.1 million in the middle. Dan Dvoris's hopes tethered to them with an ace-ace 6-4. King, queen, 3, 2 clubs. That is not a threat at all. Turn card. Now a little gutter.
Dirty.
Shows up. Just got to fade the 4 or the 5, 6 on the end, and suddenly aces turn into 6s and 4s, but still safe there.
5、6、7就赢了。
For Dvoris, and that actually is going to be a massive boost to his stack. Simply stellar outcome.
Yeah, more than 4x. I mean, is Tom going to win any of these big pots? Once again, downed.
He has been all over the leaderboard as we take one more look at things. Headed to a break. Only one casualty thus far. It is the departure of Dylan Wiseman. Blinds will be going to 50 and 100,000. Joe Schwen, chip lead, not by a ton. 39 bigs in front of him. Back to the desk. Ali alongside Randy. And obviously, Tom Dwan coming in as the chip leader, been the most active stack out there, has driven most of the action.
He has. You know, he's been playing hands that other players might not want to venture, but very confident in his post-flop abilities. Lost 3 big all-ins. Can't get one of those down, but he's a lot of fun to watch. And it's no surprise that he was at the top. He's at the bottom, in the middle. He's just all over the place, but that's his style.
Currently sitting in 5th with 1.8 million, 23 bigs at the 40 and 80 level, even less than that once we come back to the new blind level. So then we're going to cut you loose. It's going to be about, I want to say 8 minutes, 9 minutes, Producer James? 10 minutes exactly. So grab a snack, grab a drink, do what you need to do. I'm going to check out. Henry Kilbane will be coming in alongside Randy to take you through some more of this 30K PLO bounty.
Crushed wow, so many players. This is a crazy thing to do.
GG Poker
Broke the Guinness World Record.
Welcome to the World Series of Poker main
the biggest
event.
poker site.
Larger than all of GG Poker's casting traffic reaches all-time high.
Jump, 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 jump! No way!
Take your game to the next level with GTO Wizard. Practice against GTO on all your devices. Study any situation using our revolutionary AI-powered solver. Upload your hand histories to uncover your biggest leaks. We have hundreds of hours of coaching from top pros, cutting-edge theory articles, and custom study plans to help guide your poker journey. GTO Wizard, the #1 app for poker players.
Introducing the all-new BetACR.eu, the premier destination for sports enthusiasts. What sets BetACR.eu apart is our exclusive offering of live-action prediction options on the Triton series. Experience the excitement as you predict the action while watching your favorite players live. But that's not all. By opening your account now, you can take advantage of our incredible offer. Receive a generous 15% free play on your first top-up, up to $250. Become a part of betacr.eu and elevate your live sports engagement experience.
Danny jams, Dylan calls.
I tried, Tom.
And everybody's on their backs.
No.
Weissman playing for 1.8 and change, but just look at that side pot dwarfing the main.
Very live. Yeah, no, this is as good as I could hope for.
Tang, 40% equity, but both of the other holdings with decent 31
Let's say
and
he
28%
busts
numbers
both.
of their own.
I'm 6, right? Oh, I'm 7.
You're 7. Yeah, you're 7.
Danny clarifying something there, Randy, about who finishes 8th and 7th in the event Dwan scoops.
It's who's got more chips gets the higher
I'm okay
place.
with you not dying also, you know?
Thank you.
That's fair.
Well, on the line here.
King Jack 10 with 2 spades. Okay. Dwan flopping top 2 pair here.
Spades are good.
Weissman with the flush draw.
I'll take a queen. That sounds very fair to me.
Yeah.
Danny looking for backdoor diamonds.
Oh,
A queen will work as well, but unfortunately it's the queen of spades. So Weissman has made the flush, and now Danny focuses on this side pot here.
I can't beat you already, right?
He's got Broadway. Needs to fade the full house for Dwan, which he's done. So Tang is going to take a big bite out of Dwan, and Weissman
595.
will nibble on the rest.
595.
This is just... You don't really strike me as a DIY kind of guy, though.
No, if there's the ability to pay someone to do it for me, Randy, generally I'm in favor of that.
Got it.
Takes one to know one, though. I don't see you with a tool belt heading over to fix a light bulb.
I mean, I also remember when you served me that espresso the other day. That was quite bad. So I understand why you wouldn't be the one servicing people or doing
I
things
didn't make
yourself.
the espresso, Randy.
I mean,
I just delivered it.
The way you poured in the milk was like first a little droplet and all of a sudden a gush, a wave.
Well, I didn't know how much milk was in. Okay. 110,000 from Divorce, Queen 996. And drain off a flat caller, double suited. Kind of hand out of the small blind off of the short stack that one might feel as though would want to get chips forward. But Gavin showing some restraint. Boitas happy to come along. 2 deuces and a 6 out there. The jacks in the lead for Boitas.
Jacks have no backup, though, so it's not even that strong of a hand on this board. Surprisingly, no player with a diamond draw in hand.
In fact, there's only 1 diamond present in these 12 cards. And it's in Divorce's hand. On the strength of the 6 and the modest overpair, Divorce reaching for chips.
He must figure that there's just not that much things happening on this board, so his opponents will have to play pretty straightforward. Even his pair of 6s doesn't look too hot, but he's still gonna make the call. You see the best hand got out the 2 jacks.
exactly what you want to have happen if you're Dvoris. Andreanov peeling and now hitting aces up on the turn to hop in front.
There's no way that Dvoris thinks his hand is good, but a lot of hands that check call to flop do contain a flush draw, so he might be a bit worried to fire a double barrel.
If he does slow down here, though, obviously.
You're pretty much just surrendering.
Yeah. And I think he's not ready to wave white flags as he bets 280,000. And even though we have aces up here, a random deuce dangler, as well as the diamonds, given that Andreanov lacks a single diamond in his hand, is going to make him a little uncomfortable. Drawing live always.
Drawing live, yes.
Unless he's up against quads, of course.
Of course, but it's difficult, right? Because he check calls here. If he's wrong, it kind of sends him down to the bottom of the chip count.
That it does.
Doesn't have a diamond blocker to flush, so technically it's more likely his opponent actually has a flush now. He is counting out those white chips. Makes the correct call. 90% favorite. This is a PLO specialist. Came out just for these events.
Of course, that leaves us quite hesitant to question anything that he does. Not that that's what we're here to do, ever.
Nope.
1.17 million in the middle and a fourth diamond on the turn.
I would say that doesn't really change much. Right, like, yeah, that card doesn't do anything. But when Dvoris got called on the turn, ideally, if you want to bluff again, you want to have blockers in terms of like the king of diamonds, blocking the best flushes. A 6 is nice, blocking some full houses. But he doesn't have like the best kind of block situation here. Wow, this is
savage.
This is a savage.
Dvoris putting maximum pressure on aces and sixes here, and that pressure does get through. Andreanov made a believer on the end, so credit to Dan Dvoris. Nice. Ace, queen, queen, 5 here for Dvoris this time. That suited ace, always so tempting.
5 seconds. Fold.
I think this is quite interesting. I've seen it a lot in PLO where people start to limp hands, and also it's a game where clearly it's pot limit, so they can't just open rip and deny you, so you can kind of limp call these type of hands. Joe Trent coming along with ace, king, jack 3. Tom loves the double suited, but this one just single suit, but still in there trying to hit something in position.
Danny, happy to close the action with a check in the big blind as the limp brigade will bring 20 cards towards this flop. 300,000 in the middle. It comes 10-6-4 with a couple of spades. The only flush draw belongs to Tom Dwan. He's got that gut shot working as well. 10s and 6s for Tang. It's checked over to him.
Yeah, he actually has 3 pair, which is very powerful in this game. More outs in case, you know, you fall behind.
Added paths, of course, to a boat. Gonna fire 140 into this 300.
I think Dwan's got the most interesting piece, right? He's got the flush draw, straight draw as well. Not a strong flush draw, but he does have position. Tom's just one of those guys that likes to play as many pots as possible and really put you in uncomfortable spots. Yeah. And we know there's a lot of uncomfortable turn cards for Danny Tang if he doesn't boat up.
Sure. Red King is on the safer side. Dwan does pick up another avenue to his straight. Jack would make it work.
It kind of feels like Danny needs to be careful just because Tom Dwan's stack is quite threatening, 2.2 million, and now there's a bigger two pair that could be there, but he is going to reach for a little bit more.
Doesn't it feel, though, that Danny can begin to range Dwan toward the flush draw with everybody else having folded, him being the lone caller, and a lack of even a single spade in his hand?
Right, and that's exactly what Tom's got. It's a tough game, you know? Like, if your opponent likes to kind of mash in big draws on turns, then you're not really sure what you're doing with this three pair. Tom definitely strikes me as someone who can get very aggressive.
Mm-hmm.
Like right now, Tom's holding a lot of marginal draws right here, right? But he still has position.
Event number 11, the 30K pot limit Omaha bounty event final table. Randy Liu alongside myself, Henry Kilbane, stepping in for Ali Najad, and I had a chance to look at the Triton Poker Plus app, my man. Laszlo Boytash, Danny Tang, Tom Dwan. What's going on, Randy? There's some big names showing up here in the PLO.
Yeah, and I think the biggest name is Tom Dwan showing up for his first event at this Triton stop and came into the final table as a big chip lead, lost 3 really big all-ins, wasn't able to kind of get there, and now currently sitting in 5th with 18 blinds. It's been a lot of post-flop play in the first frame of play before you came on. It's been very fun to watch, but there is that bounty aspect that really changes things, as every bounty you can collect is additional 40,000 prize money.
It is as well, especially when you consider how typical final table ICM kind of plays out. Here, the ladder between 7th and 6th, not to sleep on it, but it's $17,500. But if you claim that bounty on top of the 17.5K ladder, you know, we're talking about a difference between a few spots.
Exactly.
So collecting one bounty means that you ladder like from 7th to 5th in terms of payout.
So there's a lot of things going on at this final table where it's, okay, do we shoot for the bounty a bit more? How much of my stack do I need to risk to get that? Do I try to hang in there and get those pay jumps? That's where the real fun starts.
Now, I have to ask, you mentioned that we've been having a lot of post-flop hands and that Tom Dwan lost 3 big all-ins. Was that just through ill-timed aggression, trying to push equity too much, or was it just cooler against cooler kind of situation?
Well, Tom's been willing to play a very wide range of hands, and, you know, hands in spots where you might think he might get away just from pre, but, you know, he's bounty hunting, just not successfully.
Tom Dwan, the bounty hunter, as we throw it down to the main stage once more for the final table of event number 11. Danny Tang looking for his 6th title in a calendar year would be truly just, I mean, I can't even, I'm lost for words. Danny Tang with 5 titles, another final table here, his 4th of the series in 10 events played. His confidence must be peaking at an all-time high. Our first departure at this final table, one of the world's the most well-known PLO pros in the world, Dylan Weissman, a online ambassador for the great game on socials.
Yeah, he came out here just exclusively for the PLO. First Triton stop.
Oh, yeah.
First cash. He'll
Great
take
ambassador for the great game. Always doing his best, whether it be content, streaming, just being vocal about growing the game. Love to see him show up and support the Triton series. Not to sleep on Zhou Quan, or Zhou Tren, rather.
Currently the chip leader, and has had some great success in the great game.
Gavin as well. also in the mix.
Now, is this a hand you could take a flop with for Tom? King Jack 8-3 single suit.
It really doesn't feel like it, Randy. Single suited, that 3 dangler, just, it's like playing with 3 cards against 4 cards, which, not to state the obvious, is a huge disadvantage. He is
Tom likes to play a lot of pots.
He does, but this type of holding really can get you in trouble. Case in point, on a king high flop, we flop top pair. It's a dry board in terms of no flush draws, but it just gets uncomfortable at this SPR.
Right, and for Gavin, with this overpair to the board and kind of only 1.5 back with 850 in the middle, he's definitely going to be willing to get this one in.
Yeah, it feels like a spot where we want to deny equity. We unblock all of the Jack 10-9s that are going to be wrapped around the King Queen. We have a really nice blocker in the form of a Queen, blocking hands like 2 pair. And also having the aces as well at this SPR. 1 backdoor flush draw. See how he proceeds. He is currently 2nd in chips. Would be a disaster to give Tom a free peek at a turn, and yeah, there we go. Just wants to set it up.
Now, you mentioned earlier that, you know, this hand kind of gets you in a bit of trouble for Tom, and now that he's flop top pair, it kind of seems you might be committed, given you already put it in 3.5 BBs pre. I don't know, it's tough, right? Especially once your opponent puts in a pot-sized bet. Well, he has to make a decision whether to go for it or not now.
Yeah, I mean, this for me would be a massive gamble. There's a world in which our 2-pair outs aren't live. For example, when the Jack rolls off, it completes the 10-9s, it completes the ace-10. There's a world in which we're just dead. You know, we're already up. Yeah, we're up against King Queen, we're up against Kings. Like, Kings without straight blockers are going to potentially pot in this spot as well. So, no backdoor flush draw, no backdoor straight draw in terms of a nutted backdoor straight draw. For me personally, I think this really summarizes the point I was trying to make pre-flop, where defending these trashier hands, obviously if Tom could see the cards, he's got 34% equity, he's actually doing okay, but this is really like a best case scenario kind of situation.
Right.
Also, when we do improve on the turn, say to like Kings and Jacks, there is a chance that our opponent has redraws as well, so this 34% equity doesn't feel too great. Also wants to cover, Forrest wants to cover on a chin. We talked about the 40k bounties in play. So still covering 2 stacks. Could potentially be worth a 40k pickup.
Well, he seems pained as he's trying to figure out whether to commit or not. Feels like the no backdoor flush draw might be a deal breaker for me.
He's scanning around the table, looking at the stacks. From an ICM point of view, again, not to state the obvious, but this is pot limit Omaha. It's a lot harder to get money in pre-flop without legit holdings.
Oh, he's gonna take a shot here.
No gamble, no future. There's ever a man that I would expect to play for the win. It's none other than Tom Dwan, who's gone for it all here. 3.55 million chip pot. Is live, Randy. King, Jack, 8 or a 3. 34% equity. About as good as it gets. Bad card. Jack no longer an out. As the Jack does roll off, but it is the Jack of Hearts giving Gavin the nut flush on the 10 Jack run out, and we're going to lose Tom Dwan in 7th, Randy. You mentioned came into this FT as chip leader. Going home with 69,500 plus bounties collected. Another final table on its Triton track record, but title number 3 will have to wait, Randy.
We'll have to wait, but we don't knows he likes the great game of PLO. Going to get back in the mix. Really was just a roller coaster for him. Was the chip leader, lost it, back to the chip lead, lost it again, and now the final blow here.
It's a wonderful result for the likes of Danny Tang, Laszlo Bojtas, Daniel Forres, and Jakov Onachin, especially the shorter stacks, locking up that additional $17,500. And Gavin Andreanov running away with it a little bit, comfortably in first. Big drop off between Joe Tren and the rest of the field as well. Tang and Laszlo in a bit of an ICM cage, but given how big the bounties are, I think they will go bounty hunting should the opportunity present itself. Note the disciplined fold from Danny, by the way, under the gun. Precisely those types of holdings that can get you in trouble.
So we got a 5-4 deuce deuce for our chip leader in the cutoff. Are these playable or not really, given how low they are? It looks like he is going to raise.
Yeah,
but what are your thoughts about that?
I think as chip leader,
you can get away with looser openings.
Being looser, we want to be going bounty hunting. There's a 7 big blind stack in the big, dead small blind, so Laszlo's just in a world of pain. Onachin gonna take the spot. You can see Gavin flipping for another 40K bounty.
Yeah, that's pretty good for 5-4 deuce deuce, 46% equity, chance to get that 40,000 pay jump in the form of a bounty with the pay jump on top.
Could go from 7 to 5 in quick fashion. Onachin is an equity favorite pre-flop. Well, I was going to say it feels like an impossible one to lose, but a couple of outs removed now. Ace no good. 10 of diamonds does bring additional outs in the form of a queen or an 8. 7's going to be good. 7 of hearts on the river. See Laszlo shaking his head there.
Yeah, he wanted to get involved. Would have scooped that one.
Perhaps a shake of the head in the form of disapproval.
Yeah, why'd you open now? Why don't you give me that chance to open the button?
5-4 deuce deuce. But Gavin was chip leader, still is.
In case you haven't noticed, Daniel Zavaleski's in the building again with the hat. He was introduced that way once again.
I thought that was a one-time thing.
Yeah, especially he didn't win that tournament. You would think you would look for another lucky charm.
See if it helps him here as he hunts title number 2. Shortest stack. Joe Tren, second in chips, 39 bigs. Queen, 5 deuce is going to get involved. I'm somewhat surprised.
The pocket queens are not as good as in no limit hold'em, I imagine.
Certainly not, and very disconnected. No straight potential with the queens. Non-nutted suit. Single suited as well. 5 deuce danglers. Gavin's got an interesting spot. Gavin has a very interesting spot.
Yeah, and also he's up against the number 2 stack. And of course he wouldn't want to lose like an 8 million chip pot against him. So it's tricky. But he kind of wants to get involved with the shorter stacks behind him.
I think he also is considering getting involved with this. But it does get dicey with shorter stacks behind. Should they squeeze, get in? Oh, I mean, Laszlo.
Double suited kings.
Yeah. Not the worst kings in the world. Some straight potential. Has diamonds covered.
Does this have the firepower to put in a re-raise?
It's Laszlo Wojtas. Omaha for rolls. Taking the spot, and Onachin has a... Wow, that's interesting. Had Laszlo not 3-bet.
Another couple kings.
Yeah, these are very trashy kings. Danny's third in chips. It's also got a lot more at stake than just money.
Yeah, he's also got a fear, right? Like the 3-bet often tethered to aces. Straight out of there. I mean, it's a tough hand to play out of position, but then again, he's thinking maybe I can get that bounty. Does lay it down.
There's a world in which the money found its way in the middle. With Onachin, the ace-9-7-5 double. Pretty monster holding for 14 bigs. Loose open being punished. I think that's precisely why Gavin folded as well, just those stacks behind that are going to be squeezing, especially should he call, and there's the 3 big blind overlay. It just makes it so much more appealing for Onachin or Dvoris, you know, these 11 to 15 big blind stacks to just try and push someone out.
Mm-hmm. That makes a lot of sense.
And also when you ask if Laszlo's going to 3-bet, always up the frequency in which you think a hand
just
should be
because
3-bet.
Laszlo?
Just because it's Omaha for rolls. Anyone else, you know, perhaps a passive line? Jack 10, 9, 7 with a gap.
But these like 3 connected in a row are pretty powerful in Omaha, right?
They are. Especially in...
Oh, the instant pot from double paired.
But here it gets tricky. Single suited with a gap.
And 300. Thank you.
See Danny just paying attention to the stacks because there is that bounty element.
And the bounty element probably gets Laszlo to continue, I would think. Yeah, he's just going to get it in there. Doing okay against these 2 kings. 60-40.
I'm surprised. I'm sat here as a fan of the great game. I'd always expect to see a flat and decide, but I guess with the bounty element, never folding on any flop. But even like a flop like this, you know, no backdoor spade, feels like we could have saved 250,000 here. As crazy as it seems.
It's got a chance.
Does pick up equity. Oh,
there it is.
Randy, that is disgusting. Perhaps that's why he just gets it in, so he gets to see all 5 cards. What a grim run out.
That one hurts, but he is going to be rewarded with 40K for Laszlo.
Wow, Onachin joined us for the first time in 2022. Came and played a handful of events. Showing up for the 30K PLO bounty here. First cash in his first event of the trip. That one's going to sting. 87,000 for his efforts, just shy of a 3x. As Laszlo gets there the dirty way. With that, picks up 40K as well as a $25,400 ladder. Moves up to second in chips. Now Dvorak, the immediate short stack. Rewarded with the aces.
Am I flashing my card? Whenever?
Like, I'm looking at King, Queen, 10, 10, and in terms of hold'em hands, they look like decent hands, right? But is this, like, not really that good, is my thought? Well, this guy's going to come along.
Well, it's rainbow for one, so, you know, making flushes is a powerful tool.
Mm-hmm.
Not possible with this holding.
Danny hasn't been shy of kind of admitting he's got less experience in Poly Omaha. Trying to, like, learn as he goes. And Jotren, look at that equity of top pair with the diamonds.
Yeah, I mean, this could very well find its way into the middle. Laszlo, with the ace of diamonds in hand, has a will draw as well. With 1 million out there, when he's blocking the nut flush, he's blocking some of the wraps around the 4-3.
Mm-hmm. There's probably not too many two pairs on this board.
Should rarely be two pairs. And, you know, we're doing okay against two pairs. Obviously not thrilled about getting it in behind, but still have decent equity. He's going to push it in here. And we may very well be playing a chip lead pot because Joe's got top pair, a gut shot, and live diamonds. Danny going to get out of the way, one would assume.
Yeah, that hand looks not so good, especially if one to act. I guess the question for me would be, does Jotren check call or check jam in this spot?
The real question, in my opinion, is would we ever expect Laszlo to bet pot with an overpair and nut diamonds? Like aces with the nut flush, I think would size down a bit here.
That's a good point. So the fact that he's potting makes it less likely his opponent's on a huge monster.
Try and deny some equity. 3.1 million in the middle. As the 9 of spades rolls off on the turn, and all of a sudden, Wojtas looking for an ace.
Oh, and he
or a deuce.
Jams out of turn. Or out of first stack now.
Yeah, I love this because there's a decent chance that Laszlo checks back. Just put these overpairs in a really tough spot before a scare card rolls off, before we miss out on getting value. Really nice play from Joe, in my opinion.
Can Laszlo find a call with this hand? Like, he's got to fear the trip nines, right?
He does, but it's also a really good turn card for Joe to barrel and turn his hand into a bluff with decent equity. Just try and get some folds with like wraps and a flush draw. Put all of Laszlo's overpairs in the absolute blender. I think Joe's well balanced enough to have semi-bluffs here as well, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like a hand like 6-7-5 with diamonds. Just because it is such a favorable card for the big blind. He knows it's unlikely for Laszlo to have a 9. Laszlo's going to look him up, and we're going to play a chip lead pot. Joe looking to fade a deuce or an ace. 5 ounce once. Omaha for rolls. Go back-to-back eliminations. Joe Tren, 1 card away, becoming tournament chip leader. Finds the hold as he boats up on the river. And another shake of the head from Laszlo. Not happy about that one.
Yeah, you can see maybe he was leaning towards fold, and then once he called and saw how bad of a shape he was. Down to 6 big blinds, just 4% of the chips at play.
Yeah, brutal development for Boytash. Does typically show up for the PLO part of the series. Joined us in Vietnam for a full series in Hold'em. Does have a title. Came in No Limit Hold'em in Madrid.
Yeah, he's very experienced in No Limit Hold'em, but I think of course his preferred game is Omaha. I mean, if you prefer No Limit Hold'em, be No Limit for rolls, right? He's Omaha for rolls for a reason.
Gavin played 1 event in London. It was the 25k PLO. Came 6th in that for 115,000. So back-to-back FTs for Gavin and Drayanov. Bit of a PLO specialist.
Oh, this looks like a sweet hand. Double paired and a suited ace.
Daniel Zivalevsky.
You got me tricked there for a second.
One of the prettiest looking hands.
This is just one of those pots. Let me take it down because Laszlo's got the shorter stack. Who's going to be the big blind next?
Yeah, and this bounty format really does throw a spanner in the wheel. We might even just see Joe go for it here, try and ISO and just play for 8.5 bigs.
It's tricky, especially because Gavin in the big is the second biggest stack by a wide margin, 4.5 million in chips.
Yeah, but if we do ISO,
just try to dissuade your opponent as best as you can.
Yeah, Gavin just handcuffed without the absolute nuts.
It looks like he's 3-bet small, trying to, I suppose, minimize the damage in case Gavin wakes up for hand. But also when you 3-bet small, though, you do entice him to come along. Double suited for Gavin.
This bounty format.
This creates some fun hands.
It's really grim. I wouldn't have hated seeing a click from Joe, by the way, because he's kind of clicked it. He hasn't potted. He could have made it 600k, and it would have given Daniel a step.
To allow him to reopen the action.
To allow him to reopen the action and really leverage all of Gavin's 43 big blind stack. Because now, by 3-betting to 750, Gavin has a genuine decision here. There's also Laszlo in the big.
Well, Laszlo's not in the big. But
I do apologize.
But I guess your point you're trying to say is that if he comes along here, Daniel can't reopen the action to have Joe Tren kind of kick out Gavin. Is that what you're trying to say?
Precisely, yeah.
Right.
Had he made it 600k, which is the smallest step he could have made it.
Gamble. Gamble, gamble.
Gamble,
Gamble,
gamble.
gamble.
Gamble, gamble, gamble.
I like straight flush.
I like a straight. Did he say straight or flush or straight flush? Because I heard straight flush.
That's a big ask. 1.9 million in the middle.
Let's give him a sweat. 6-7 spades.
It's got 37% equity. That's a decent sweat. King 10-5. Equities stay the same.
5, 8, 9. queen. Internet queen.
All spades. Back
That's
to all
right.
spades. Now 7.
7. 5.
Still has 35% equity. With one card to come. Double D is gonna hold with the ace, queen, queen, rivering top set up to 1.9 million, moves up to third. Now Wojtek is the immediate short stack on just 6 bigs.
You allowed to say too many outs in Omaha? I'm not sure. 'Cause it feels like you always have too many outs.
No, that felt like a fair amount of outs.
Even Triton had trouble catching up what outs
Too
he had.
many outs is when like you're an equity favorite with 2 to come, but you don't have a pair.
Got it.
So like you have like the full wrap and a flush draw, you have like 63% equity, even though you're unpaired. And it just comes brick. I mean, there's so many of the, like, who would it be? It'd be Galfond, Antonius, Ivy, Isildur. All of these guys back in the day. There's so many highlight reels of exactly those types of holdings for 7-figure pots, 6-figure pots in the Real Heaven days. Did you used to have them open?
I used to look at those real.
when
I
you
didn't even know Omaha, but I was like,
you
yeah, I'm
were
going to watch
grinding.
this. I want to see someone get stacked for hundreds of thousands of dollars. So the reason he's pondering here is because Laszlo Bojtas, our short stack, is in the big. So perhaps an opportunity to try to collect that bounty with this Queen Jack 5-4.
Yeah, honestly, full disclaimer, I have no idea just how big of an impact these 40k bounties have in terms of still playing pretty crazy to try and get those bounties. I assume it's going to change once we get down to 3-handed. But for now, the bounty is worth more than the ladder between 5th and 4th.
Mm-hmm. You can see multiple players just saying, come on, Laszlo, come on. He folds. And they're like, come on. We weren't going to play these hands if you didn't play. Divorce is thinking, why am I in here?
Well, he's
got a flush draw.
Top pair on open-ender on a live flush draw. Live 2-pair outs. Actually, not many live 2-pair outs.
He should be the favorite against these two hands.
Yeah. Run it. How difficult these bounty tournaments are, as you do end up getting involved with marginal holdings.
Yeah, he's in a hand he didn't expect to be in. Now Trent's the one that's betting with his little gutter ball.
Gut shot, backdoor spades. Blocking aces.
And even against a small bet, you can see the pocket jacks just having to lay down, especially when it's connected like that on the flop.
Yeah, 100%.
Fear the Daniel divorce.
Scramble, my friend.
Oh. Did you hear that?
It's like a James Bond villain.
Yes, this is the new Chinese James Bond villain.
I love it. I'm here for it. The suit, the shades, the speech.
Mid-hand gamble, my friend, when he's just got nothing. He's like, oh, maybe I shouldn't have said that because he did call me.
There's nothing for now. This is PLO. 2 cards to come as he turns top pair and the nut flush draw.
He's a favorite now.
Yeah, won't be much gambling from Daniel now. 1.4 out there.
Maybe we press just because Daniel's short stack probably just raises the flop with the goods. Pretty good intuition from Trent.
The problem with Daniel's draws is they're non-nutted. Doesn't know if his 2 pair outs are live. Doesn't know if his 5 is live. Doesn't know if his heart's alive.
And also in the back of his mind, he's like, well, I've got the short stack covered, who is so short that he's going to get in soon, so there's page ups to be had as well.
Yeah, has 2 short stacks covered. Those bounties worth so much value. Wouldn't fault him for finding a fold here. With the bounties in play, there's just so much value in covering people. Also wouldn't fault him for trying to build a stack.
Well, he's going to try.
3.2 million out there.
And once he leaves 550 behind in this massive pot, you would assume he's on draw. So if hearts come in, Joe Trent might find an exit.
Well, how about the 5 of clubs for Joe Trent? Stabbed on the flop with the backdoor equity. Turned top pair and a nut flush draw, and now rivers the nut straight. 3.2 million out there. We're going to have a runaway chip leader. And this is the problem. It's rivered 2 pair, and I was talking about how 2 pair outs perhaps not live. This is PLO.
$50, $57, $50, $50, $550.
A little bit of acting here. He knows what he's going to do.
I'm telling you, we're going to see Joe Trent in the next James Bond movie.
International. When James Bond goes to China, I don't think he's gone there yet. And there's a lot of movies.
That could be a whole different sequel, Randy.
For you or for me?
Bit of speech play, shades are off. Daniel throwing out all the time extension chips.
Ace flash.
What?
Ace king. You ace king?
Me?
Yeah.
No.
No?
Better.
I don't know.
Joe Trent engaging
Time breaks.
in conversation mid-hand. Asking Daniel if he had ace king with the nut heart draw. Shades off. Looks comfortable, Randy. Perhaps a bit of a tell.
Well, Joe Trent knows that his opponent is weak, obviously, to not call already. So if he can just engage.
No ace 5. No 5-6.
What about 7-6?
I don't know.
You don't know?
Yeah.
That's a problem. That's a big problem.
I want it one ace diamond. This ace. This ace 3. I don't know. Queens?
Hmm?
2 queens?
No, better.
No? You fold, I shoot 3 cards.
Which 3?
I know which 3.
How many have I used?
The ace king 6. What a fantastic hand of poker.
This is a crazy thing. It's crazy.
Give me one bounty, please. No.
Well, you don't get it yet.
I believe I heard Boris mention pocket sixes would be a credible bluff. Sixes with hearts, perhaps. Think long, think wrong, Randy. So much money out there. Folds, he's down to 5.5 bigs. Shades back on. I think if there are any Hollywood directors out there, Joe Trent's going to be getting an invite. Not often you see Voris engage in conversation whilst in the tank, just trying to get a read from Joe, trying to pick something up. Joe's shown a willingness to engage in verbal jousting.
How many have I used now? This is the 9th?
Wow, 9 time banks.
This is the longest tank I've seen at the Triton series.
And it's understandable given the customer on the other end. Six mentioned again. Two sixes with an ace. Forrest trying to convince himself that he has the best hand, Randy. Let's not forget how important this would be if he calls and is right. Moves up into the chip lead.
He might bleed into all of his time banks in his hand.
What an epic hand of poker. All started when Voris got involved due to Laszlo being short in the big. We talked about how these bounties being in play can get you in trouble, Randy. Unable to find the fold. Gonna get shown the nut straight. Handshake between the two. Bounty thrown Joe Tren's way, and I don't think I've ever seen Voris take that much time with a spot. For me, the table talk.
It worked. He got him.
Really made for an entertaining hand. I mean, that one's got to be one of the most entertaining PLO hands you'll see in quite some time. Daniel Dvoris on the receiving end of a hero call gone wrong. A rare glimpse into his thought process as well. We heard mentions of a hand like ace 6-6 Those sixes with the missed flush draw. Torres ultimately making the call. Title number 2 will have to wait. 112,000 plus a bounty to 152k. Total haul for him as we're down to 4, and Laszlo Wojciech and Danny Tang get ladders.
What a hand. Casino Royale Part 2 incoming. Honestly, in China. Featuring Joe Trent as the star.
That was a Casino Royale kind of hand, right? You've got Joe Trent there with the speech playing, the shades, and
it was a lot of speech. It wasn't just one line. He just kept throwing him more information. I'll show you 3 cards.
That was fantastic. I liked that. I'll show you 3. Well, scripted just like it would be in a Hollywood movie. Joe Trent, overwhelming chip leader with 4 left, and perhaps more importantly, short stack in the mix.
Look at this firepower. Ace, King, Jack 10 for our new chip, massive chip leader.
Wow. Now it gets really interesting for Gavin. Yes, there are short stacks with 40k bounties on their heads. But I also think there's so much EV in trying to get to heads up now against Joe with a healthy stack. Yes, we potentially miss out on 80k in bounties, but if we win the tournament, we get Joe's bounty plus our own bounty.
Pay jumps are getting bigger.
They are.
Every step with these remaining 4.
This is dicey for Danny.
Yeah, calling here with Laszlo so short, sitting on the sidelines, but flops the straight.
What do I know?
Joe Trent's got nothing.
Danny just slipping it on over.
He's like, just please bet anything. No, don't check it back. That means you've got the kind of hand you've got. But the king is a good card for Danny because Joe Trent likely has a piece of that.
Yeah, I would love to see another check here.
Nice. The casual check too, like, I'm scared.
Oh, snap check back from Joe as he's improved to top 2. Has the ace of clubs blocker in hand. Blocking the nut flush.
Clubs have got to be scary for Danny Tang.
No club.
Joe Trent exhaling. Thought he was going to check, but now he's actually going to reach for chips, and those are gone.
Top 2 no good. Some thin value gone wrong. Danny's check across flop, turn, and river. Getting him the maximum there. Nice little pickup on the hunt for title number 6. I mean, how ridiculous does that even sound? Those words coming out of my mouth. To become a 4-time champion. How about becoming a champion yourself over on GG Poker? You can sign up with the code Triton_2023. You can sign up with the GG, and Triton qualifies for the next tournaments. It's 50 million guaranteed in the Bounty Hunter series. Become a little bounty hunter yourself in the $1 million flip and go. And you can flip your way into the 1 million prize pool. Best of luck to all of you viewers around the world grinding whilst watching the stream. Let us know what you're playing. You can sometimes catch me in the mix, grinding PLO, typically giving it away, as I do.
He's short. Here we go. Hoping to get this heads up with someone.
I think he's doing this because he expects there to be an opportunity to get an overlay, in the sense that Danny calls and then Joe piles from the big.
Or also maybe Danny pots in and Joe just folds just because it's a big stack and also gets overlay from the big blind.
I don't think Joe gets to fold any four here. Wow.
Yeah.
That seems wild to me. 80K in bounties plus 130K ladder between fourth and second.
Yeah, but Joe's thinking, I want the Triton title. That's what he really wants, and he didn't want to splash in there. So here we go. Laszlo on 28% with his 7743. Looking grim.
Yeah, nothing really changing. Still looking for a 7. Some backdoor wheel draws. Things looking bleak. Joe would have turned the nut straight. Spades no good. Seven and a 7 only for Laszlo. Doesn't find it. I think that one gonna sting for a while for Wojtas. That monster hand with the aces against the current chip leader, Joe Trent, on the 9-4-3-9 board. Couldn't find the fold and ultimately left him short stack, but did get that ladder with the departure of Daniel Dvoris, heading home with 139,000 for his efforts. And we know one thing, Randy, and that's that we'll be seeing more of Laszlo in the final 2 PLO events of this series. Title number 2 will have to wait as Danny Tang picks up 40K and a ladder and chips, all guaranteed 178,000 now.
He's getting close.
He is. 64 big blinds, plays 33, plays 22. I love that Danny, you mentioned, has been very honest about, he's out here kind of utilizing the insane amount of knowledge he has from Hold'em and just trying to transfer some of those skills over into PLO. Bit of freestyling going on, but some of the best rappers in the world are freestylers. Why not some of the best poker players?
And if you're going to go title hunting and try to get that Player of the Year award, you got to get in the mix, in the 4-card treats.
Is it guaranteed that Danny wins Player of the Series?
I don't know the exact numbers, but given that he's top 3, it seems like it could be a lock or very close.
Feels like it's all Danny Tang.
375,000.
So Danny just barely nothing. Hoping to take it down on the flop, but Gavin going nowhere. He's got open-ended pair of 9s.
Five of spades on the turn now. A very interesting turn card, all things considered. Danny picking up.
Do we call this a wrap? No, not quite.
Sure. No. Like an inside wrap. You're blocking your own outs. Well, the 8's actually not live. I do apologize. Not the best turn card to barrel on.
I guess not the cleanest.
It's the brickiest of bricks. Drops off on the river.
He just has a pair of 9s.
It's a really awkward one for Gavin. Might want to try and bluff for this, but all of the obvious draws on the flop brick, all those king, jack 10s.
Right, like nothing got there. So for you to bet, you're trying to represent 2 pair.
Yeah, 9's a nice card to have, blocking like ace-9. I don't think we'd go value hunting with queen-9.
Looks like he's bluffing with the best hand.
The old backdoor Bangkok did get there. This has been fun, man. Jeez, I was kind of coming in. I saw how deep stacked it was at one point. I was like, okay, this is going to be a bit of a grind. But
no, these guys are playing a lot of post flop.
Yeah,
yes.
man, these 40k bounties. I really like this format. I don't think I've enjoyed covering a PLO event as much as I have this one up until now, because that 40k bounty really loosens up the game. You can't be playing tight. You can't be trying to ladder. We've seen so many people, Forrest, Tuan, out before they would have been had this not been a bounty tournament.
That's right. And you would have definitely have loved the first 2 hours of play at this final table, because there was even more mayhem being unleashed.
I'm all for it. I really hope the feedback from the viewers around the world is as positive. You know, sometimes due to the fact that the most you can raise pre-flop is pot and there aren't many pre-flop all-ins, you know, it can get a bit monotonous, especially if it's like tight with ICM. But this has been just how PLO should be. A bit of a bloodbath, Randy.
Sure.
No top set ski for DT, 375 out there. Gavin does have the 5 of diamonds in hand, perhaps some interaction.
Yeah, that mystery card is actually very important. Ideally, the 4 of diamonds.
That would be entertaining.
Well, it's Omaha. We can't slow play a hand like this, as there's always those draws you gotta charge. So here we go, 200. I think we're gonna find out whether he's got a good card or not. Yeah, instantly fold. So clearly it was a club, not even close to the bottom of the deck.
Yeah, to be fair, if it was like the ace of diamonds, we probably would have heard of it pre-flop as well. Ace 9, 7, 5 with a nut suit. Danny Tang. Looking for title number 6. His 4th final table of this series in 7 events played. Cashed the 200k Invitational for 875,000. Then cashed the 100k 8 max for 1,296,000. And then took down the 50k 8 max for 1,580,000, beating Ike Haxton heads up. Now has eclipsed 14 million in Triton earnings, 5 titles and 25 cashes. It is an incredible resume. And the fact that so much of it has been done in a calendar year is pretty phenomenal.
I hear you.
Aces now for DT with a suit. Here's the shortest stack.
5 seconds. Is the blinds up this hand or next hand? Next hand. Oh. 375. 375,000.
Nice try, Danny. Just double checking if the blinds are up this hand or next hand. Joe with a disconnected, triple suited hand in position. Perhaps gonna defend here. Try and flop a piece, go bounty hunting. No, remains disciplined. Not living up to the Bond villain character. in that hand.
Okay, he wants to win the title. He doesn't want to splash around.
Does.
Okay?
No, he does.
Just
He's
like
playing really solid poker, in my opinion. Came 5th in the main event for $1,165,000. That was his first ever Triton event, by the way.
That's right. And he actually has a lot of PLO experience under his belt. Went to Rosvedal for that big PLO series and won a tournament for $500,000 to $10K. So he's feeling good. He's like, all right, let's come to the biggest stakes, the Triton. Cash to the main, no limit hold'em.
The big wrap?
Yeah, I think that's what it's called.
Yeah, that is a tough PLO event. It's where the best of the best typically go. Gavin, happy to check. Flops top and bottom. No backdoor potential. Would love to see a check here from Gavin. Yeah, Gavin's a little bit of a pro, ladies and gentlemen.
It's not having the backdoor that made him not want to bet the flop. Is that right?
It's not having the backdoor, but it's also how wet the board is, you know.
So I guess what you're trying to say is, let's say he bets the flop and gets called, and like there's so many bad turns, hard to maneuver.
So many bad turns, incredibly tough to navigate across turn and river, and by betting on the flop would inflate the size of the pot, and it just gets really uncomfortable. Now, due to the fact that he checked, it's allowed him to do this. Where he does just get to call, has live outs to a full house. Some fantastic pot controllers.
There's a straight.
Joe Trent bluffing with equity. Gone right. Let's draw into a 10 and a 10 only. Although that King of Hearts is a great card in general.
And now he's looking for value.
I don't think he had to necessarily get there to win this hand, to be honest. He does. Now
Changes the direction, right? Like if he was going to bluff at this, he probably wouldn't be betting so small, but now he's just hoping for some crying calls.
Would have to be a very creative bluff. So many straights out there now, as well as flushes. No straight blocker, no heart blocker. That's discipline from Gavin. Well played all round. As Joe continues to surge.
Crushing.
Top of the chip counts, more than half the chips in play.
Gentlemen, you have a new dealer. Good luck.
Thank you.
Quick dealer change. China out in pole position in Monte-Carlo. Really hasn't put a foot wrong. Discipline pre. Creative post. Really enjoying watching Joe Trent navigate this final table. He's done a fantastic job separating himself top of the chip counts.
Still my favorite hand so far has got to be that 7-6 talking the divorce mid-hand.
I hope all 10 minutes of it gets clipped. That's a James Bond villain table talk.
And I think it worked.
The blind's up.
Well, he got paid.
150.
Gavin just wants to lean on Danny Tang, just leveraging his stack pre-flop by coming in with the 3x.
Well, he's into big with this double suited King, Queen, 5-4. Looks like he's going to try to see something.
Ten 4 deuce. Gavin with the 9 of diamonds, monotone board texture. See if he wants to just continue small.
Yeah, you can bluff pretty well on these monotone boards, right? Your opponent needs quite a good piece to continue.
Yeah, nice little pick off there from Gavin.
They don't
really
really
enjoying him as well. I mean, this guy clearly world class when it comes to PLO. Mentioned that final table he made in London. His lone cash in the 25k PLO. So specifically flying out to the series for the 4-card fun.
Yeah, exclusively plays 4-card. I mean, once he heard that the schedule had 3 PLO events at the Triton series, he was like, sign me up.
Doing backflips. Yeah, pitch the jack. 8-5-3. For a second, I was like, why is she dealing so many cards?
Did you really? Come on, this is your game.
I know, it was so funny. She's like, Danielle started pitching the 3rd card, and I was like, oh, dealer mistake. And then I remember covering a PLO event.
I mean, were you not here the last 2 hours?
Of course, but still, it's so used to covering Hold'em. That was funny. Note how Joe's playing a lot of limping from the small against Gavin. Just happy to see flops in small pots. Gavin has a fun one with the Ace of Hearts, but yeah, this SPR not entertaining. The future nut blocker. Didn't Joe Tren rock up with a suit to the main event final table as well? He won the best dressed, best dressed award.
Yes, and still the best dressed at this final table with his blazer. Liking the white.
Does suit him. Worthy piece of attire. And Monte-Carlo has a legit holding on the button. Ace 10, 8-6. Natsu. Dang, with single suited kings. 10 big blinds is the immediate short stack.
He might just re-raise this one, right? You know, he's so short. He's got 2 kings. Can't really blame him.
Yeah, I think 3-handed, and this stack depth has a suit, has some straightiness, obviously non-nutted straightiness, but still.
And for Joe Tren, I would think that he just calls and just sees if he flops a piece to get the rest of the chips in there, especially with that 40k bounty on the line.
Yeah, that's what I thought when Laszlo Wojtas covered Onichem, but then he jammed. But this case, here Joe does just flat call. Gavin gets to watch on. Potential spot to ladder. Flops a piece, middle pair. Backdoor straight draws. Overcard to the board. Backdoor spades, as Danny says, run it. Joe never folding. 43% equity across turn and river. All in brought to you by BetACR. Danny Tang on the hunt for title number 6. As the Jack of Spades makes it incredibly sweaty. King, 9, spade. 2 pair outs as the 9 of spades does complete the backdoor flush draw for Joe Tren. And the man atop of the Ivan Liao Player of the Year leaderboard race adds another final table to his series here in Monte-Carlo. 4 of 7 events played, 1 title, over 4 million cash now.
Danny's had a hell of a run, you know, and I think he's got to be still pretty pleased with his performance in PLO, getting 3rd given the limited experience he has, and I think he's going to be joining more PLO later today.
Insane to just see how consistent this man is. Has that just exuding confidence, and it makes sense. I mean, rocking up to a 30K PLO with limited experience, being okay with admitting that, and then still just doing his thing. 3rd place for 178K. Just nothing short of impressed here in the booth. But now our attention turns to this heads-up battle. 269,000 guaranteed for both. 287,000 going to the eventual champion. It is Joe Trent venturing out to his first Triton series here in Monte-Carlo. Came 5th in the Hold'em main event with a 2.5 to 1 chip lead over a very experienced PLO player, Gavin Andreanov. Both players with PLO experience outside of this Triton event. I think for the PLO purists and fans out there, we've got a pretty entertaining heads-up match to look forward to.
Definitely going to be a good one. And we also have that sweetener of 2 bounties on the line. You win your own bounty, you win your opponents in heads-up. So that's another 80,000 on top. And Joe Trent recently, like I said, won a PLO tournament, a massive one for $500,000. So I think he's feeling pretty pumped. And I'm pretty sure, though, Gavin's a very well-experienced PLO player, so we'll have to try and claw his way back into the lead.
$198,000 heads-up match here in event number 11, the 30K PLO bounty. Randy and I will be back in 10 minutes.
GG Poker. Why so many players? This is a crazy thing to do.
GG Poker
Broke the Guinness World Record.
Welcome to the World Series of Poker,
the biggest poker site.
larger than all of GG Poker's casting traffic reaches all-time high.
Jump, 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 jump! No way!
Introducing the all-new BetACR.eu, the premier destination for sports enthusiasts. What sets BetACR.eu apart is our exclusive offering of live-action prediction options on the Triton series. Experience the excitement as you predict the action while watching your favorite players live. But that's not all. By opening your account now, you can take advantage of our incredible offer. Receive a generous 15% free play on your first top-up, up to $250. Become a part of BetACR.eu and elevate your live sports engagement experience.
flops anything good, he might just open rip it, given that his opponent has less than pot remaining.
Weissman with 430K back. It comes ace jack 5. He's got top 2. Not going to jump out of his seat, but also, one would imagine, not going to do anything other than jam.
Yeah, time to get it in.
You hold the set?
Laszlo was always ready. Dylan was a bit spooked by the speed at which the call came in. You flop a set. I mean, you're blocking top 2.
Ace jack.
Set of 5s, I suppose. What he was worried about.
He has a king.
Out of the big blind defense range. A little bit wider. 1.37 in the middle. Laszlo. King fishing.
Even 3-bet free. Discipline, Laszlo. No king. You have diamond?
5-5.
That's a good thing. No king.
Ace of diamonds on the turn, and suddenly Boitas.
Well, there's a full house for Dylan Weissman.
Yes. Diamonds don't matter.
I know where your head's at.
Still hunting the king. Saw the 7%. Wondered what was going on, and there it is. The king of clubs.
Good game.
A nasty and swift kick to the nether region.
I saw a tweet from him. He said, I'm coming out to play some PLO here in Monte-Carlo. It's nice to get a cash under his belt. Definitely going to be playing the PLO event later today.
No doubt had some higher hopes for the outcome in this one, but announcing his arrival at the Triton Super High Roller Series is Dylan Weissman with an 8th place finish. $54,000. Leaves behind.
Online ambassador for the great game on socials.
Yeah, he came out here just exclusively for the PLO. First Triton stop.
Oh, yeah.
First cash. He'll
Great
take
ambassador for the great game. Always doing his best, whether it be content, streaming, just being vocal about growing the game. Love to see him show up and support the Triton series. Not to sleep on Zhou Quan, or Zhou Tren, rather.
Currently the chip leader and has had some great success in the great game.
Gavin as well, also in the mix.
Now, is this a hand you could take a flop with for Tom? King Jack 8-3, single suit.
It really doesn't feel like it, Randy. Single suited, that 3 dangler, just... It's like playing with 3 cards against 4 cards, which, not to state the obvious, is a huge disadvantage. He is
Tom likes to play a lot of pots.
He does, but this type of holding really can get you in trouble. Case in point, on a king high flop, we flop top pair. It's a dry board in terms of no flush draws, but it just gets uncomfortable at this SPR.
Right, and for Gavin, with this overpair to the board and kind of only 1.5 back with 850 in the middle, he's definitely going to be willing to get this one in.
Yeah, it feels like a spot where we want to deny equity. We unblock all of the Jack 10-9s that are going to be wrapped around the King Queen. We have a really nice blocker in the form of a Queen, blocking hands like 2 pair. And also having the aces as well at this SPR. One backdoor flush draw. See how he proceeds. He is currently 2nd in chips. Would be a disaster to give Tom a free peek at a turn, and yeah, there we go. Just wants to set it up.
Now, you mentioned earlier that, you know, this hand kind of gets you in a bit of trouble for Tom, and now that he's flop top pair, it kind of seems you might be committed, given you already put it in 3.5 BBs pre. I don't know, it's tough, right? Especially once your opponent puts in a pot-sized bet. Well, he has to make a decision whether to go through or not now.
Yeah, I mean, this for me would be a massive gamble. There's a world in which our 2-pair outs aren't live. For example, when the Jack rolls off, it completes the 10-9s, it completes the Ace-10. There's a world in which we're just dead. You know, we're already up. Yeah, we're up against King Queen, we're up against Kings. Like, Kings without straight blockers are going to potentially pot in this spot as well. So, no backdoor flush draw, no backdoor straight draw in terms of a nutted backdoor straight draw. For me personally, I think this really summarizes the point I was trying to make pre-flop, where defending these trashier hands. Obviously, if Tom could see the cards, he's got 34% equity. He's actually doing okay, but this is really like a best case scenario kind of situation.
Right.
Also, when we do improve on the turn, say to like kings and jacks, there is a chance that our opponent has redraws as well. So this 34% equity doesn't feel too great. Also wants to cover, Forrest wants to cover Onichin. We talked about the 40k bounties in play. So still covering 2 stacks. Could potentially be worth a 40k pickup.
Well, he seems pained as he's trying to figure out whether to commit or not. Feels like the no backdoor flush draw might be a deal breaker for me.
He's scanning around the table, looking at the stacks. From an ICM point of view, again, not to state the obvious, but this is pot limit Omaha. It's a lot harder to get money in pre-flop without legit holdings.
Oh, he's gonna take a shot here.
No gamble, no future. There's ever a man that I would expect to play for the win. It's none other than Tom Dwan, who's gone for it all here. 3.55 million chip pot. Is live, Randy. King, Jack, 8 or a 3. 34% equity. About as good as it gets. Bad card. Jack no longer an out. As the Jack does roll off, but it is the Jack of Hearts giving Gavin the nut flop. Another final table on his Triton track record, but title number 3 will have to wait, Randy.
We'll have to wait, but we don't knows he likes the great game of PLO. Going to get back in the mix. Really was just a roller coaster for him. Was the chip leader, lost it, back to the chip lead, lost it again, and now the final blow here.
Jack 10, 9, 7 with a gap.
But these like 3 connected in a row are pretty powerful in Omaha, right?
They are, especially in.
Oh, the instant pot from the double paired.
But here it gets tricky. Single suited with a gap.
And 300.
Thank you.
See Danny just paying attention to the stacks because there is that bounty element.
And the bounty element probably gets Laszlo to continue, I would think. Yeah, he's just going to get it in there. Doing okay against these 2 kings. 60-40.
I'm surprised. I'm sat here as a fan of the great game. I'd always expect to see a flat and decide, but I guess with the bounty element, never folding on any flop. But even like a flop like this, you know, no backdoor spade, feels like we could have saved 250,000 here. As crazy as it seems.
It's got a chance.
Does pick up equity. Oh,
there it is.
Randy, that is disgusting. Perhaps that's one
for Laszlo.
Oh, Onichin joined us for the first time in 2022. Came and played a handful of events. Showing up for the 30k PLO bounty here. First cash in his first event of the trip. For 7-figure pots, 6-figure pots in the Real Heaven days. Did you used to have them open?
I used to look at
Yeah,
those
when
real.
you
I
had-
didn't know
when you-
Omaha, but I was like,
you
yeah, I'm
were
gonna watch
grinding.
this. I want to see someone get stacked for hundreds of thousands of dollars. So the reason he's pondering here is because Laszlo Bojtas, our short stack, is in the big. So perhaps an opportunity to try to collect that bounty with this Queen Jack 5-4.
Yeah, honestly, full disclaimer, I have no idea just how big of an impact these 40k bounties have in terms of still playing pretty crazy to try and get those bounties. I assume it's going to change once we get down to three-handed. But for now, typically takes a long time to get heads up in these PLO final tables, especially given how deep the average stack was from 6 all the way down to this heads up. But the bounty in play, the 40k bounty, has gotten us to heads up with a 49 big blind average, Randy, which means one thing and one thing only: an epic heads up battle on our hands between two players who, in my opinion, have really stood out at this final table.
Yes, of course. And we like to see deep heads-up matches where it's just more than one pot decides it all. You know, we're going to see a lot of post-flop, lots of streets to be played. It should be a lot of fun, and especially if you're a PLO expertise to kind of help us get through there.
Well, not just my PLO expertise, but the PLO expertise of both these players. We've seen them duck and dive, bob and weave, navigating this very complex bounty element, because this is the first time we've done this format, Randy. It's a top 25% paid in terms of bounties. So it was, you had to get down to 19 before the 40k bounties came into play. And what we've seen is Daniel Dvoris going home in 5th, for example. He had Laszlo Bojtas in the big blind, which he covered, got involved with a dicey hand, which ultimately led to his demise in 5th, where he was actually comfortably in the middle of the pack. And that's just a byproduct of how big of an impact these bounties have.
And speaking of bounties, again, you win your opponent's bounty, but in heads up, you win your own bounty. We're going to add 80,000 on top. I believe we're playing for close to $200,000 in this heads up match.
198k, precisely, yeah. So the ladder between first and second in terms of prize pool payout is 118,000. Throw in those two 40k bounties that Randy mentioned there. 198k heads up match on our hands between two very keen-eyed PLO specialists, Gavin and Drayanov, looking to overcome Joe Tren, who is in pole position here as we throw it down to the main stage with a 2.5 to 1 chip lead over the British PLO player. How do you like them apples? $70 bigs, plays 29, 14 minutes left on the clock with the departure of Danny Tang in 3rd, who got it in good, Randy. That's about as much as you can ask in PLO. 3-bet squeeze with the King 9-5. As Joe picking up a legit hand.
Double suited, pocket 10s. Also one of those suits is that ace, which is very important. You want the nutted draws when possible.
I'm very curious to see how these two navigate their button position. I expect to see Gavin try his best, based off of what we've seen, to see as many flops as possible and just try and navigate post. Joe still with the best of it. Pocket 10s, nut flush draw. Gavin with a low pair of 4s.
Well, looks like he's actually going to take a shot at this one, especially with the speed of the checks from Joe Tren. But Joe Tren's got that nut flush draw.
He does have the nut flush draw. No interaction in the form of straight blockers or pair blockers, so I'd always expect to see him just call. Also, by just calling, it's nice when a heart does roll off, you get to call a weaker flushes. That's actually a really fun card now, as both players have blockers to the nut straight. 1 million out there. Gavin with what feels like a mandatory bluff.
There's no way he would expect a pair of fours to ever be good. And I suppose Joe Tran maybe leads if he does have a straight sometimes on the river. And he's cutting out chips, and this should get it done, right?
You'd be surprised. I mean, Joe Tran's got 2 10s in his hand, heavily blocking 10-9, which is a big part of his range. I don't think Joe's got to this river to just fold against this pot-sized bet. I think he's going to go for it.
Oh, he's going to just stay out of the way. Would have worked, clearly.
Would have loved to have seen it there. Really sending a message to Gavin, who, first blood, closes the gap. 2-1 chip lead for Joe. That's what they're playing for. Event number 11, 30K pot limit Omaha bounty. You mentioned as well, very early on, there were a couple of disciplined folds from Joe where it felt like he could have gotten a bit out of line, and it would have been justifiable with the bounty element. But you kind of honed in on the fact that we got a feeling that that trophy means a lot to him.
Yeah, you know, just having titles is, I know it's an important part for him, so maybe why he kind of geared away from some of those decisions. Now he just has to beat one more player, 2-1 chip advantage, and he can hold the Triton title at his debut stop. He's already made a name for himself in the China scene, but now internationally.
Yeah, internationally in the No Limit Hold'em main event here, came 5th in that. So really just showcasing his prowess for not only Hold'em, but 2 variants, Hold'em and PLO. Turns the Jack High straight.
Yeah, because from what I remember of Joe Tran, he was primarily a No Limit Hold'em player, but has ventured into the 4-card street and quite good at both. And I don't know if you remember, there was a World Series of Poker main event where he had a massive amount of chips and he stone cold bubbled with this epic bluff against a full house. And he was wearing this like tuxedo penguin suit. You had to have seen it.
Did he have action into that main event over on Poker Stake by any chance, making the viewers around the world sweat? As many players have here at the Triton Super High Roller Series, you can scan the QR code, head over to pokerstake.com/Triton, the official staking partner for the Triton Series. You can reap the rewards of big victories. All purchases are free, no rake or transaction fees, and all winnings are guaranteed by PokerStake. Support the journey of your favorite players in all poker tournaments worldwide. I haven't seen that hand, Randy, just to go back to
it was
that story. I'm going to have to
You know
find
how
that
like
one on
everyone's
YouTube.
trying to like fold into the money, cash their first main event. This guy's got like 50, 60 blinds, is re-raising, and just had like absolute dust. And he's just like, oh, I'm out. And he was wearing his suit too, which was this black and white suit, which is so him. And he really like, that was like the first time he really kind of made a name for himself in a funny way, right? Internationally at that World Series Poker main event.
You know, that story just seems so fitting for the man on our screens that we've seen throughout this final table, and perhaps more importantly, in that hand against Daniel Dvoris, where the character kind of came out, all of the table talk, the chattiness, the kind of lounging back in his chair, shades on, shades off. Very entertaining to watch. And really looking forward to seeing more of him at Triton stops in the future. For now, all of his attention on taking down this trophy. As Gavin turns Jin.
He turns Jin, but look at Jotren's hand. Draw to Broadway with the nut flush draw. Clearly going nowhere.
1.8 out there. You say clearly going nowhere. If he faces a pot-sized bet, I think triple suited gets a bit dicey. Although I don't think Gavin has a mandatory pot here. Closer to half pot makes sense.
He wants to get any value he can just because he wants to play as deep as possible. Just narrow that gap.
Well, Joe drawing to the nuts. Triple suited. Getting 3-1 on a call, which means he needs 25%. We can see he has exactly that in terms of equity. Looking for a 10 or a diamond, preferably a non-board pairing one. As Gavin finds the perfect river. He's done a tremendous job at setting up a very natural river SPR of around 0.75. And Joe, just a pair of sixes. So first couple of big hands, running that bluff from Gavin. Last time he was on the button, now extracting value with the nut straight. Let's close the gap a bit. We know how quickly chip leads can be lost, especially in a game like PLO where equities run so close.
Do you think at the stack depth they're playing that they should be limping more or open raising in this game, in this format?
Ali Najad exposed me to perception versus reality, and I think it really comes down to the perceived edges that these two think they have over one another. There's been no talk of a deal, not even a hint of a, hey pal, should we chop and play for the bounties kind of thing. These two exude confidence. You look at their Hendon mobs, they show up and run deep specifically in the PLO format. So I think when you think you have an edge, seeing flops in position makes a lot of sense. We're seeing different play styles from both. Joe seems to be building pots on the button. Gavin seems to be doing a lot of limping. So let's see. It's a small sample, right?
Yeah, but it's nice to see this contrast in style. Who's going to come out on top.
I honestly think we've got an epic heads-up battle ahead of ourselves. This is a real treat for the PLO fans out there, because it's not often that we do get to see a deep stacked heads-up battle amongst two elite players. Back-to-back final tables for Gavin in Triton PLO events.
He only plays PLO. Watch Jotren divvies up his time a little bit, no limit and PLO.
Call. Check.
Yeah, and Joe's also had a couple of hands out on the big that could have perhaps 3x'd. And he's actually opted to just check out of position with hands that could potentially raise.
So when I hear that, I think that he's happy playing as big as pots possible in position, but out of position where it's tough to play post flop. He doesn't mind keeping it small, even with some strongish hands.
Note the check on the flop, by the way, from Gavin in position, top pair and an open-ender. Just gonna flat with the nut straight. 900k out there. Bricks off on the King of Hearts River, and discipline from Joe. Just recognizing again, hey, I've got 3 spades in my hand. I don't block any of the straights. Or, no, sorry, I don't block the straight. He also has 2 8s in his hand, which is really bad, blocking hands like 10, 8, 7, 8, 7, 8, 5. It's very easy to overbluff in PLO, and neither of these players have really given me that vibe. They seem incredibly balanced and disciplined.
Yeah, balance obviously very important, and not just PLO, but no limit hold'em as well. Can't let your opponent just narrow you on a specific hand every single time. On one corner, we've got the white outfit versus the black outfit. This is just in a pure contrast in styles as well. I think you're right. Epic heads-up match incoming.
Yeah, worthy ending to a huge turnout here in Monte-Carlo at a record-breaking 25K.
And it is the theme of open raising from Joe Trent on the button. Queen, Jack, Jack 4.
Gavin has a fun one, I think, with a nut suit, perhaps. Opportunities to press. Does have diamonds covered. As both players interact with the Queen 9-6 top pair. Joe, open-ended 2 overs for Gavin. Now top and bottom.
Yeah, Gavin does have that open-ended. Although some of his outs aren't clean. In case he was up against like a King Jack. That 10 drops off.
Yeah, 100%. Or a flush completing straight card.
5 seconds.
Oh, he's loading up a big barrel. Pot. Well, this is tough, right, for Joe Trent?
Yeah, I don't think we're ever raising to get it in here with top and bottom. I think it's cool. Reevaluate river.
Look for a safe one. Yeah, I like this.
Yeah, I mean, there really aren't many safe ones. Only an ace doesn't complete a straight.
Is that a safe one?
That's bricky.
Pretty safe.
Only the 5-3 completing. All of the obvious draws bricking. 3 million out there. Gavin's been putting up a bit of a dogfight. Out position. Has an okay-ish hand to do it with, you know, unblocking hearts. Unblocking hands wrapped around the Jack 10.
Immediately putting the time cards out.
2,250,000.
I think given
Holding the jacks is bad, right? Because you're blocking the straight draws that you also want to pick off.
It is, but we don't hold hearts.
Which
we
is
don't hold
good.
a 5. We need Gavin to be bluffing a lot with hands like 7-5.
Oh, he was about to pitch it for a second.
I don't think he's ever folding the way this hand's played out.
5 seconds.
Checked back on the flop with top pair. Turned top and bottom.
Because Joe Trent's hand looks like one pair a lot, which might entice Gavin to try to attack. Especially on the 4 and deuce turns and rivers. Doesn't really hit the pre-flop raising range too much, I would think.
Well, Gavin knows it's no longer a busted draw that he's up against. Joe has a genuine bluff catcher.
And the only straight that got there is 3-5.
Yeah, I don't think Gavin necessarily has to just have 3-5 here.
Right, 2 pairs.
To bet 2/3, yeah, can have all the sets. Queen 9, Queen 6, 6s, 9s, pocket 4s. It's obviously very easy here in the booth. Confirmation bias when we can see the cards. I just feel like when we check back flop with top pair to then turn top and bottom, we have a pretty natural cool down hand.
A bit too under-repped.
Yeah.
Call.
Does make the call,
Great
and that
call.
is one of the biggest pots. In fact, the biggest pot of this heads-up match. 7.6 million, and Joe Tren now has a 5-1, near 5-1 chip lead over Gavin with the unsuccessful bluff. Has been a bit of a bulldog in those bluff spots, a few successful ones, but that one ultimately getting looked up by the turn 2 pair from Joe, who now has just, well, 16 big blinds more to collect.
Feels like that trophy got a little closer to him as well after that pot, as with that massive chip lead, one hand on it. Let's see if he can close this one out. Blinds up.
Oh, that's not what you want to hear in Gavin's shoes. I'll tell you what, from what we've seen already from Gavin this heads-up match, count me out when it comes to being at the same table as him. Very aggressive, very disciplined. You can tell he's thinking every spot through.
So sitting on this short stack, he definitely wants to be limping most of his range. Pushing the good stuff pre. Double suited, 9-6 deuces. Dry. No one's got a piece.
Double suited,
Oh,
9-6
but look at
deuces.
this. Joe Trent just stabbing, thinking, look, I know we both usually don't have anything here, but you're so short, you can't do anything. But look at this float.
Gavin and Drayanov. Floating with the 9-6 deuce-deuce. Picking up a live flush draw and a live gut shot. Still has the best hand.
I think he just knows that Joe Trent rarely has a 3 in the spot to lead flop check turn when the clubs arrive and show up.
5 seconds.
I just love how quickly he also floated that flop. Was like, I know what you're up to.
Oh.
Trying to lean on my short stack.
Gavin's got some fight in him, that's for sure. British Bulldog.
20, 20, 20.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Not a chatty heads-up match, Randy. Both players aware of the task ahead and the competition that they're stacking off against.
Oh, he lost his talking buddy, Daniel DeForce, you know? He's like, already took out the hero.
Check.
A stranglehold here for Gavin. He's out of position. He's grinded.
Strap yourselves in. Buckle up.
Do you see that glow of the trophy onto the felt?
Yeah,
like,
of course.
That's just noticed that.
I mean, if you win that, it feels like you have to specifically have a custom-built trophy cabinet
With the lights, like
with
on
the
it,
light kind of
like
yeah.
at a jewelry store.
Exactly. And that's not just like a trophy you know, leave in the office. That's the kind of trophy you
That's
put
the one where you invite your friends and you're like,
front
hey,
of the house.
you see that?
Yeah. On the
Can't buy that.
mantelpiece. Proud and loud. Open-ender for Gavin.
Check.
Now picks up a flush draw. Joe turning trips.
Bet 300,000.
Gonna come out firing.
Gavin plays fast.
Both of them have been playing really fast. I think that kind of mimetic behavior is typical. You know, someone plays slow, you kind of match that style. Someone plays fast, you kind of match the style.
I hear you. I think I do that myself.
Yeah. 1.2 out there as Joe's gone backdoor Bangkok. Runner boat.
1 million.
Gavin with a little 10-second pause. Just thinking everything through, doesn't want to make snap decisions. Even with King High, perhaps opportunities to pick up on live reads, bet sizing tells, timing tells, maybe even find obscure bluffs. So walking around Monte-Carlo Bay today with the film crew, Lee Davey, Victoria, Andre, and Espen Jorstad, discussing how much Espen's game has improved as a byproduct of these streams. He's saying how typically, you know, prior to Triton, most of the time you would only ever get to watch final tables. Triton picking up coverage from the start of day ones in Hold'em tournaments, short deck tournaments, PLO tournaments. Really.
Right, because there's a lot of value of how do you get to the final table.
Right.
Right, like you can't just study final tables if you never get there. So I see where you're coming from.
Free roll potential here for both. They are going to get it in, one would assume, both with top and bottom. Gavin does have backdoor straight potential, backdoor clubs. Looking for a 10 or an ace. It would be a dirty way to do it. They are going to chop it 33% of the time, but 2/3 of the time,
I like 10, ace.
going to have an outright winner.
7 clubs.
Gavin's asking for the 7 of clubs. Would be dirty to get there that way. Oi, oi. So do you have Luca Vivaldi coming over?
啊？目前都是平分的牌，就是胜率差不多。
Joe looking for an ace,
我
10 or
稍
a
微多一点
6.
点，因为他有带嘛。 掉个 A 他就带了。主要是掉 A 刚。
Oh, hello.
我操，现在他胜率比我
Does now
高。
give Gavin 4 additional outs. Gives Joe 3 additional outs. Form of a 5. Oh, I thought that was a jack then for a second. King of diamonds. They will chop. That was a sweaty one for both.
Yeah, could have ended this one if he had got there.
Really don't like getting in top and bottom on that board. So many straight combos, flushes, bigger 2 pairs. I'm going to chop it up as the show goes on. Gavin playing 13 bigs. Joe Trent playing 61 big blinds.
And you're going to be blind secret stuff too, isn't it?
Now it gets interesting. He's been playing a pretty much
a limping style.
Yes, precisely on the button.
This seems like a hand you might pop pre, right? Off of the stack size.
Raise.
There we go. There's your answer.
600,000.
And Joe has a fold. King 10, 5, 4. Rainbow. Doesn't like it, but it is one of the rare folds.
Yeah, he should also expect the stronger range, given that his opponent's been limping and shallow stack, you know, that he's got a high equity hand pre.
For those of you just joining us, $30,000 buy-in. Pot Limit Omaha bounty event. Event number 11 of the series. 74 runners in this one. Was a stacked final table. Dylan Weissman out in 8th. Tom Dwan out in 7th. Ayakov Onachin out in 6th. Daniel Dvoris after a roller coaster of a hand out in 5th. Omaha for rolls. Lazo Boytash out in 4th. And Danny Tang out in 3rd. Another final table on his Triton track record. $600K out there.
Check.
Flopped it.
Yeah, top 2 for Gavin.
Check.
Checks back to flush.
Getting tricky, just hoping that Gavin turns a straight, turns 2 pair. 600K out there.
Yeah, this is troublesome for Gavin.
Yeah, I don't think Gavin's ever folding 2 pair here, plus a straight draw. Has equity against bigger 2 pair. Has equity
hit it
against the flush, Randy, as he boats up on the river, and more importantly, Joe with a very disguised queen high flush, gonna look to pursue value here. Close to 2/3. 2.4 back. I don't know if Gavin just calls or goes for it all.
It feels like you would go for it all right off of the short stack.
Play all in.
Yeah.
There's your answer. He's been so quick with his decisions. Correctly recognizing that you can still get value from flushes.
So when you want to bluff catch with a flush like this, ideally you want to be blocking some of the full houses, right? Holding a deuce, 7, or jack would be nice.
Yeah. Yeah, I would say more so holding like a jack or a 7's nice. I think a deuce is... Like deuces jamming feels a bit thin. 6 deuce feels a bit thin. I think 7-6 is probably the smallest full house that Gavin jams there. Nice little pickup. Was looking down and out, as we mentioned. Gavin's got that dog in him. Putting on a show. Bit of a dog fighter we saw before he lost that monster pot. Was really battling post-flop. Putting Joe in tough spots. Back up to 20 bigs. Kind of back to where we started this heads-up match. 2.5 to 1 chip lead for Joe, thereabouts. I think we have another limp check on our hands.
Yeah, and once he's kind of gotten back to this 20 big blind stack, I think Gavin's pretty happy to go back to his limping most of his range strategy. 7655 can be very pretty on some flops. How about that one?
Is
all
that
of
a
it.
pretty looking flop?
That's all of it. I mean, maybe we can change one of those cards to a diamond, but you know, just enough. Flops the straight.
Gavin's just been grinding, bro. Grinding away. Worked his way back into this one. I always tip my hat and applaud anyone that can run a massive bluff unsuccessfully and then just shake it off, Randy. We've spoken about Ben Heath. Ben Heath comes to mind because we had Jonathan Jaffe in the booth yesterday singing his praises about how Ben will make decisions, take the spots as and when they're presented to him, and then once he's all in or the decision's been made, that's it. It's over and done with. He just knows it's out of his control whether his opponent hero calls, whether his opponent gets there, whether he gets there.
Just all about making the best decision and leave the variance to fate.
Really is a sign of an elite player.
So this is different, right? Gavin raising from the big after the limp with this ace-jack 9-7.
Yeah, Gavin has a hand that wants to be putting money in pre, heads up, even out position. Ace-jack 9-7 single suited, which is relevant because he's unblocking himself. Oh, what is this?
Trip threes.
9-3-3.
And he's got the flush draw to go with it.
Top pair for Gavin. Joe's probably doing backflips in his mind, just praying.
That Gavin's got like aces.
Yeah. This is the first time Gavin's ISO'd out of the big.
Check.
$1.4 out there.
Bam.
That looks like a sizable bet on this paired board.
18,000.
Oh, man. You're not really expecting the 3 from your opponent too much in the raised pot, unless it's the dangler.
You're also not expecting this kind of bet much when we retain all of the overpairs with big flush draws.
Right, so why is he betting so much? Is it because he's hoping I've got a big pair that wants me to commit? He's not going to fold yet, maybe? I don't know. He's counting a stack down.
I'd be super impressed. I mean, it's tough to have visibility across turns and rivers. No backdoor flush draw. How do we perform against just a flush draw that's pushing equity here? You know, pretty grim. Say we were ahead for now. Just get super uncomfortable on close to all turns.
Fine.
Like any overcard, any heart, any spade. Gavin knows that it's the first time he's ISO'd out of the big. Has all the overpairs. Has better hands to put money in the middle with here than this.
5 seconds. Time.
He's really breaking this one down. And you're right, he's thinking about the turns and rivers, how it's so hard for him to navigate. feels like he's leaning towards getting away. As he's picking up his cards and they go into muck. What a fold.
Bravo. Bravo. I think a big part of that, Randy, is like, even if we're ahead now, in terms of our pair of nines, top kicker, how good is that hand performing against Joe's hand that is willing to bet 60%? So even if he is up against like 3 overcards with a flush draw, not performing great, right? And Gavin just correctly realizing that, okay, there's still two cards to come. Let's get out of the way, preserve this 18 big blind stack. 3-1 chip lead for Joe Trent. Epic heads-up battle so far, just what the doctor ordered. Loved every minute of it. Both players have had their moments. Hero calls, bluffs gone wrong. Let's go, man. PLO, a great game.
Dude, this has been a great PLO final table, and this is just the very first event we've got on hand at this festival. Florida, great game. 4-card. Lots of technical play, especially in heads up where ranges are super wide. Need to just, you know, kind of figure out when to realize your equity, when to kind of press. And I think that last hand, while there wasn't that much action, you can see that there was a lot going on in his mind.
It really is such a technical game, and it's beautiful to watch when you have two well-versed players. Even these kind of checkbacks in position with the top pair, Queen of Hearts in hand, will draw, like, I love it.
Quickly called.
Yeah, Joe, with just the pair of eights, does have live outs, of course. That's a fun card. 10 of spades, Jack 9, King Jack getting there. Joe with a very relevant card, but hasn't pushed in these spots. We didn't see him bluff with the 10s earlier on. Feels like mandatory value and then decide against aggression.
Yeah, strong enough. And if he hasn't seen the crazy action so far in this heads-up match where he can probably get away with value betting even more. So against a player who might press their blockers or whatnot. Maybe go around like half.
Gavin's such a thinking player.
Yeah, you can
tell. Just tell, right? Like, this isn't like random decision making. Is that a bet of $1 million? Into 1.4. And again, Joe with no nonsense, not entertaining. Doesn't need to be excessively creative. Doesn't need to run these huge bluffs. Especially when Gavin's firing into him. Turn and river.
Well, he's allowed to be patient because he's got this chip advantage, right? He's looking for a very high equity spot. His opponent kind of presses at the wrong time, and he could be the champ just like that. But he needs to be careful because if he kind of lets his opponent get back in there, and then it starts to be an uphill battle.
That's a great point, actually. Given how much of a dogfight it's been on Gavin's side, it wouldn't surprise me if that is the strategy that Joe is approaching this heads-up match with. Is that, look, I've already caught this guy in a monster pot. He seems to be willing to run huge bluffs. I can just be patient and wait for him to slip up again. Don't need to do it myself. Gavin with the ace of diamonds in hand, as well as a pair of sevens. Joe with 5 high diamonds, uninterested on this paired board. Gap has been reduced to where it was when we started this heads up. Gavin did come out all guns blazing, narrowed the gap significantly, then ran that massive bluff. It's back fighting.
It's got this double paired on the button. You know, once again, just content taking flops in position. As long as Joe Trent isn't pumping it up, which he hasn't been from the big.
Yeah, have we seen a single ISO from Joe out of the big?
Does flop best.
Queen, deuce, deuce. Both outs for Gavin. Backdoor spades. Nice to just fold out equity as well.
Right, because I mean, what could you hope for on the turn, right? Like, try to win it now. But once he gets called, he knows he's in trouble.
That's arguably the funnest card in the deck.
It's a tricky one, right? Where it's good to have a pocket pair in your hand now.
Oh, case 4.
So he just made a bigger full house.
He did, yeah. Joe's going to pursue value, and rightly so. With the pocket 9s, would expect to have heard from aces, kings, queens pre-flop. Would expect jacks and 10s to potentially barrel again.
How unlucky is this? Joe would have been able to get value probably from these 5s and 4s had he not hit.
Gavin's going to click it to 1.1. Grim spot for Joe. I mean, he's got a queen in his hand, has a 4 in his hand. Gonna get shown the pocket 4s.
That hurts.
It does. 3.4 million chip pot. Going Gavin's way. Up to 6.6 million, and all of a sudden, Joe's chip lead has been reduced to just 7 bigs after having a 5-1 chip lead at one point.
Can feel the momentum on Gavin's side.
Really does feel that way.
Oh man, that's blinding. Look how shiny it is.
That's what they're both playing for. The prize pool side of things, $118,000 difference between first and second, and then you throw in the two $40,000 bounties. Got 198K heads up match on our hands.
Oh, he's pressing with this Jack 754 on the button. Joe Trent trying to juice up the pots. This is a tough one for Joe Trent to continue. Doesn't really have anything, and the straight draw to 9 would complete Queen Jack would be troublesome, so does check back. Gavin immediately grabbing his black chips. Knows where he's at. Perhaps counting down his stack into 20s.
Check.
Does decide to check now.
Only the 9-7 completing. Joe checked back so quickly on the turn that our camera didn't even have a chance to pan around to him.
Look like now he's going to take a shot at it.
Yeah, Gavin's got a very interesting bluff catcher. He's checked turn, checked river. Snap calls. The one chip flicking with the king queen and the straight blocker, and Gavin Andreanov has taken the chip lead. Took him a moment to even realize that he had the winning hand. I think he saw the 7 in Joe's hand and just assumed he had a straight.
Beast mode.
You're talking about the momentum.
Oh, and you can see the look on his face. Joe Tren realizing things escaping him. He had a massive chip lead. Now the chip deficit. Can't get shaken now. 200K on the line. Triton trophy. Quite a solid hand here for Gavin in position, right? Queen, Jack, 10, 3 connected, double suited.
750.
Really beautiful looking hand, especially covering in position.
And you see how he's raising now rather than limping? Things are different when you got the chip lead.
How's a legit hand to raise with? Heads up. Joe 9865. Gap with the suit. These hands could collide on certain board textures. Both kind of wrapped around each other. So we head to the ace 10-9 board. Open ender and a pair for Gavin. Bottom pair, gut shot and a live flush draw.
Yeah,
For
not
Joe.
like the strongest draws, but they do have some kind of piece to kind of give a little action.
I don't think Gavin ever expects to get raised on this board, which is why he's just coming out firing, denying some equity. Makes it easier for him to kind of put Joe on a range across turn and river, should he continue. He does make the call. 2.75 in the middle. Sizable pot brewing. As bricky as it gets. See how Gavin wants to play this one. Has a pretty key card.
Which card is that?
The 10 of diamonds, you know, blocking ace 10, pocket 10s, like the real strongest parts of Joe's range. Unblocks hearts. Gonna check back, bit of pot control, bit of equity realization as he backs in to the nuts.
This is quite bad for Joe because he knows this pair of 9s is never good and needs to decide whether he needs to take a shot at, but wisely checks.
Super disciplined.
Would have definitely lost chips in that pot. We know Gavin's going to bet, and Joe will be down to 5.1 million in chips. Starting to see the frustration for Joe.
Yeah, from one hand on the trophy with a 5-1 chip lead. A couple of well-navigated spots from the British PLO Bulldog, Gavin Andreanov, putting up a dogfight. 39 bigs, plays 21 now. And all the momentum over on the right-hand side of the table. limped pot. Joe's just trying to see flops in position. Flopping best here. 74 runners in a 30k PLO. Quite something.
It's quite good, yes.
We're getting there, Randy. We're getting there. Breaking records.
We heard that PLO was popular in Europe, so we said, let's give you some more PLO events.
That is a good point.
And they showed up.
Yeah, high roller PLO events typically slept on by other event organizers in Europe. Stateside, got to give them their credit where credit's due. A lot of PLO across the pond.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure we're going to see more of the success of this event already. It's a nice hand for Joe. Double suited ace king. No surprise that he's going to pot this one pre.
Just 60 bigs in play. Kick things off today with the elimination of one of the most recognized PLO pros from the United States, Dylan Weissman, Twitch streamer, content creator for Upswing Poker, always doing his best to grow the great game on social media. Then Tom Dwan, who came in as chip leader, out in 7th, and saw Yakov Onachin out in 6th. Daniel Dvoris, with arguably one of the most interesting bust-out hands in televised PLO, at least in like recent years. It was so entertaining. That one's certainly going to get clipped. Hopefully the entire hand, like even the tank was entertaining because of the speech play from Joe. It was a 7-minute tank, but we were on the edge of our seats the entire time with our mics pretty much muted because Joe was hitting him with the old speech play. Laszlo Bojtas, Omaha for rolls, out in 4th. Danny Tang out in 3rd. 5 final tables, 1 title in 8 events played here for DT. As Gavin flops best on the Queen, Queen, Jack.
Yeah, gonna be tough for Joe Trent to win this spot. Does see his opponent bet on this paired board. Oh, reaching for chips. What's going on here, Henry?
This feels unnecessary. I don't hate it when we have like nut boat outs. Like say we had 6s on a 4-4-5 board. Sure, you know, check raise, turn a full house. How about you turn it full house?
What about now, Henry? Do you like it? Because he's in great shape to win a lot of chips.
What a ridiculous turn card. Just the entire dynamic of how this heads up has gone. Joe had a 5-1 chip lead. You mentioned perhaps signs of frustration being shown in the hands leading up to this, and perhaps that's a byproduct of this flop check raise. Just thinks that Gavin is overstabbing in position on the Queen, Queen, Jack, check raising with the 6s, turning a full house. This could be a tournament-defining moment.
Fingers on chin as he tries to decide what to do. All right, so once he calls here, Joe's got to think he's up against the queen a lot.
I think Gavin's balanced enough to ponder with queen jack. Like, hand on chin. What do I do here? Double paired board. Disastrous. Run out for Gavin, but I think this kicker gets away from it. Although he was check raised on the flop, which kind of narrows the range of Joe to nutted queen X, perhaps full houses, queen jack, naked pocket jacks that don't ISO pre, stronger queen X, as well as all of the like king 10 9s.
Well, Gavin's standing up. He's flicking the call and going to see the sixes.
11 million chip pot going Gavin's way. I do apologize, going Joe's way.
Joe trends back.
He is back. And you have to ask, would this tournament be over with had the six not rolled off? Was Joe planning on just emptying the clip? That's twice now, on 2 occasions, where there's been a massive momentum shift. It's at the turn of a card. How fortunes can change, how tides turn. Miracle 6 of
That's
clubs.
a miracle, and he's got a big chip lead once again. Joe Train can't let him back in this match again. He's got to just try to lean and finish him off now.
Coming into this heads-up match, had a 2.5 to 1 chip lead over Gavin. Gavin closed the gap, then ran a massive bluff. Joe made the call, 5 to 1 chip lead for Joe. Gavin grinded back to the point where he took the chip lead off of Joe Tren, and now, courtesy of the 6 on the turn, Joe Tren has a 3 to 1 chip lead. And look at this. Doing precisely what you said.
Yeah, he wants to finish him off now.
Trying to lean into him. Gavin with the best of it. Jack high spades, ace high good.
But you wouldn't fault Joe for c-betting this board, right? Like, the big blind defense usually doesn't have anything unless it's some kind of spades. Maybe a little wheelie action. A small bet just hoping to take it down now.
Little 3-7-5 tees as Gavin's just happy.
Look at that scoop.
To run it. Back up to 20 bigs. Fearless. You know, in another life, Gavin and Drayanov could be a matador. Could be a bullfighter.
Is there a name for a British bullfighter? I guess not.
And Drayanov?
Yeah. He plays with so much confidence. That's what I've noticed. You know, like some of these decisions you would think are quite difficult, but really knows what to do in every spot.
Perhaps a bit of OCD as well.
The 4 cards. Like, you know, you just need close enough to let you know if you didn't do it right.
No, I like it. I think it's when we're 6-handed, one of the dealers I think one of the cards didn't pick up the RFID, and ever since then he's just been very thorough. We appreciate it, Gavin.
Here comes Joe Trent. This is the first time we've seen him raise from the big, right?
Second.
Second, but not too often.
It's a legit hand to do it with. Covers, ace-10, 5-5 double. Close defend, by the way, for Gavin, who's flopped bottom 2 pair. It's a very vulnerable bottom 2. Let's see if at this SPR he wants to just play for it all.
Solid hand that Joe Trent's got. Right, he's got some diamonds, draw to Broadway, backdoor hearts as well. Would have been nicer to have the nut flush draw on this flop, though, if you could flip-flop that. Check back.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of the check back. Because, like, playing for stacks here with bottom 2, even up against a hand that isn't necessarily made on the flop, just a huge dog equity-wise. You can see on this turn even.
This is scary, isn't it?
Yeah, it's very uncomfortable.
Your opponent raised from the big. Broadway shows up. And look at Joe Trent taking it down. Back up to 10 mil.
Really well executed hand there from Joe with a delayed c-bet. Avoided an annoying spot by c-bet, like by deciding not to c-bet on the flop. Had he bet, Gavin would have potentially had a mandatory jam.
Let's raise those blinds, Henry.
150k, 300k. I mean, how long have we been playing heads up for now?
You can see Joe Trent just pouncing on this button. Queen 9, 6 deuce, double suited. But Gavin keeps getting hands that he can definitely call this raise. Not just call, it's 3-bet, double suited, King Jack 10, 7. And look at this pot, Henry, 5.1 in the middle. We're likely going to get an all-in on the flop, given what's behind.
Yeah, Joe's just trying to connect a piece, send his man packing as Gavin's flopped the wrap.
He's flopped a piece, but not a good piece.
He has got 2 backdoor flushes. He thinks they're live. I think, obviously, hearts he thinks are live.
If you can see his opponent's hand, he's actually a favorite, 55-45.
How much?
He's going to ask for a count. Up against the range of hands that he thinks he's up again, he's... Well, he thinks he's drawing to run a runner.
Right, because easily Gavin with the re-raise pre-flop has got some kind of like ace, king, queen, or like pocket aces.
Exactly.
How much total?
So if Joe thinks his two pair outs are dead,
okay, gamble.
He says gamble.
Oh, he's going to love to see this hand.
9.2 million chip pot. Gavin with 2 live backdoor flush draws. But the immediate outs takes a sip of Joe.
Queen.
Looking for a king, jack, or a 10. All in brought to you by betacr.eu. 55% of the time, Joe Trent is going to become a Triton champion. Dead on the turn. Big old sigh from Joe as Gavin Andreanov bounces back into the chip lead to 9.3 million. Is that the first time he's been, second time he's been all in for his tournament life? The time they both had the 8-3 on the 8-6-3.
Right, yep.
Now here he is actually at risk. Well, well, well. Another Triton giveaway. Scan the QR codes on your screen. Learn more by typing !giveaway in the chat. You can pick up some Triton swag. You've seen it displayed from, well, how many players? All the players at a Triton series. We've rocked it on streams, on break desks. We've had players and viewers rather in the YouTube and Twitch chat. Randy, pick me up a hoodie, send it to me, I'll send you the money. No, just click the link.
You
buy
can
it yourself.
You can go buy it yourself.
Go buy
Yes,
it
they
yourself.
do ship worldwide.
We do
okay?
indeed.
Yes. Oh, might as well try and win the giveaway first.
Get involved, ladies and gentlemen. Someone's got to win it.
So Jotran loses the chip lead once again.
This has been so fun, man. Wow. I'm so happy that this kind of format didn't disappoint. Hope the viewers are. I know the players have given really positive feedback. Such a fun format.
I see a set.
What do they say? No set, no bet.
What
Double
about
gut
set
shot.
with the flush draw?
It's a strong hand. Gavin's dead on the turn. Shades on. 900k out there. Joe with the probe and Gavin with the no-nonsense. 13 places were paid in this one. It was France's Imad Derici. First player out in the money, min cash of 30k. Couple of Bulgarians, Dimitar Danchev and Faradin Mustafov. Ferry cashing 4 of 4 events played here.
That's pretty good.
Pretty solid, hauling just shy of $1 million, courtesy of the bounties that he pulled in the 40k. Danny Tang, third in this very event. Gets to the point where you have to start questioning how good Danny Tang actually is. Ace, Jack, 4. Double gut shot for Gavin.
Plot brewing.
Oh. Double gut shot now for Joe.
Yeah, it looks like he wants to keep attacking. 1 mil?
Yeah, rainbow turn card. Does Gavin really want to go chasing?
Chasing out of position. Not that lucrative. But actually has the best hand with that king high. That was a fun one.
Joe's been battling as well, man. I mean,
you feel the energy where he wants to close it out, right? Especially when he's got that lead. Now he's a little bit in defense mode, but like wants to get back to the top and try and finally finish it off.
It's been a sparring match for sure. Both players trading blows. Been a genuine battle. Whoever takes this down, worthy champion. King, Jack, 9 deuce, rainbow in the big. Ace 10, 6-3 single on the button. Top pair, king of spades for Joe. Gut shot, backdoor clubs for Gavin. Checks through. Gotta check down to the river. Joe with top 2.
He's going block.
That's impressive.
That's a thin value bet, isn't it?
It's like it's a 4-liner and a flush out there. There's 3 straights possible.
He knows.
Sorry, 4 straights possible. What the viewers been saying, Randy? They've been enjoying this PLO bounty. They've been clicking the like button. They've been subscribing to our YouTube and Twitch.
Yes, they have. If they haven't, they're going to right now before we catch them.
Cross that 200,000 subscriber mark on our YouTube channel. Massive benchmark that we set for ourselves at the start of the year. As from festival to festival, we continue growing the game.
What would we call this? 4 connected, 5, 4, 3, 2. So this is a rundown. Is that what we call it?
It's a rundown.
Okay. The wheel rundown.
The wheel rundown. Solvers hate cards under 5. Just because of how they perform and how often they're dominated.
Well,
discipline fold.
Looks like he studied it.
Discipline fold from Gavin. Yeah, I think a lot of people with an untrained eye would look at a 5-4-3 deuce and think, oh, connectivity, etc. But Gavin just correctly realizing how often just going to be dominated. And even when you do flop like 2 pair, you know.
And I guess some of you, like you make a straight of 5-4, they can have a higher straight as well.
But like flopping 2 pair, like you're never thrilled about getting it in with bottom 2, right? It's always going to be bottom 2 pair.
Mm-hmm. Good point.
Well, some potential here. Ace, Jack, 8-3. We haven't really had a cooler post-flop. Or pre-flop, for that matter. Both players with an ace, both player with diamonds. 2.1 million in the middle. King, queen, 8. Bottom pair and a gut shot, backdoor hearts for Gavin.
Yeah, not a ideal spot for both, but he looks like he's still going to fire this one, try and take it down on this flop with his 700K bet, 1/3. Joshin really just has the gutter ball looking for that jack. Looking for it.
Yeah, live nut outs. More importantly, future blockers as well. Should an ace or a 9 roll off, can get creative. Rainbow turn card.
This is, I would imagine, a tough 2-barrel to make with this pair of 8s. Am I right?
It's kind of nice. You only block one of the backdoor flush draws. 5 of diamonds completes the rainbow. I think we have a significant range advantage on Broadway. 3.5 out there. See if Gavin wants to double barrel. We'll just check behind, bit of pot control as Randy was alluding to. Having an 8, blocking 8s, blocking king 8, queen 8.
Kind of seems like he really wants to bet this one rather than realize his equity. That bet should get it done if he can find it. Does not.
Does check back. The brickiest of rivers. No straights available. Pretty rare run out.
Yeah, the 10s are surprisingly good.
The problem with Joe's 10s is even though they do have showdown, doesn't interact with any of the flop pairs.
How much pot?
I'm going to ask how much pot.
Pot.
Nice. I mean, yes, he was bluffing with the best hand, but his intentions were right that 10s don't show down too well.
Yeah.
Nobody
That's
10?
gangster.
Huh?
Nobody 10.
No. You fold?
I don't know. You bet 10, I want all in and fold. I don't know.
Bit of speech play for the first time.
Yeah, because he was pretty proud of his bet there with the 2 10s. He was like,
I think he even said, "Did you want a 10?" Kind of just putting Gavin on like an ace jack.
Right.
Jack 9.
Which is what he had. Ace jack 8. So look at the lead he's got after that last pot. 9 million versus 5.
It's one of those rare occasions, Randy, where I'm going to feel disappointed for whoever comes second in this because someone has to finish second.
And they fought so hard.
And both of them have been so entertaining. They've battled. They've, you know, found the discipline checks. They've executed bluffs to perfection. They've been caught with their hands in the cookie jar. Like, this heads-up batch has had it all. Swapping the chip lead on multiple occasions.
What we haven't had yet is a winner.
Well, we may be here a while. Average stack still 25 bigs. It's obviously a lot tougher to get 25 big blinds in PLO compared to Hold'em. We are guaranteed a first-time champion here, which is something we've seen on a few occasions this series. In fact, we've had multiple. Dan Smith, Jonathan Jaffe, Christoph Vogelsang, Marian Mosbach. Of course, the Bulgarian Ognan Dimov as well, picking up his maiden title.
Oh, look at this pot. Joe Trent's really stepped it up from the big blind as well now. Double suited 10-7-5 deuce. Getting called by Gavin. I think Joe Trent's thinking, I'm not letting him retake the lead anymore. 3rd time's the charm.
It does cover.
Oh, top set.
2.1 million out there. Gavin even has an inside straight draw. And backdoor hearts covered.
Check.
2.1 million out there. How tricky does Gavin want to play this?
It's... Wow, look at that slow play. It's a tough one to slow play in PLO.
It certainly can be.
Hearts covered.
Can get you in trouble. But on a board this dry, this disconnected, I think checking top set makes a ton of sense. Allow your opponent to pick up a piece on the turn.
But now there's a lot of draws where he probably's got to
course.
fire something out now.
4.9 back.
5 seconds.
We cover hearts, so it's interesting, but I think pot is the play. we don't have an ace, king, 10 or a 9 in our hand. Just checking the itinerary. Trying to figure out how he can get it all in by the river. That's a little bit too much, Gavin. Can only bet 2.1. No over betting in PLO. Clues in the name.
How much?
2.1.
Joe with just a 7 high flush draw, I mean.
Pair of deuces.
Yeah.
Can't be good enough to
I
continue.
don't think he's like, I've got deuces. Whether he thinks his 2 pair outs alive, I mean, say the river's a 10, feels grim, completes 3 straights. Heart rolls off. Are you really happy playing a close to 10 million chip pot with a 7 high flush?
Yeah, he just got a weak draw with a lot of guessing game in it. What is he hoping for? He just sees like there's so many chips in there. Can I like just close this guy out, finish him off? Is there some way I can be ahead? Realizes he's not. We battling.
Epic battle and a worthy event. The Triton team taking a bit of a risk in this format. Weren't sure how much support we would get from the players, given that the bounties weren't in until only 25% of the field remained, but it actually opened the door for a lot more re-entries, Randy. Big turnout here. 74 runners.
You bust out one player, you get more than you're buying back. That sounds like a fun tournament to me.
It's crazy. And I think we saw that at the final table, right? Given just how mad it was from 6-handed. Sorry, from 7-handed when I joined. All the way down to this heads up.
Well, every time Joe Trent's open the button, he's gotten defended a lot from the big.
Yeah, another marginal spot for Gavin. Queen high spades, triple suited.
Pretty good. Bottom 2. It is a raise pot. No hearts.
It's a fun hand. Whether we want to just lead here.
This hand's a lot
check
stronger in a raise pot, I imagine, than a limp pot to bottom 2.
Yeah, he's just going to lead for pot. Story checks out.
Can't even get a free turn card.
He's retaken the chip lead. I mean, how many times has the chip lead been exchanged now? I want to say 3 occasions. Coming into the heads-up match, Joe Trent had a 2.5 to 1 chip lead, then extended that to a 5 to 1 chip lead. Gavin then turned it around. Had Joe on the ropes. Joe then turned that 6 on the Queen-Queen-Jack board after check raising with the 6s. To retake the lead, Gavin with an interesting one. Jack 9-8-3 rainbow. Finding the right flop.
Boards have been hitting Gavin a lot more lately. A sprinkle. Gonna get it done. Coach just has pocket deuces straight in them. Didn't even need a count.
Get your guesses out there. Who do you think's going to close this one out? I mean,
it's neck to neck.
It's an impossible call, Randy. You know, show me the money line and ask me which side to bet on. Really feels like it's anyone's game.
8-5.
Both of them have just been heroic. Blinds have gone up. Joe Trent with a pretty looking hand.
Yeah, he's happy building pots in position. Although Gavin has won a lot of these pots lately, which has helped him obtain that chip lead as of recent.
Ace 10-7.
Talk.
Lower end of a wrap for Gavin. Middle pair. Yeah, it's just he's not even interested in chasing it for a pot-sized bet.
Right, because also let's just say the jack could be a bad out if his opponent's holding king, queen, or he makes a straight with spade coming in.
The jack, the 9, the 8, none of them nut outs, hoping for an offsuit 6. So easy to fall in love with draws in PLO, and I think Gavin on a few occasions has showcased the draws that just need to hit the mark.
So it seems you just need to be very careful about getting attached to hands that aren't as good as they seem.
Being dominated, easy to fall in love with weak flush draws and get yourself in difficult spots, weak straight draws.
Yeah, there seems to be a lot of interference with your opponent's hand and how your hand may improve his hand instead. A lot of reverse implied odds in certain situations. Ace, queen, 10-8, going to bump it up. I mean, we're back here again. 7.9 for Gavin. 7 million for Joe Trent. Lines up again. This has been a long heads-up match.
25-minute levels.
Is there a cap on how many levels this can go up?
Let me have a look.
How long's it been? 90 minutes?
90 minutes. Just receiving word from James Dempsey. This is level 26. There's actually only one more level registered on the app, so I don't know what happens if we get past level 27.
The clock just breaks down. It's like we've never seen this level before. Yeah.
The trophy just splits in half.
Just like
the tournament's over. So no one's allowed to win.
His aces and 8s are looking to win. One suit. Okay, these pots are getting big with the blind level increase. Yeah. 2.8 in the middle.
There's a lot of variance in this now, Randy, to be honest with you. Like, it's really anyone's game. King, Jack, 9.
It's not the most amazing board, but there's so much in the middle, right?
It's terrible. It's a terrible flop for Gavin. Just so happens to have 90% equity. See if he can find a bet. And if so, what sizing does he go for? Never thrilled about betting big, because I don't think he's looking to stack off.
Yeah.
There we go.
And also, like, you bet small, your opponent calls, like, you don't know what to do. Here comes the 7. Maybe he's a little bit more confident about his aces, given how fast his opponent checked back. Maybe would have had to think about it with, like, a 2 pair.
Well done.
Gotta feel good to just take that one down on the turn.
Finding the turn bet. Not easy on that board texture. Coming up to 9.1. Creating a bit of distance between himself and Joe Trent. Joe Trent coming to this Triton series for the first time. 7-figure cash straight off the bat. First event he ever played. 125k main, came 5th for 1,165,000. Showing us He's a competent poker player in multiple variants of the game.
Here comes the power. Gavin in his element in this heads-up match.
Well, the man we've dubbed British Bulldog, Gavin Andreanov, showing up to the Triton Series for a second time to exclusively play the PLO tournaments. Came 6th in the 25k PLO in London. Put up such a dogfight. Not just heads up, but 6-handed, 5-handed, 4-handed. Was really out there battling. And he has fought valiantly against Joe Trent, who's now down to just 4.9 million, 2-1 chip lead for Gavin at the start of this hand. Joe with triple suited queens, 2.8 million. It feels like Randy to get to that stage where any hand now could be our last. Let's come ace, king, tray, 2.8 out there. Spadeless flop. Perceived nut advantage for Joe.
Yeah, he's trying to rep it. Did raise pre. I mean, Gavin's got top pair, backdoor.
He's got top and bottom,
diamond draw. Man. Oh, sorry, top and bottom. Excuse me.
Just got a call. 4.4 out there with 2.9 back. And that is an action turn card. The Jack of Diamonds giving Joe Trent the nut straight.
Just what he needs to get right bang into this tournament.
Gavin with top and bottom, straight blocker, diamond redraw. Joe opting to go for the non-all-in sizing, by the way.
Yeah, he wants action. He's like, let's just gamble it up and try and get a full double by the river.
Gavin standing up out of his chair, leaning across the table, just trying to see what kind of kit Joe Trent's working with behind. Has 1.6 back.
This is pretty scary for Gavin, right? Like just aces and threes on a board that Joe Trent looks like he smashed. He's got the diamonds for backup.
Would be a 10.2 million chip pot if all the money works its way into the middle. Joe also has the Queen of Diamonds in hand. Tournament defining moment. 7 million in there now, going to the river.
Joe Trent's thinking, please don't pair the board, no diamond.
Well, that is a diamond, Randy. It's the deuce of diamonds. And Gavin has the 100% check mark next to his name. Does Joe now want to check this on over? He's jammed. Gavin snap called check, calling on the river, just giving Joe the rope to jam river. And just like that, we have ourselves a champion, Randy. Gavin Andreanov venturing out to a Triton Series for the second time his second ever event. First joined us for the 25K PLO in London earlier on this year. Showed us there that he knows a thing or two about the 4-card game. Came 6th in that. Closing this one out over a tough opponent in Joe Trent. I mean, don't want to throw shade on any of the other heads-up battles, Randy, we've had this series, but that, for me, that's got to be one of the heads-up matches of the series, right?
Of course, yes. And you got to feel for Joe Trent. Felt like he was going to be able to take it down, had the massive chip lead multiple times in this heads-up. Looked like he was going to get that double with that Queen 10, but his opponent gets that running flush. You got to feel for him.
Joe Trent heading home with 269,000 plus the bounties that he claimed worth 40K apiece. First ever trip out to a Triton Super High Roller Series. Final tabled the 125K main, and then coming into this PLO event, really showcasing his talents in the 4-card streets. 269K for him, and obviously, as we kind of said, it got to that point in the heads-up match after 90 minutes where we're both here in the booth just really appreciating the dogfight between the two. It gets to that point where you don't really want anyone to win. It's like, hey, can we just chop the trophy? They just both put each other in the blender on multiple occasions. Epic hero calls, massive bluffs, and of course a couple of unfortunate runouts for both. The last one being there for Joe Trent, turning the nut straight. Gavin backing into the diamonds, Randy.
Yeah, but you know, Gavin really navigated that heads up really well. He had a game plan for Joe Trent. He was happy to play as many pots as he could, coming from limp for most of the heads up. Then when things started to be in his advantage, he started to press with his high equity hands and really outperform. You know, I wouldn't say outperform, but like just got in his comfort zone to make the best decisions at the right time. He bulldogged it.
The Bulldog. Gavin the Bulldog taking it down here in event number 11, the 30K pot limit Omaha. I was already excited for this stage of the series. I wasn't sure what to expect coming into like a deep stack PLO. Sometimes it can be a bit nitty, a bit cagey because of the ICM. But you throw those 40K bounties out there, my man, and all of a sudden it's just car crash after car crash, chips flying left, right, and center. Gavin and Andreanov taking down the first PLO event of the series. More 4-card magic to come with plenty of big names in event number 12 already. Before we throw it down for the interview, just wanted to tease the viewers that we will be going on a 40-minute break and then picking up coverage of the, not the final, the second to last PLO event of the series. But for now, a word with Ali Najad and our champion, Gavin Andreanov.
It's often said in life that you should pick one thing and be really, really good at it. And for Gavin Andreanov, it would appear that Pot Limit Omaha is that very thing. Second ever Triton event at his second festival. Here you are, first title, 387,000, 2 for 2 in terms of cashes, 4 bounties worth another 160K. And the first question I've got for you, Gavin, having watched this FT, is how did you do it? I mean, this was an epic roller coaster ride. You were one of the short stacks. Walk me through the process.
Basically getting good cards in exactly the right spots. In like a format like this, it's going to be pretty crazy, and you know the money's getting in a lot of spots. So, you know, there were like 3 big pots I think I won. Like, the big one when I looked down basically to see Ace, Ace, 9, 10 double suited in the big blind. Everyone like limps down to me, and there's like a gigantic pot already, and I was just like, okay, easy game.
And that was the beginning of a little bit of a spin-up, but then you found yourself heads up in an absolute tug-of-war match. Talk to me about having to face off with Joe.
Yeah, it was like, in that format with the ante, like, it can just go either way. Like, it's, you know, it was tough. It was very swingy back and forth. I felt like he got the chip, he got the chip lead, I got the chip lead. It was all over the place.
PLO is a game that often people say just attracts gamblers. Then you add the bounty element to it. What kinds of adjustments, if any, did you make as you came into this one?
No, it's sick. The thing is, it's super hard because, like, you obviously won the bounties, but then you obviously want to get yourself in that spot, like, to be able to play for the, you know, the big prizes, like 1, 2, and 3 or whatever. So it's tough. You just have to, I don't know, you just have to decide on the hand. Nobody really knows what they're doing. I think everyone's guessing a bit. But yeah, sometimes you guess right.
I feel like some people know what they're doing, and you obviously are among those guys. Before I bring up Luca, I do want to ask about what it is that brought you out to Triton, because your very first ever festival was right there in London, 25K, you cashed that one. Here you are at your second in Monaco with us. What put us on your radar, and what's the experience been like?
Well, I keep on hearing great things. Like everyone says, like Triton's the most amazing tournaments. Like the staff are great, the tournaments are run really well, the structures are great. Like everything is all good. So I obviously had to go check it out in London because I live in London anyway. And then like this is like obviously an amazing destination to come to as well. So yeah, it was like a no-brainer.
In keeping with the theme of amazing things, how about I bring Luca Vivaldi out here to give you your first ever Triton trophy. Ladies and gentlemen, Gavin Adrianoff, your 30K PLO winner.
So many players. This is a crazy thing to do.
GG Poker
Broke the Guinness World Record.
Welcome to the World Series of Poker
the biggest poker
now
site.
larger than all of GG Poker's cash traffic reaches all-time high.
Jump, 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 jump! No
Introducing the all-new BetACR.eu, the premier destination for sports enthusiasts. What sets BetACR.eu apart is our exclusive offering of live-action prediction options on the Triton series. Experience the excitement as you predict the action while watching your favorite players live. But that's not all. By opening your account now, you can take advantage of our incredible offer. Receive a generous 15% free play on your first top-up, up to $250. Become a part of BetACR.eu and elevate your live sports engagement experience.
1 million, right?
980 plus.
I think it should be 940, right?
Yeah, it's 1 million.
Yeah.
I love that these guys are PLO players and they still have to
They can't agree.
verify. I mean, I'm telling you, I've been out there. It gets dicey. So Danny jams, Dylan calls.
I tried, Tom.
And everybody's on their backs.
No.
Weissman playing for 1.8 and change, but just look at that side pot dwarfing the main.
Very live. Yeah, no, this is as good as I could hope for.
Tang, 40% equity, but both of the other holdings with decent 31
Let's say
and
he
28%
busts
numbers
both.
of their own.
I'm 6, right? Well, I'm 7.
You're 7. Yeah, you're 7.
Danny clarifying
Let's just
something
go
there,
back to
Randy, about who finishes 8th and 7th in the event Dwan
I at
scoops.
least
It's who's
triple
got more chips gets the
And
higher
I'm okay
place.
with you not dying also, you know?
Thank you.
That's fair.
Well, on the line here.
King Jack 10 with 2 spades. Dwan flopping top 2 pair here.
Spades are good.
Weissman with the flush draw.
I'll take a queen. That sounds very fair to me.
Danny looking for backdoor diamonds.
Oh,
A queen will work as well, but unfortunately it's the queen of spades. So Weissman has made the flush, and now Danny focuses on this side pot here.
I can't beat you already, right?
He's got Broadway. Needs to fade the full house for Dwan, which he's done. So Tang is going to take a big bite out of Dwan, and
I have
Weissman
595.
will nibble on the rest.
595.
This is just the worst case by the end of the tournament. It always seems like he's looking for achievements.
I don't think so. Maybe he's got some side action on bounties. One never knows. It reminds me, famously, I believe I told this story on stream. Maybe it wasn't, but about Phil Ivey and Ilri Sahamius, Zygmunt, back in the day, playing on Poker After Dark. $50,000 red-black prop flips on the flop.
5 seconds.
And the game was not bigger than that in terms of the actual poker. And so all of a sudden, Ivy, whenever he was holding whatever his, you know, if he had black and he had 2 black cards in the hole, he would force action because he didn't want to see a flop. So he would start, you know, re-raising and making it big enough to where somebody would have to fold most of their range just so that the board didn't come out and cost him potentially where he's a dog.
But it's okay if the side game is bigger than the actual poker.
I mean, obviously I don't think in the spirit of everything being normal out there, that's a good idea. Weissman, ace-jack 10-8. Feels like a good idea from the hijack, 210,000. Blinds did go to 30 and 60K. 210 is full pot pre. So we triple the big blind of 60 to 180 and add the small blind of 30. Shorthand math.
You can fold, Laszlo, you know.
Ace, king, 6, deuce.
Like 4, 50 more.
430.
Suited king.
From last night, I know you too. No way.
Laszlo is going to go bounty hunting as he tries
We
to
can just switch off. Back and forth.
flop something with this ace, king, 6, deuce. If he flops anything good, he might just open rip it, given that his opponent has less than pot remaining.
Weissman with 430K back. It comes ace-jack 5. He's got top 2. Not going to jump out of his seat, but also, one would imagine, not going to do anything other than jam.
Yeah, time to get it in.
Owen.
In.
You hold the set?
Laszlo
No.
was always ready. Dylan was a bit spooked by the speed at which the call came in. He said, you flop a set? I mean, you're blocking top 2.
Ace-jack.
Set of 5s, I suppose.
So he has
What
a
he was
king.
worried about.
He has a king.
Out of the big blind defense range. A little bit wider, 1.37 in the middle. Laszlo. King fishing.
Even 3 Discipline, Laszlo. No king. You have diamond?
5-5.
That's a good one. No king.
Ace of diamonds on the turn, and suddenly, boy toss.
Well, there's a full house for Dylan Weissman.
Yes. Diamonds don't matter.
I know where your head's at.
Still hunting the king. Saw the 7%. Wondered what was going on, and there it is. The king of clubs.
Good game.
A nasty and swift kick to the nether region.
Said, I'm coming out to play some PLO here in Monte-Carlo. It's nice to get a cash under his belt. Definitely going to be playing the PLO event later today.
No doubt had some higher hopes for the outcome in this one, but announcing his arrival at the Triton Super High Roller Series is Dylan Weissman with an 8th place finish. $54,000. Leaves behind.
Nowhere to like eat the 4 bowls of pho.
Wait a minute, hang on a second.
I've attempted it.
So what restaurant and what dish?
Well, I've tried pho. It's like 4 bowls in one. You have to eat it in like, I don't know, 30 minutes or so.
Randy, I don't know how to tell you this. You're not the biggest guy. 4 bowls of pho.
I failed, by the way. I failed.
A bowl in, maybe?
No, I got about 3/4 in. But
You
then
had 3 bowls?
I started to stir my bowl as like a cauldron, you know, like with my chopsticks.
What the hell's wrong with you?
It's like alchemy. That's what I get. I put too much of the brown sauce and the red sauce in there.
Why would you even put the sauce in
I
there?
don't know. I want it to taste good.
Oof.
What about these 2 aces? These look tasty.
They absolutely do, especially in the face of 5 players limping in front of you. Gavin.
Raise 340.
In the big, announces 340K. Now, he could have gone bigger than this.
Yeah, that's really interesting to me because I would think he'd want to just pot it and just pot flops, right? Try to not get this multi-way.
Yeah, keep players from hunting his bounty, which is going to allow them to call with a wider range. And you know, these are aces, but
340 total.
they are vulnerable at the end of the day. Look at Dewan just feeling as though that's not how this was supposed to play out.
No, he expected a pot.
That he did.
And his hand is clearly not that good. Queen, Jack, 6, deuce. Remember last time he made a play, Danny Tang woke up aces right behind, so he's got some PTSD. Didn't want to play that one.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to be hard to make a set of these 3 kings.
Bit surprised, are you, that Danny would bother to play this hand, given that he blocks his own set?
Yeah, and also in a multi-way, you really want nutted draws, and, you know, the king-high flush draw, clearly not that.
No, it isn't.
I wouldn't think that Daniel Divorce would want to play this as well. For Gavin to, well, looks like he is going to come along. I would think that Gavin's got a lot of pocket aces in his range. I guess he's going bounty hunting. And maybe Jotrin comes along as well. Now that he gets to close the action, he's got this 10-9-7-5. He got the position. Well, not the position, sorry, but gets to close the action.
So then, 2 customers at the price of $340,000.
This, no? This takes.
Divorce with the clubs and the 8s. Joe Schwen with a raggedy reach. 10-9-7-5, which turns into top pair. Divorce makes the club draw. 3 dangler. 8s as well. And Draenhoff will play the aces. He has a 9 of his own, and in comes the jam. And this begins to look like exactly what it is.
Yes, but Divorce has got the nut flush draw. He's got the pair of 3s. I mean, I can't really see him getting away if he called this one pre. He's also got the covering stack, which I think is the most important part of this hand because he can collect that 40K bounty. I'm not sure what more you can ask for Divorce's hand. There's the all-in, and Joe Tran wanted to call Gavin, but wasn't looking to call off against 2.
That he wasn't. He does have Divorce covered, of course. Shot at a couple of bounties, but this is just not enough ammo, is it?
It doesn't really feel like it, right? Because Divorce could have like a better 9 kind of combo draw with some clubs. If Joe Trent had clubs, he certainly would be in there with his top pair. He most certainly knows where Gavin's got 2 aces, but he performs well against that hand. You can see 3-ways, only 14% for Joe Tren.
Nevertheless, 2 time banks now being deployed. And perhaps the lure of a bad beat being issued to the opposition that would come with it $80,000 in collective bounty. Three banks now.
Oh, he looks pained.
Gonna have to send out some aspirin. If this goes any further. I mean, no immediate draw to anything other than that 9. Is this not a clear muck? The backdoor spade's a thing, I assume?
And you have to beat 2 opponents. That's the big part of it. So the chances of you collecting the bounty is pretty tough. Not even a gut shot to go of his hand. Does lay it down.
Yep.
We got a coin flip.
Just look at that. 51-49. The most modest of advantages for Gavin Andrianov. On his feet, at risk here, 3.6 million in the middle. He could hop into second place if his aces hold. Turn, the queen of spades, and now the advantage becomes more comfortable. Divorce hunting the club. 3 would work. 8 on the river, and a set for Daniel Divorce, but Gavin Andrianov has the nut flush. Took me a second as well.
1.12. In the game, love to see him show up and support the Triton series. Not to sleep on Zhou Quan, or Zhou Tren rather.
Currently the chip leader and has had some great success in the great game.
Gavin as well, also in the mix.
Now, is this a hand you could take a flop with for Tom? King Jack 8-3 single suit.
It really doesn't feel like it, Randy. Single suited, that 3 dangler, just, it's like playing with 3 cards against 4 cards, which, not to state the obvious, is a huge disadvantage. He is
Tom likes to play a lot of pots.
He does, but this type of holding really can get you in trouble. Case in point, on a king high flop, we flop top pair. It's a dry board in terms of no flush draws, but it just gets uncomfortable at this SPR.
Right, and for Gavin, with this overpair to the board and kind of only 1.5 back with 850 in the middle, he's definitely going to be willing to get this one in.
Yeah, it feels like a spot where we want to deny equity. We unblock all of the Jack-10-9s that are going to be wrapped around the King-Queen. We have a really nice blocker in the form of a Queen, blocking hands like 2-pair. And also having the aces as well. This SPR. One backdoor flush draw. See how he proceeds. He is currently second in chips. Would be a disaster to give Tom a free peek at a turn, and yeah, there we go. Just wants to set it up.
Now, you mentioned earlier that, you know, this hand kind of gets you in a bit of trouble for Tom, and now that he's flop top pair, it kind of seems you might be committed, given you already put it in 3.5 BBs pre. I don't know, it's tough, right? Especially once your opponent puts in a pot-sized bet. Well, he has to make a decision whether to go for it or not now.
Yeah, I mean, this for me would be a massive gamble. There's a world in which our 2-pair outs aren't live. For example, when the Jack rolls off, it completes the 10-9s, it completes the Ace-10. There's a world in which we're just dead. You know, we're already up. Yeah, we're up against King-Queen, we're up against Kings. Like, Kings without straight blockers are going to potentially pot in this spot as well. So, no backdoor flush draw, no backdoor straight draw in terms of a nutted backdoor straight draw. For me personally, I think this really summarizes the point I was trying to make pre-flop, where defending these trashier hands, obviously if Tom could see the cards, he's got 34% equity, he's actually doing okay, but this is really like a best case scenario kind of situation.
Right.
Also, when we do improve on the turn, say to like Kings and Jacks, there is a chance that our opponent has redraws as well, so this 34% equity doesn't feel too great. Also wants to cover, Forrest wants to cover on a chin. We talked about the 40k bounties in play. So still covering 2 stacks. Could potentially be worth a 40k pickup.
Well, he seems pained as he's trying to figure out whether to commit or not. Feels like the no backdoor flush draw might be a deal breaker for me.
He's scanning around the table, looking at the stacks. From an ICM point of view, again, not to state the obvious, but this is pot limit Omaha. It's a lot harder to get money in pre-flop without legit holdings.
Oh, he's gonna take a shot here.
No gamble, no future. There's ever a man that I would expect to play for the win. It's none other than Tom Dwan, who's gone for it all here. 3.55 million chip pot. Is live, Randy. King, Jack, 8 or a 3. 34% equity. About as good as it gets. Bad card. Jack no longer an out. As the Jack does roll off, but it is the Jack of Hearts giving Gavin the nut flush. Tees collected. Another final table on his Triton track record, but title number 3 will have to wait, Randy.
We'll have to wait, but we don't know he likes the great game of PLO. Going to get back in the mix. Really was just a roller coaster for him. Was the chip leader, lost it, back to the chip lead, lost it again, and now
7 with a gap.
But these like 3 connected in a row are pretty powerful in Omaha, right?
They are, especially in.
Oh, the instant pot from the double paired.
But here it gets tricky. Single suited with a gap.
And 300. Thank you.
See Danny just paying attention to the stacks because there is that bounty element.
And the bounty element probably gets Laszlo to continue, I would think. Yeah, he's just going to get it in there. doing okay against these two kings. 60-40.
I'm surprised. I'm sat here as a fan of the great game. I'd always expect to see a flat and decide, but I guess with the bounty element, never folding on any flop. But even like a flop like this, you know, no backdoor spade, feels like we could have saved 250,000 here. As crazy as it seems.
It's got a chance.
Does pick up equity. Oh,
there it is.
Randy, that is disgusting.
Hey, for Laszlo.
Oh, Monachin joined us for the first time in 2022. Came and played a handful of events. Showing up for the 30K PLO bounty here. First cash in his first event of the trip.
Short stack is in the big. So perhaps an opportunity to try to collect that bounty with this Queen Jack 5-4.
Yeah, honestly, full disclaimer, I have no idea just how big of an impact these 40K bounties have in terms of still playing pretty crazy to try and get those bounties. I assume it's going to change once we get down to three-handed. But for now, the bounty is worth more than the ladder between 5th and 4th.
Mm-hmm. You can see multiple players just saying, come on, Laszlo, come on. He folds. And they're like, come on. We weren't going to play these hands if you didn't play. Divorce is thinking, why am I in here?
Well,
he's got a flush draw.
Top pair on open-ender on a live flush draw. Live 2-pair outs. Actually, not many live 2-pair outs.
But he should be the favorite against these two hands.
Yeah. Run it. How difficult these bounty tournaments are, as you do end up getting involved with marginal holdings.
Yeah, he's in a hand he didn't expect to be in. Now Joe Tren's the one that's betting with his little gutter ball.
Gut shot, backdoor spades, blocking aces.
And even against a small bet, you can see the pocket jacks just having to lay down, especially when it's connected like that on the flop.
Yeah, 100%.
Fear the Daniel divorce.
Scramble, my friend.
Oh. Did you hear that?
It's like a James Bond villain.
Yes, this is the new Chinese James Bond villain.
I love it. I'm here for it. The suit, the shades, the speech.
Mid-hand gamble, my friend, when he's just got nothing. He's like, oh, maybe I shouldn't have said that because he did call me.
There's nothing for now. This is PLO. 2 cards to come as he turns top pair and the nut flush draw.
He's a favorite now.
Yeah, won't be much gambling from Daniel now. 1.4 out there.
Maybe we press just because Daniel's short stack probably just raises the flop with the goods. Pretty good intuition from Joe Tren.
The problem with Daniel's draws is they're non-nutted. Doesn't know if his 2-pair outs are live. Doesn't know if his 5 is live. Doesn't know if his heart's alive.
And also in the back of his mind, he's like, well, I've got the short stack covered, who is so short that he's going to get in soon, so there's page ups to be had as well.
Yeah, has 2 short stacks covered. Those bounties worth so much value. Wouldn't fault him for finding a fold here. With the bounties in play, there's just so much value in covering people. Also wouldn't fault him for trying to build a stack.
Well, he's going to try.
3.2 million out there.
And once he leaves 550 behind in this massive pot, you would assume he's on a draw. So if hearts come in, Joe Trent might find an exit.
Well, how about the 5 of clubs for Joe Trent? Stabbed on the flop with the backdoor equity. Turned top pair and a nut flush draw, and now rivers the nut straight. 3.2 million out there. We're going to have a runaway chip leader. And this is the problem. It's rivered 2 pair, and I was talking about how 2 pair outs perhaps not live. This is PLO.
$50, $57, $50, $750.
A little bit of acting here. He knows what he's going to do.
I'm telling you, we're going to see Joe Trent in the next James Bond movie.
International. When James Bond goes to China, I don't think he's gone there yet. And there's a lot of movies.
That could be a whole different sequel, Randy.
For you or for me?
Me.
Bit of speech play, shades are off, Daniel throwing out all of the time extension chips.
Ace flash.
What?
Ace king. You ace king?
Me?
Yeah.
No.
No?
Better.
I don't know.
Joe Trent engaging
Time bets.
in conversation mid-hand. Asking Daniel if he had ace king with a nut heart draw. Shades off. Looks comfortable, Randy. Perhaps a bit of a tell.
Well, Joe Trent knows that his opponent is weak, obviously, to not call already. So if he can just engage.
No ace 5. No 5-6.
What about 7-6?
I don't know.
You don't know?
Yeah.
That's a problem. That's a big problem.
I want ace diamond. This ace. This ace. 3, I don't know. Queens?
Hmm?
2 queens?
No, better.
No? You fold, I shoot 3 cards.
Which 3?
I know which 3.
How have I used?
The ace king 6. What a fantastic hand of poker.
This is a crazy thing.
It's crazy.
Give me one bounty, please. No.
Well, you don't get it yet.
believe I heard Boris mention pocket sixes would be a credible bluff. Sixes with hearts, perhaps. Think long, think wrong, Randy. So much money out there. He folds, he's down to 5.5 bigs. Shades back on. I think if there are any Hollywood directors out there, Joe Tran's going to be getting an invite.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to continuing coverage of the Triton Super High Roller Series 2023 edition, winding down from right here in sporting Monte-Carlo. Yours truly, Ali Najad. Got the black hoodie memo alongside Henry Kilbane here. Not too often the two of us get to be at the desk any longer, Henry. Excited, obviously, to take some of these 4-card matters into our own hands as we will bring you coverage now of the 50K PLO. Not sure how much of a glimpse you got at things out there, Henry, coming into our little 2 minutes before we send it down?
Yeah, I'm seeing some, new faces showing up here for the 4-card Magic. Most notably, perhaps chip leader Chris Parker coming in with 150 bigs. Very early doors here, late reg still open. But, these newcomers that do venture out for the first time is typically a byproduct of them being competent in their own right and taking a shot at coming to the highest stakes in the world to see if they can hold their own.
If we're going to talk about newcomers, then how can we look over the second place man in chips right now? Shingiz Satubayev, playing under the Kazakh flag, sits with 680,000, 136 bigs. As you mentioned, of course, still very early. And PLO, one of those games where the chips do find their way forward. Car crashes often occurring, as you like to describe them.
Yeah, car crashes definitely occurring. Here, without ICM, much deeper, I think we're going to see some very honest poker being played. And then as we work our way down to the money bubble, per se, we're going to see chip leaders just really abusing the ICM. But for now, I think we've got just some world-class, honest PLO about to be showcased.
37 players in their seats at present. The shortest stack among them belongs to Chris Brewer. He's got 13 bigs, and we've got a couple of featured tables that are going to be coming your way in just moments here as 50K pot limit Omaha event number 12, the penultimate, as you like to call it, Henry.
I knew that was coming. I knew it was coming. Bravo.
Santosh Suvarna sits atop matters at the red table, 594K, good for 119 bigs. Imad Derwish, another one of these first-timers here at Triton, sitting with 124 bigs, 619,000 over in Bluesville. Blinds 25 and 5K. With a 5K big blind, and he's still very early going here. And a peek at the legend himself. Jason Kuhn plays all the games, whether it's short deck, long deck, or PLO, as we've got here. Always
Any
hunting
word?
PLY points.
Sorry to cut you off.
No,
if that's the timepiece that Boss gave Jason, because it's been the timepiece of choice that I've seen him rocking, and I feel like it would make sense that it's kind of a showing of gratitude, perhaps,
well,
to
for
that
those
bet.
unfamiliar with what you're describing, there was a bit of an agreement, a gentleman's wager, if you will, between Boss Paul Pua, Triton co-founder, good friend of Jason Kuhn, who's been an ambassador for a long time, with respect to what Boss would offer if Jason were able to win the Ivan Leal Player of the Year award in Season 2.
And it was at a point in time where Stephen Chidwick was running away with it. I mean, it was a near impossible task. I think coming in, Jason at the start of the series said, I need to win 2 titles and have several final tables in order to win that bet, which he did. As Bogdan, Capitan, one of our golfing buddies.
Oh, and not at all a buddy, this turn card. The King of Clubs, which puts Brewer in front. Trip Kings. Downing the trip 4s. The suited ace defended. Blind versus blind. Check back from Bogdan as Brewer proceeded with caution. Maybe looking to induce, but you know, in PLO, the other party can show up with that same king a little bit more often.
Yeah, especially blind v blind, right? Bogdan has 100% range out of the big. Brewer polarizing as he should. 80% on the river. Frustrating spot for Bogdan.
No question. The milking does feel like it's in progress here.
Be impressed if he can get away from this.
I mean, ace kicker with the 4 in particular. Of course, a reminder to viewers who are newer to Pot Limit Omaha, you must use 2 cards from your hand. So it's not 4s full of kings.
Would have to give Brewer 0 bluffs. Unblocking diamonds, some of the backdoor floats. Does block spades. Really feels like a king or nothing.
Credit to him for going deep into the tank, I got to admit.
Oh, he's world class.
Ace kicker with the 4, and my chips would have been in there with haste.
World class at PLO. World class at golf. But unable to find the world class fold, Ali. Understandably so.
Absolutely. Not a reflection of any lack of savvy in terms of PLO.
You have it. School and fold. Yeah, 2 right?
Yeah.
Nice little pick up there for Brewer to get back up to 100K. Things were looking bleak now, 20 bigs.
Yeah, quite meaningful for him, that acquisition.
What a table we have here, by the way. Bogdan, Brewer, Kuhn, Haxton, Flink, Imad, Ollie Skemian. Still feels weird. Stephen Chidwick, currently in 9th, someone that we haven't seen all too much of this series.
Disappointing
by in part to the fact that he's 0 for 9.
Oh wow, we actually had
this series, just a brutal trip out to Triton. 18.5 million in Triton earnings, 1 title, 30 cashes, but just goes to show how much variance there can be in these tournaments, even for the best players in the world.
See you, Jason.
Talk about best in the world. Obviously, Ike Haxton comes to mind. Pictured here. Ike, 241,000.
Water, please.
Queen, Jack, 9, deuce, 3 clubs. Unclear whether or not that's going to be enough. And with Dan Smith having picked up a title earlier here at this festival, the most honorable available in the 200K Invitational, 3.8 million for him. Finally able to breathe that sigh of relief that comes with the validation of having won a title. Now, Haxton occupies, and I'm not sure you'll agree, Henry, my mind as the best of the regs, the most decorated, who has yet to pick up any hardware.
No, I have to agree. I think it falls into the hands of Adrian Mateos, Ike Haxton, a couple of other names, you know, top 20 on the all-time money list without a Triton trophy. And
how much is it?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of these guys are humble enough, even the people with multiple titles, to admit that variance plays a big part, especially when you get down to FTs and it gets shallower. But Ike with a few crossbars, most recently against Danny Tang.
You missed 1 or 2 hands.
Well, back to the matter at hand. Brewer, a button open, getting 3-bet by the kings of Jason Kuhn. He's got hearts in the Jack-10-5 board, gives him the flush draw, but those hearts are smothered by Brewer, who's got himself top 2.
What a flop for Brewer.
I mean, this is magical. Even he has to chuckle at the good fortune being delivered to his doorstep here.
Is that Jason imitating Brewer a year ago, or is that a genuine, I don't think I've got it in good once this trip?
Not sure, but the jack on the turn leaves Kuhn fishing for a king. Nice to see Chris
I'm
Brewer
glad we can laugh at a 50K, right? Like,
smiling again. You know what I mean? He's having fun out there. We miss this image.
44.5.
how the tables have turned, Howley.
Yeah, hasn't been the best festival for Kuhn, has it?
No. A couple of the big hitters having a rough trip. Most notably, Chidwick, Makita, Jason, Ivy. All of these multiple-time champions. It's really been the Austrian and German crew.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I mean, getting it done this trip. I mean,
Bulgarians.
multiple titles. Yeah, Bulgarians with some deep runs.
How about the
and a title.
Malaysians? 3 of them
Coming
at
in
the
clutch.
FT of our final no-limit event. Webster Lim picking up his 3rd in that one against Hing Yang Chao. Paul Pua also at that FT.
I played a very fun private game with Chow in Korea earlier on this year.
4-card?
At the APT,
Or
yeah, a bit of 4-card fun.
Right.
There was some vodka involved on my part, which is, you know, not often.
Ill-advised.
Yeah, you don't normally see it. It's the highest stakes game I'd ever played as well.
Seems like a great time to reach for a spirit, Henry.
You know, had to numb the nerves a little bit.
Is that Tom Axel Bedell?
Oh,
Yes,
hello.
it is.
Love this guy.
I mean, we don't. The picture speaks for itself, ladies and gentlemen. Behold. Gives us plenty to work with, doesn't he?
I mean, he always rocks up with the freshest look. Paris Fashion Week.
Oh, yeah.
Newest line.
Part of the Scandinavian crew. Dvoris limping, blind versus blind here. Sergio Gonzalez of Spain in the big, double suited. King 10-5 deuce turns into top pair up against the gutty and middle pair for Dvoris.
Limped pot. Both with something going on. I think both should be keen to try and see a turn here. Even with top pair on the flop, don't really want to be building a pot.
Top 2 pair now for Gonzalez, but note Dvoris picks up that diamond draw. Might he be reaching?
Again, feels like one of those hands that we don't want to be betting ourselves. Should we probe on this turn and then get raised, it just gets really uncomfortable with a non-nutted draw. Even our 7 isn't clean. We don't know if our 2 pair outs are clean. Non-nutted diamonds as well. I think we have an easy check call here, though.
10K into 15, 2/3 pot.
Forrest was involved in one of the most entertaining PLO hands, in my opinion, of the Triton series. Earlier on against Joe Tran. He made the highlight reel as he's looking to make the highlight reel here.
Check raising as opposed to taking the passive line. And for Gonzalez, this is heaps of hand.
Yeah, I really like this from Daniel. You know, has a decent 8 of spades in his hand, blocking value like 8s, king 8. Has equity and has one of those draws that is happy to try and just take it down right here, right now.
That it is. River is the 7 as Gonzalez makes the call, and Dvoris smacks the gut shot.
Yeah, this is the nice thing about check raising as a semi-bluff. With equity, you can always just do it the easy way and get there.
I wonder how troublesome Sergio is going to consider this particular card as the Jack 9s are there. maybe he doesn't assign too much 6-9 to the equation. But, you know, the wrap is a powerful piece of kit in PLO, and oftentimes, rather than put pressure on ourselves in a spot such as this, blind versus blind, we see the aggressive line being taken by Dvoris, who now bets 65,000 into 85. Meaningful sizing.
Yeah, a lot of meat on this bet. 75%. You'd have to hope that he has like a queen jack, a busted flush draw, and such, yeah, with that kind of facial expression that we've all seen, we've all been on the receiving end of. It's like, really, pal?
Yeah.
Really? You check raise with that shit? Okay. I see how it is.
The thing is, we know Gonzalez has been on the issuing end of such things.
For sure. Yeah, yeah. 100%.
It's part and parcel to PLO. You know, a lot of times, those who are accustomed to playing no limit will be more inclined to look at situations like that and think, oh, what a beat. But if you've played any amount of 4-card, then this is very garden variety, what we just observed.
Very much so, but it's when it's the most unlikely draw that comes in. And if the diamonds roll off, it's kind of whatever. The 7 of hearts is the only card where Dvoris actually gets paid. So
looks like moving day for Santos Suvarna and Thomas Ribeiro. They've been sent elsewhere in the room in a balancing effort, it would appear.
I want to get a shot of
vodka.
Tom Axel Bedell's
there he is.
Loafers. Crocodile skin loafers, I believe, is rocking.
Not quite PETA approved, is my guess. But, you know, inbounds.
I want to get a shot so you can have a guess of the price tag.
You know, earlier we were speculating as to what Laszlo Boitas's decapitated teddy bear hoodie was. Chat piped in, never got a chance to acknowledge and thank them for it. That it was Palm Angels.
Really?
And $1,200 retail price
on
that hoodie. 15,000
this is
retail price from the Aces. And Sir Watts, understandably, these Broadway rundowns, double suited, absolute PLO catnip. 3-betting to 52.5.
Yeah, and at this stack depth, Andreanov just has an easy pot. He can get close to all of his money in the middle. Not the greatest of aces, but fresh off of a title. Late reg still open.
Popped on in.
Yeah, just like, here we go. Spin the wheel.
By the way, nowhere to hide, even if we've only got 2 line items on our Triton resume, a cash in PLO in London, and then, of course, the title he won just about an hour's time ago, I want to say. Everybody took note. Watson, nevertheless, though, just too much hand. And the chips do fly forward.
Shake of the head from Sir Watts as well, because you always know what you're running into, and you've just got an absolute monster. 39% equity, though. Even against the aces.
367K, 954, and the aces look quite cozy here.
I hate PLO. Such a dirty game.
8 on the turn, and a gutter for Watson. The Queen Jack working. 3 of clubs on the end, though. And Sir Watts covering stack, but one that has dealt a big blow. And that's an image that we saw on multiple occasions at the final table of the 30K PLO bounty. A Gavin Andreanov double up. How many times did he stave off elimination and then trade blows en route to the eventual victory?
Yeah, no time to waste from the post-mortem interview with you, straight back in the saddle.
Yeah.
In this 50K. 2 events played, 2 final tables, 1 title. Showing up specifically for the PLO end of the series.
A number of players are doing just that, Henry, more so than on the occasions in which we wind things down with short deck. Obviously, the prevalence of PLO on the continent here in Europe, massive. In fact, many poker rooms that you'll walk into might have even more PLO going than they do No Limit Hold'em.
I think stateside for sure, definitely still the big home of PLO, but definitely growing over here, and it's great to see Triton kind of recognize that and go out of their way to come up with newer formats to make it more enjoyable for both regs and recreationals. And I think that event that we just held, event number 11, the 30K pot limit Omaha bounty, where the bounties come in play with 25% of the field left, I think that might become a permanent fixture on tour because 76 runners in that, huge turnout.
I liken putting a bounty into a PLO event similar to just taking a bottle of lighter fluid, walking by what is already a small brush fire, and deciding let's make an inferno out of this, shall we?
Couldn't have summarized it better myself.
Meanwhile, ace, queen, jack here. 4 players in the mix. Note Watson. Top 2 pair. Heart draw for Dvoris. And now that heart draw irrelevant as a round of knuckles, delivering the nuts to Watson. Really not much else to speak of anywhere in the field. Always disheartening, especially when you have the nuts in a multi-way spot and you're hoping somebody else is out there lurking with something they're
75.
Proud of.
Big fan of the flop check from Sir Watts, by the way. Don't really want to be doing too much betting 4 ways with top 2.
Yeah, on a board like that, heavily coordinated, could be beat already. Has just 1 heart in hand. And has no callers. Lose one, win one, Henry? Is that on his mind?
Still a lugubrious look on his face, whether winning a pot or losing a pot.
Quite a static image, that of Watson.
Yeah.
Out there, somewhat catatonic.
Real puppy dog, kind of, you know. I like it. Just like, good luck getting a read off me, pal.
Finding center axis with the cranium appears to be somewhat of a challenge at present. The tilt, I'm not talking poker, but you know what I'm saying? It's just a little off center.
Oh man, I've been looking forward to this whole trip. Oh, here we go.
Sir Watts, tremendously respected player who cut his teeth in the online streets.
Just what he's achieved, both online and live, and to this day, you speak with Ike, Forrest, Jason, like a lot of these guys will still give Sir Watts credit and praise as the guy that they turn to when it comes to ICM. He's the guy that they turn to when it comes to final tables. A lot of people looking to Sir Watts for advice and wisdom.
Yeah, you do quite well to have him in your corner, as some are fortunate enough. Pot size open from Sir Watts, flat from Dvoris, 10s and spades, coordinated 3-card rundown. And, of course, aces for the legend of legends, Eric Seidel.
Yeah, that's one of those names where we truly don't mind throwing out the term legend.
In one of those hands, we truly don't mind saying pot over the top of a pot and a flat in front of us. Hearts, ace, ace, king.
It's a really annoying spot for Dvoris. Having a pair isn't nice. I think you'd much rather call with the Jack 10, 9, 8.
Quite annoying for Watson as well not to be able to take a flop with a hand that I think he really wanted to take a peek at 3 with.
Dvoris is going to make the call. SPR gets awkward on like 9 high flops, Jack high flops. Decent amount of equity though, 39%. How about the 8-7-6 flop, Henry? Forgot about that one. Nut straight. Could be showers.
Seidel covered, as DeVoris did speculate. Lacks a club in hand, but obviously will never, ever go anywhere. And Seidel, in spite of the coordinated texture out there, has already made the commitment.
Backdoors, you might not be.
Understandably. And it's going to require a pair on the board or an ace for Seidel to even draw live in this spot. Lack of a heart on board, keeping the back door shut.
What a flop.
Queen on the turn.
About as dead as you can get it in.
Made it official.
Very easy to be results oriented there in a 3-bet pot on that board to jam. But I think king of clubs in hand, pair blocker, Forrest still going to have, you know, a bunch of Broadway hands that just have to fold. And yeah, very easy to be results oriented.
That it is. And if you want better results, Henry, no need to steer anyone in any direction other than to our official partners over at GTO Wizard. Solve any spot in the game with their GTO Wizard AI. Practice by playing versus GTO. Analyze your played hands. Take your game to the next level. And of course, get in on their exclusive membership giveaway. Win a premium sub. Maybe even some merch. Just click on the link in our chat to enter, or head on over to gtowizard.com to learn more.
Yeah, GTO Wizard very quickly, I want to say in the span of 12 months, just building a reputation as a trustworthy source of study content.
Yeah, what she did, she get you?
Being picked up by elite players and
No.
budding
No,
wannabe pros alike.
Doesn't. Just for you. It's not for me. For you, the organization.
Okay. Well,
You understand?
I get you. Yeah,
Of course.
I'm scared.
When a player plays 200K, just one glass, don't tell him to pay.
Yeah.
What?
Unclear.
What are we walking
Was it
into?
good champagne?
Probably not. $20 a glass. Can't be great.
I'd ask. Maybe it was really good
It's
champagne.
just the,
Discounted
you
it,
know, it's
I didn't consider that option.
Ike's entertained.
When you come to Las Vegas, I'll bring you some good champagne, okay?
Are you going to the Bahamas? No?
I'll be there.
Okay.
Believe Imad Derwish,
I know, you have to.
the man being offered the bubbles. There he is.
You know, he strikes me as a gentleman that enjoys a fine glass of expensive wine, champagne.
Good life vibes, no doubt. And he's living the good life here with 112 bigs, not playing this one.
15.
So it's folded around to the small
Let's see.
of Bogdan Kapitan.
I qualify.
By the way, every time I say Bogdan's last name in that manner, I'm reminded of Spanish, Captain, Richie Valens, La Bamba.
He is the captain.
Going in.
Also Captain Phillips, the film.
Yeah.
Bogdan is the captain now. Nines, wrap.
It sucks.
Good news for me.
Kuhn's
It
hand
is good news,
so
but maybe I'll do
bad, but
something
just
better.
20K.
Let's see.
Jason in rough shape here.
Am I drawing dead again?
No, you have queen or 10.
Queen or 10,
queen.
6 outs
It's
twice.
improvement. I got my money on the 6 outs this time. This is fucking sick.
Chop.
8 for a chop indeed.
It's like even money, right?
Feels like genuine pain
I feel like I'm about 4
for Jason.
That it does.
40 is my
Yo, flush draw?
Yep.
No flush draw.
Okay, that's me.
Dust. On the turn, Bogdan saying. That's me. Yes, it is.
Oh, some empathy from us here in the booth, even for the 9-time champion. We've all been there.
Not a good feeling to get nibbled on.
Especially when you put like a run together, and I know you've definitely experienced this in your mixed games where you have that like 2-month, 3-month stretch where you rock up and you're like, yeah, I'm the man. And then 2 weeks later, 3 weeks later, you just can barely roll out of bed.
Yeah.
Don't want to even go and play the game that just a few weeks back you couldn't wait to rock up to. It's like
soon as you sit down and take your first beat, you feel the sense of doom come over and you're like, oh, it's going to be that. How much will I give them today?
Yep, exactly. Yeah. Should I just sign the check now? Is it 5K today, boys?
Right,
10K?
Exactly.
Don't copy me, man.
Why do I have to sit here for 10 hours? How about I take one stack and hand it to you and one to you? And then, you know what? You guys divvy it up as you see fit. I'll be out here.
See you tomorrow. Same time, same place.
Where would you rather be? Brewer, pot size open, queen, jack, jack 10 with spades. Haxton sharing the queen and 10 suited along with a couple of sevens.
Are you going to the Bahamas?
I don't think
God, my love-hate relationship for this game, Harley.
Oh,
I know
it's
you
not
feel
just
it,
you.
and they all feel it.
Yeah.
You need to put 2,500 in first, and then it'll be.
There is a particular degree of masochism, I think, woven into
100%
the DNA of all PLO players. Note the 7 on the board. Why? Because it has smacked Haxton for a set. He really was smothered by Brewer's hand, and yet finds himself with a big lead on this ace-6-7 board, where his defense from the big draws a check. And Brewer going to barrel at this one, Henry.
3 days. It's okay, 3 days, yeah.
Not going to have many check raises out of the big. I like
perhaps Prague, no? Prague.
Doing it with a set here.
Prague.
Pectoral Diamond's going to have some wraps that want to apply pressure on hands like Ace King, Ace King Queen. But I think for the most part, we don't get to check raise all too often, even with a set.
Yeah, I'm happy.
Yeah, yeah, you don't care. It's okay for you. Good.
So, a flat from Haxton.
Vienna. Vienna, you too. Vienna. Oh.
Thought perhaps he would be more inclined, Henry, to create a little bit of noise with a set of sevens, but so much hand and maybe concerned about those occasional aces? Or what's the story behind that flat?
I think so. I think where this is a single raise pot cut off the big blind, not saying that we're 100% 3-betting all of our aces pre, but Brewer certainly retains a nut advantage on the ace-high board.
3-4 million. Yeah?
Yeah. Pretty big.
Good quality of life, beach, sun, good restaurant.
Both players check the turn. Deuce on the end is quite dry. Imagine Haxton will be prepared to value bet here.
We play poker. We play poker.
Yeah.
Big
Pot, he says.
Only businessmen playing. So
Brewer doesn't waste any time putting jacks where they belong in that spot.
Genghis Satubayev, who you called out at the start of this frame, has taken the chip lead, closing in on the 1 million in chip territory. Nacho Barbero in third. Bob's PLO Cash Games, Keith Flair. Elis Parsadin. That is a name that you never want to see at your table in a PLO event. Part of the Finnish Armada, one of the most feared PLO groups of all time. Not just the modern game, I mean. That group has been getting it done for quite some time.
part of the world where PLO is quite popular.
It's like the native language.
Meanwhile, the limp from Shemion's Ace-Jack, Jack-3. Brewer. Diamonds, kings and sixes. Put the raise in behind. Kuhn, Ace, King, Queen, 4. With spades, digs in. And Mike Brewer be looking to finish what he started. 111K pot needs to go Jason's way to preserve this bullet.
Wow.
10-8-5. Kuhn with the flush draw. The kings still in front.
Good stuff, yeah.
Now add jacks to the mix.
How do you feel right now, Chris? I feel like you got about 98% or...
I felt pretty good when you said I think I like it on the floor. I didn't feel great until then.
Can Kuhn connect?
Oh, yeah, there it is.
Nope.
We did it.
I had all your outs, bro.
Rather apathetic.
I would have never guessed.
Best
of luck.
Sarcastic.
Oh, man.
Departure there
Good game.
for Jason Kuhn.
GG. 25.8 million in Triton earnings, 9 titles, 40 cashes. Just 2 cashes here in Monte-Carlo, min cashes at that. Title number 10 will have to wait.
I really did feel like 90%.
So we flip back over to the other feature. Not since Mick Jagger have I seen this much rayon and scarfing, I feel, on one man. But, you know.
I see it. I really do. Bravo for finding... Yeah. Mick
He's
Jagger,
got...
yeah,
we
he
should
does.
mess around and go party with this guy, Henry. I mean, I
Oh,
feel
I've
like...
heard stories.
Yeah? Confirm. I hadn't heard the stories, and I just put a read on it.
I've heard the stories. You need to see the loafers, and you'll get a much better read on the partying.
Feel like they could mess around and run out of whatever his preferred spirit is in a bottle service situation. He could be one of these go hard types. You know,
like
bring us all you have.
6-figure tabs have been handed.
I feel like it's within the realm of possibility, as this was not the path that Gavin Andrianov had in mind, but the wheel on the flop, unfortunately for him, the big blind patron, Elis Parsonen, who looks, by the way, to be the coziest human in the building right now.
It's like a mixture of the Michelin Man and like a Powerpuff Girl. I don't know. I dig it. He's like, hey, look, I look like the Finland flag. That's what he's gone for.
I think there is Finn flag underpinnings. Parsonen did check call, by the way, the 20K, looking for a 3. Turn. Andrianov. Still nutted.
Looking for a 3, looking for a potential bluff card. 7 or an 8. Pitches it. See, now I need to know where he's picked up this hoodie from.
I mean, if you were out in David Jan's backyard, New Zealand, had yourself a bucket of blue paint,
Sheared some sheep.
walk out there, dunk one of those sheep in said paint, give it a shear, throw a hood on it. You know, can't work a sewing machine, but
DIY.
YouTube. You sort it out.
You really can. If you knew half the things that I fixed around my house now, 20 years ago, you'd be on the phone to a plumber. It's like, nah, you know, I got this. Beautiful looking ace queen jack 10 double for DD.
Predictable open.
18,000.
Takes us upstairs. 18. Not quite pot. 3x the big, though, and right behind him on the button is Gonzalez with aces. 9 high spades.
63,000.
Will look to thin the field as marching orders issued.
Pass.
Compliance.
Really annoying spot. It is cut off the button, and I think due to the fact that it is late positions, we're getting involved, whether it's in the form of a flat, see a flop, reevaluate, or just getting it in now. Goes for the former.
Jack 7-4, not the board that Dvorak had in mind. As the extra 45K investment doesn't look to be yielding any returns with 141 in the middle and a lack of position.
This is a really interesting spot. I'm very curious to see if he just lead jams or whether he wants this to be a hand that he's check calls with.
138,000.
Gonzalez 112,000 left, and Dvorak just says, let's go. Does not have a heart in his hand. Thought maybe that would leave him reevaluating how to approach, but on the strength of the jack, some backdoor straightiness.
Yeah, I think it's precisely for the fact that he doesn't have a heart in hand that he finds the lead jam there.
Now a 10 on the turn, a devastating development to the two aces. Gonzalez knows it. On his feet, can he counterfeit Jackson 10s with a 4 or a 7? No. Matters getting only worse as a king rolls off and gives Dvorak the nuts, showering the Spaniard. What, remind me why we play this game? When you see things like this take place and you realize that deep levels of acid reflux
My table.
are a common occurrence. You have to
Masochism.
just look up at that nastiness.
All players that used to play together.
You called it. You have to be a bit of a masochist.
Yeah. Yeah, you do.
Oh, no, 2 of them are playing on the tables. There's only one that went 6-6.
Oh, sorry.
Dvorak has had a few good results in PLO. Most recently 5th, obviously, in that 30K bounty. Came 2nd in the 25K in London. Knows his way around a PLO game.
Now with 762,000 in front of him. Good for 4th overall. He chooses to limp the cutoff.
Race, 27,000.
Parsonen wags his finger from the button on the strength of 3 Broadways and the suited ace.
Muy amable.
Not looking to fanboy too much from the booth. I do want to see a deep run from Parsonen, showing up to a Triton series for the first time. If his efforts here can get the attention of the rest of the Scandies to come and play in some of these events, have a real treat.
Dvorak hangs in there, almost a befuddled look on Parssonen's face, just in terms of what would he limp and then defend with? Briefly flashed. Oh, he's quite comfortable out here. And I'm not just talking about the Snuggie. Jackson 8s for Dvoris in front of what is Jackson 5s for Parsonen. 33K barrel.
Very deep here. More than 70 bigs effective on this flop.
And that depth is largely responsible for sort of the cautious procedures, I would imagine. You don't want to go getting a whole lot of chips in there with 2 pair on these heavily textured boards. Now the club's coming in, neither player with the flush, but mindful of them.
Yeah, I think to the untrained eye, to a lot of the people who have been watching the Hold'em streams will see a spot like this and feel like it's a mandatory check raise, just try and get money in, but it'd be a disaster to play for 70 bigs apiece, even with top 2 on this board, especially as Ali mentioned, the infinite amounts of straight draws and presence of the club draw on the flop as well. With no backdoor potential, might I add, for Dvoris to get out of jail as Parsonen gets there.
Ace queen for the nuts. Jackson 5s. Not the nuts, but not straight. But exactly what Elis needed.
Jack of clubs in hand, value to be pursued here.
67,000.
Note the sizing, though, from Parsonen. 67,000. Designed to retain a broad array of hands that don't beat the flush, let alone the straight, but like the price.
Betting half pot on the flop, checking turn. Betting half pot on the river. Dvoris like needs Parson to have aces with like, the 10 of clubs. Bluffing there. Nice little pickup for the online OG. That feels like one of those hoodies where you rock up to the ski chalet in the Swiss Alps, realize that it's a little bit colder outside than you packed for. You go down to the little boutique ski shop and they have like 3 fleeces for sale. That's one of them, with like a $450 price tag. Just unnecessarily expensive, but they know that they've got a monopoly on the market up there. What are you going to do? Drive all the way back to find a decathlon? No. You're going to hand over your Platinum Amex and buy the overpriced sweater.
But then to pack it and wear it in a poker tournament also indoors, that's that's not a development that I think.
That's where, you know, you're getting the value.
Yeah.
Rather than just taking it out once a year to go skiing.
Good point.
Oh, Sergio straight back in the mix. Is it the same seat as well? I mean, no, opposite side of the table.
Yeah, visit to the re-registration desk for Gonzalez, who wastes no time finding his way into one. Double suited, ace 5, 7 deuce, turns into middle pair. Parsonen, not the flop that he had in mind. Double gutter now for him, though. Could hunt the 4 or the queen for Gonzalez, the flush draw, and gutter of his own. Still just a pair of 7s for the time being. As such, Elis checks back. Diamonds get there on the end.
Yeah, nut flush. Pass it in. A lot to take away from watching some of the best here. I think, again, people see this type of holding on the flop and want to start building the pot straight off the bat. See if Martinez can spin this bullet back up. Got it in good against Voris. As have many in PLO.
I lost like 2 million.
Equity's running a lot closer here than they do in Hold'em.
But then I got back
40K uncalled as we flip back over. Haxton, Queen 985, plus the puck. Comes together for a limp. And there's Tom Dwan, by the way, who was very splashy in that 30K PLO bounty event. Was quite the headhunter. I believe he had 4 bounties by my count, at least when I exited the booth. Perhaps quite a few more than that after I left. Picked up. Does raise it with the King, Queen, Jack 8 double.
He was the first to depart after you left, Ali, would you believe? Exited in 7th.
Swords are double-edged when you play the style that Dwan does. He flops himself a gutter along with bottom 2 here up against the nuts with a redraw. Other way around, of course, Dwan with the King, Queen, Jack 8, Haxton with the Queen 985, but facts remain.
It's an interesting flop. This SPR, I think all options are viable. Does just do it the easy way. Ike's going to have to do it the hard way.
Not in good shape against that.
Ike's one-liners are pretty bang on. Has one of those senses of humor that few appreciate, but it's great.
Oh, no, come on. We here in the booth.
I love it.
Dialed right on into the Haxton dry wit. As 60 became the full 104, courtesy of Haxton's line. Six on the turn is clean for Durr.
No more chops.
Needs to fade the 8 or the 9. And he's done just that.
Small blind to me? Yeah.
That double will leave Dwan with 268,000. 45 big. Still, it is the Imad Derwish show, even though we've yet to see any episodes of what he's got going on. Capitan down to just 13 bigs, the shorty. Blinds 3 and 6,000. It's all brought to you by betacr.eu. Registration still open in this one. As such, don't have any prize pool details just yet. There's no one and dones in the PLO streets, even at a 50K. You're back at the desk. If Reg is open, you want back in.
It also really depends on how the series has been. You know for a fact that there are Hold'em players out there that perhaps aren't that well versed in the PLO streets, but are stuck on the trip, and they're like, you know what? What's another 50K to this hole I've dug myself into? How else are we gonna get out of jail? Equities run close in PLO. You know, win 6 flips, reach the FT, go from there. It's been done before.
Haxton, once again, starting a party with a limp. 4 players. Look up at the Jack 8-7 board. 2 spades out there. Look at Derwish's kit. A set, a gutter, and the nut flush draw. Absolute chokehold on this one here. Does check. Haxton could find himself doing troublesome things with a couple of 10s here, serving as blockers. Inside straight draw. Round to knuckles. Now the board pairing 7 on the turn is an issue for Haxton. He's made trips up against 8s full. Look at Derwish just begging somebody to put chips forward.
The aggressive knuckle. I like it. Haxton did have the option to start telling a story on the flop with those straight blockers that Ali mentioned. I think on the 2-tone texture multi-way.
7,500.
Got to do a lot less betting with blockers.
7.
Just gets difficult at this SPR. Cross turn and river. Imad with the aggressive call.
Still slow playing here. Look at Shemian. Putting in a raise to 35,000. This is exactly playing in to what Imad wanted to see. And this move from Ole, Henry, feels a bit hazardous.
It feels overly creative. Yes, we have clean outs with the queen. We block Jack 7 and top boat. Feels a little bit aggressive and unnecessary.
Like the first time in lieu of crayons,
How's the pot?
you're given glitter and glue.
Huh? 210. 210.
Big mess.
45 would be...
Does draw live, though.
170. Okay.
Just Dolly in the pot? Oh, yeah. Okay.
Imad wants to know how much he can raise to. He thinks there's a genuine holding out there, and, well, now I think this line gets rid of all the straights, even has like 8-7. I think probably hitting the muck.
It looks oh so strong, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Check twice flat, and then all of a sudden when the raise from Ole comes in, we speak up. And Haxton.
Yeah, just like, if you've got Jack 8, well played, sir. On the rare occasions that you do.
That's a thing, obviously, blocking Jacks full and 8s full.
Show. Why do we want him to show? Once the professional show the card, I will show my card.
I showed you.
Because I showed before.
Oh.
Oh.
I thought we had a thing.
Thanks.
Bit of beef. I love it. Let's go. Imad's saying, you know, when you pro show, I'll start showing.
Oh my God.
I do you think if
It was not quad.
Of course,
well met.
Quad. Thank you, Isaac.
Table 7. Oh yeah, I gotta take my mic off. I'll do it on once I'm over there.
I hope you beat 10-7.
I got it. Thank you though.
Will be?
So I hope you beat 10-7 though.
Cool.
You 7? 7? Wow.
Yeah, I gotcha.
That's tapping the table, acknowledging Ike's fold with the trip 7s.
Haxton acknowledging his kings.
You will see it.
With connectivity in hearts. Makes it 21,000 to go.
I said pot.
Wait. He said call.
No, he said pot. Pot 21, yeah.
You can do whatever you want.
Yes, yes.
Do you guys care if I fold? Or I mean, I thought you said call.
I'm pretty sure even if we call before, they'll say you can do whatever you want.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
If you didn't hear the action.
No problem.
Yeah, I thought you said fold.
Yeah,
I thought you
yeah,
said
no
call.
problem, no problem.
No harm, no foul here. Players sorting things out amongst themselves as Dwan was under the impression that, as had happened on a couple of prior occasions, Haxton was up to his limping business again. But this time he had said pot. Dwan unaware, allowed to get his hand into the muck as Dervish flats from the button.
Do we know if Imad owns a boat or a yacht? Perhaps a catamaran?
2 players?
2 players.
I do applaud the fact that somehow you were able to squeeze catamaran into today's broadcast. That's a stretch. And the Case King finding its way onto this flop. It'll be a stretch for Dervish to produce a winner here. Just 3%.
Yeah,
Top set for Ike.
About as bleak as they get at this SPR. SPR of 2, single raise pot. Ike with top set on a rainbow flop. Just comes out asking for it all. As big as he can bet.
57, huh?
Dervish doesn't have the backdoor diamonds. Really ambitious straight draws. And nevertheless calls. Full pot here, Henry. It's okay to get away from top pair and PLO, isn't it?
It is, especially with how backdoor flushes. Believes that his 2 pair outs are live. Looking to do the dirty on aces, ace king.
Well, he always knew that if he did pick up equity, the next barrel would be no bigger than this, 67.5. But that is 67.5 more than I imagine Imad feels like this hand is worth at present. Just the gutter and top pair. Shaking his head, doesn't like it.
Show me 2 cards if I fold. 2 cards.
I like this guy.
You choose 2 cards?
Yeah.
Yeah, seems fair.
Probably, yeah, this one.
In for a 5th? Yeah, I saw you said 4.
So Dervish does fold. Which 2 did he pick here? Both look like paint. It's either kings or king-queen. Both would leave him feeling quite all right, as king-queen was the best he could do for the time being in that one.
Oh, you play 1 hand?
Back to the catamaran conversation.
Ah, yeah.
I feel like a day out at sea with Imad would be one of those stories that you tell your grandkids about.
Bellinis, creme fraiche,
I have king, queen.
egg,
I have king, queen.
You have king, queen?
caviar.
Yeah. It's good fold for me?
On ice.
Huh?
Etc.
Thank you.
All seems like it's within his range.
Yeah. Yeah. Strikes me as that kind of guy.
Listen, a win in this one, and everybody can be that kind of guy, by the way, at least for a day.
You were a big favorite to see at least 1 king.
Sorry?
You were a big favorite to see at least 1 king when you picked 2 of my cards.
Ah.
Dwan. Limping. Shemian does the same. And now the new arrival at the table. Alexa Pavicevic announces himself.
Montenegrin flag Welcome to the table.
Yeah, it's a nation familiar with the Triton Super High Roller Series. We paid a couple of visits throughout the years. Both limpers call the 27, and it comes King, Jack, and a deuce. Top set for Pavicevic, and a confrontation as Shemian has the nut flush draw and the deuce dangler.
Yeah, it's getting to that stage of the tournament where people are like re-entering, and when they re-enter, they're re-entering with like 30 bigs, so stacks seem to be colliding at a pretty high frequency here. Skemian is at risk, but live.
$90K follow through became all 123, courtesy of the jam. Easy call for Pavicevic. 335 in the middle, anti-sweating the spade. And there it is, right away, no waiting on the turn. But Ole Shemian's stack is not out of the woods yet. Needs to fade a pair on board. And he's done so. Pavicevic nodding his head, saying, that's nice.
Good game.
Warm welcome. I'll make sure to remember that when you come over to my house.
On his second bullet. Oh, apologies. Scanning through the app, it's been a rough stint.
Well, multiple rough stints, it would seem. At least 2 bullets, Henry, for Pavicevic?
According to the app, this is bullet number 4.
And it doesn't look to be going all that well, courtesy of Ole Shemian, as you see Elton Sang working his way into the arena.
I like boxing with you. Me too.
One more look at that stunning backdrop of Monte-Carlo through the glass that surrounds us here at Sporting Monte-Carlo.
Cengiz Satubayev, first person to eclipse the million chip mark. Dylan Wiseman came 8th earlier on today, venturing out to a Triton Super High Roller Series for the first time.
Keep an eye on Wiseman, by the way, when I'm back stateside in Vegas, providing commentary services under other roofs. He's quite the fixture in any given PLO event.
Yeah, one of the few ambassadors of the great game. There's always doing his best to be outspoken on socials, try and get people's attention on the 4-card format. Doing his best to stream, I believe, on occasion, produce this content.
And this turn card doing its best for Ike Haxton, who flopped the wrap and gets there. Nuts.
More importantly, Dwan's picked up the nut flush as well. Nut flush draw, I should say.
It's got a wheel draw as well. All relevant with regard to how he chooses to approach Haxton's 41K lead. Pre-flop, Dwan raised it up front. 16K a man. You saw them go check, check. And now, what does Durr want to do? Take a peek at the river for the set price of 41. And that river is the queen of diamonds. Dwan makes the nuts. And these, of course, are the issues that straights face. Generally speaking, they're just not going to get any better. Granted, there was a redraw to a higher straight, but that's the hand class you will be left with.
He had the best straight possible. Had all the redraws.
What he didn't have, of course, diamonds. And the presence of them leads to Haxton checking.
One, two, three out there, and I wonder if Ike has really narrowed Dwan's range down to diamond draws due to the fact that Dwan opted to check the ace 7-5, kind of removing aces and strong ace X perhaps.
Touched on it during the stretch covering Dwan in the 30K, but he's a man whose reputation precedes him, and it isn't only diamonds that he's going to be producing in spots like this, Henry, and that, of course, is what makes him difficult to go up against, because every now and again you just need to make him show you. This would be one of the occasions on which doing so would be costly.
The problem with Ike's hand is he holds cards that he'd want Dwan to bluff with. That's a very good fold.
Yeah.
From Haxton there. But I think it really does make sense given the way the hand played out. We turned the nuts. Flop went check on the ace high board where Dwan didn't see bet.
1 more minute.
Diamonds come in.
It's the last level, huh, for the buy. Yeah.
Oh, Alexa, it's like, yo,
If you
how
bust,
long
like,
until
during this level you can?
Yeah, if you bust in this.
can re-enter?
Oh,
This man who's got his sights on a fifth bullet,
I might
perhaps.
do that.
I'm supposed to.
It's got a good shot.
I don't really want it, but a buddy of mine asked me to.
Sorry?
I said I don't really want it, but a buddy of mine asked me to.
Oh, why you don't want it?
Let's try.
Oh, sorry.
No,
Sorry.
Just they might want another hand. Whatever, I'll be going.
Get another hand.
Bogdan's been largely quiet here, sits with just 60K and continues to exhibit patience.
Alexa with a legit hand. There was talks of
good luck
re-entering the last minute.
You want to win or lose?
I'm not sure.
Registration closing sooner than later.
He doesn't want to chop.
Pavicevic, all too happy to get the remains of his stack forward with King, Jack, 6 double. Dwan.
Get 100,000. Better to get 100 for free than pay for 200.
The lone customer with Queen, Jack, 10-8. Jack in the window. No further complications, though, for the Kings, which have a jack of their own, playing defense.
I don't know, man. I'm not thrilled about this spot.
7 on the turn. Nervy is Henry, but unnecessarily as the 3 pairs on the board, and Pavicevic can stay put. As he will double through Dwan.
Yep.
A 300K or a 50K, 200K in chips?
How'd you do?
I'll take the pot.
Who won?
Danny Tang jumping in.
Or no, sorry, Gavin won.
Blinds up to 4 and 8,000. And while Tang makes himself comfortable, we do flip out to our other feature. See what's what.
The one day I wouldn't mind some cake, Harley.
Cake, you say?
Yeah, headed over to the dessert table. It's empty. It's
Probably
been in arm's reach the entire trip.
to your benefit?
No, I need a little pick-me-up, you know?
Late day, towards the end of the festival here. Perhaps the tank running lean for not just those of us here in the booth, but also those out there. PLO, a stimulant, though.
It is. It really is. Especially 200 bigs deep.
Bedell starts the limp brigade. 4 players to this flop. Jack 7-5. How about top 2 for Dvoris? Top pair and an open-ender for Ding Biao.
These are the types of car crashes that can occur in these limped pots. That's a big bet. I mean, 4 ways, no backdoor. The 8 on the open-ended side, perhaps not a live out. Feels a bit aggressive.
To start, or?
Actually has 41%, even against top 2.
$40K delivered by Biao. Dvoris announcing pot. That rainbow texture leaves him cozy. Not to mention the big covering stack. So Ding Biao happy to get his hand in the middle. Massage therapist trying to read the board and situation unsuccessfully, it would seem. Valiant effort from the looks of it, though. Still unable really to tell who's in the lead here.
Guess for the massage therapist's paycheck, we're hoping that Ding Biao gets there.
Never fun to be working. Yeah, now see, also looking over, perhaps taking note of the clubs for Dvoris. Issues for Ding Biao. 8 on the river, though. And that's delightful. Unless your name's Dan Dvoris, in which case it's unwelcome.
What's going on over there, Ali? Have you picked something up the back end of the trip? Perhaps the bug that I brought into the booth at the start of the series?
Yeah, actually not unlike a virulent rhesus monkey. Henry arrived to this particular festival replete with
COVID.
Petri dish levels of bacterial colonies. And he happily dispersed through the team across the course of this week.
Yeah, Maria got out of Dodge before it was too late.
We will be holding a memorial
for
Maria, thanks to whatever it is that you gave her. She is no longer with us now.
GG's, Maria.
She's all right. And so is Daniel Dvoris, after getting doubled through, as we flip back over to our other feature. Danny Tang under the gun. Limped bad kings. Wag of the finger out of Pavicevic, who's still stuck on a small stack here. Trying to spin. Double suited with the wheel run down there. Shemian. Flats. And this gets a little weird for Danny, doesn't it?
It does, but I don't think we've limped to limp fold. He's actually going to ISO, try and get Skemian out of the way, which fantastic news, because 3 ways he was tied on equity with Shemian, who, hang on,
who is making the call. No isolation will be had. We knew that Pavicevic was always going to get in. And Ole, he wants to see some flops.
Yeah, there's been a few spots where Skemian has kind of caught me off guard a bit. in the booth. Perhaps that stage of the series, a little bit of no gamble, no future. Left in the tank.
How much did you have? 49. 49, okay.
Let's have 38% equity.
9-6 tray board. The side pot, 190,000 active between Shemian and Danny Tang.
That's insane.
Ole fires 125,000 out there with the 4 high flush draw, the 3 dangler, backdoor hearts. Tang, kings, gets it in there.
Well, Danny technically in front, but massive, almost 2-to-1 dog in equity.
These guys have something to
Temples being scratched, perhaps.
For me here in the booth as well.
Turn is the jack. Now, the balance of power shifts into Danny Tang's corner. Can he hang on?
Bravo. Nice fade.
It would appear he can. Pavicevic does connect with the queen, but his open ender doesn't come in. Shemian's spades don't either, as he fails to make 2 pair, and 1 pair of kings on that board manages to scoop.
That's a great hold from Danny.
And perhaps Christmas spirit coming early in terms of Shemian's choices pre?
Optimistic is the word that comes to mind.
Gorgeous is another one that we can use to describe that which is on offer from our official timekeepers over at Jacob & Co. You've been talking about it all week, Henry.
Big fan.
They are responsible for our special collaboration timepieces that are won by our Triton No Limit Hold'em main event winners. Keep an eye out for Jacob & Co.
Would love to see some of the rappers that have rapped about Jacob & Co.
Show up
venture
here.
out to try and see. Yeah, you know, Drake, J. Cole, just to name a few. I mean, Jacob's got a bit of a reputation.
Yeah. He likes to deliver bling.
He does.
To high-profile clientele.
I mean, it's a real flex to just have a custom Jacob piece. Even
it is.
In the rap game.
Here at Triton, Phil Nagy, Kanapong Tanaratlakor, KT, both paid a visit over to the in-house boutique.
All
Just
the main
stop
event
or two.
champions.
Course.
Chidwick, Kuhn, Hecklin, Timothy Adams.
Panat Punsri also.
Panat Punsri. Danny Tang took down the short deck main in London.
Yeah. Good looking watch, by the way, too, that Triton Jacob & Co. collab piece. Not great looking hands, though. Here in a 4-way limped pot as we plow forward in this 50K PLO. Ace-9, 3, 2 spades. The lone flush draw rests with Ole. Danny. Top pair, but a set of 3s for Durr, who is the better. 15,000. The breakup should be an uncomplicated one for Derwish as we see him fold. Multi-way pots in PLO, one can fold a flush draw down kind of toward the middling and lower part of the spectrum, can they not?
Especially non-nutted. Like even when we turn a flush, it's like how comfortable are we playing a 250k pot with 10 high spades? He thought about it.
That he did.
Danny's in trouble though.
Nice to see, by the way, Ole finding the fold in that spot. Obviously wanted to play a big one. Prior engagement there against Tang's Kings. So not simply mashing. Danny calling the 15K and turning top 2. Dur with the check back. Given the arrival of spades, of course, that'll be disheartening for Shemian, who would have had this one.
Yeah, nice check from Tom.
And one that's going to earn a barrel, one would think, out of Danny on this fairly dry river.
Let's see what size he goes with. It looks small. Nice little block.
Yeah, just 12K.
It's like, what, 15%? Don't think Dwan's ever doing anything other than calling. Ace Queen, no good.
But able to set a smaller price than perhaps Dwan would have.
Yeah, 100%.
Had Danny checked, so some silver linings.
Good. You want some reds? Yeah.
And some golden ones as well in the form of a Triton trophy. That awaits the eventual champion in this one. Flip back over to find Mike Watson limping in. Ace King 9-6. Hearts. Parsonen wants to party. Hearts of his own, along with diamonds and 10s on the button. Still yet to see Bedell mix it up.
I love that Gavin's just snap predged the 50K.
What's not to love? This is what he's here for.
100%, but still, the commitment.
Oh, and look at this. 8-6 tray. The full wrap with a pair.
Yeah, no flush outs, front door or back.
2 checks in front of this over pair.
It's one of those hands that has future nut blockers.
It's in.
Don't actually hate this. Even on a wet texture like this. Just building the pot now. Gets the barrel on a 9, 7. Diamond has the deceptive bottom pair trip draw as well.
Turn, delivers spades to the board. Parsonen, knuckles back. The ace doesn't help. Andrianov.
Both players about spade. All of the obvious straight draws bricking. See if Gavin just comes with a small bluff. Doesn't even need to go that big. Yeah, I'm a big fan of this. Just given the way the hand's played out. It's weird because you're kind of blocking the hands that you'd want Parsonen to have, but nice play from Gavin. Feeling incredibly confident about his game at the moment.
30K with the worst hand, but hauls it in nevertheless as the 10s are forced to concede, understandably, in the face of a jack and an ace out there. Not to mention the spades. We talk a bit every single festival, Henry. We get excited, you know, about the new faces that come out here, and they always seem to post results.
Go on.
Might be tempted to think, when you're the new guy, or girl for that matter, that you would have the disadvantage. And yet, it seems like consistently the lack of a database in terms of live reps against many of these Triton first-timers for our regulars proves fruitful for the newbies. And Gavin, an example of that.
I like the attention being brought to the new players that do kind of burst onto the scene. with a bit of a bang. But I can't help but be cynical, Henry, and say that perhaps being a bit results-oriented, we don't hear about the newcomers that come to Triton and have unsuccessful outings because, for the most part, they're not brought to our attention, busting early in tournaments, you know.
But can you think back to a festival that we were at where we didn't talk about, on aggregate, newcomers at FTs?
Definitely
or
not.
Newcomers winning titles?
Especially in the last 12 months or so. And I think if you look at the number of unique entries that we've had in Vietnam, Cyprus, London, over 200 in total, it makes sense. More and more people kind of stepping up to the challenge, David versus Goliath kind of thing, taking their shot.
Well, Sergio Gonzalez has stepped up out of the big blind here. Ding Biao was the opener to 24,000 with this Jack-10 H7.
This feels a
Axel
bit
Bedell
loose.
flatting Gonzalez Ace-Queen-Queen-9. Now, having made it 100 to go, we'll have to play one.
Felt a bit loose from Ding to flat with Bedell back because it's just going to be dominated so often in that flat calling range.
Especially on the Ace-10-6 board. Apologies for the interruption. Gut shot in 10s for Ding Biao. Top pair and a rip from Gonzalez. And Ding Biao ready to play a big one.
Very happy to not see the aces. Actually, the best shape he can really be in here. 46% equity with 2 cards to come.
Plenty of direct outs to the lead.
This is a sizable pot, by the way.
And just like that, a 10 rolls off on the turn. No sooner did Gonzalez pay a visit to the registration desk than he's left chipless.
They will lead her.
Hashtag PLO. I mean, it gets bloody out there.
Expensive outing to Monte-Carlo, perhaps for Sergio Martinez Gonzalez. Hashtag PLO.
That one wasn't fun.
Yeah, this is one of those, like, wear your seatbelt adverts that you get. You know those commercials?
Yeah,
you know,
National
like
Highway Safety Administration, whatever, you know.
Yeah, like the 5 newly licensed teenagers on a day trip out. You've seen the commercial. Driving around a lake. You know, wear your seatbelts, kids. This one could be clipped and just on a loop in casinos around the world.
Ask your doctor if your heart is healthy enough for PLO.
It's like, you know, are you sure you know what you're signing up for? Watch this video, sign this waiver. Okay, you may join the cash game.
I mean, fair point to be made, Henry. There are players out there playing this one, perhaps looking for a trip saver that wouldn't otherwise be playing PLO, maybe looking for points toward Player of the Festival or Player of the Year ultimately. Maybe don't want to pay the change fee for the flight and get out of here early, deciding I'm going to stick around.
That's an expensive
change fee.
That's an expensive change fee. I mean, a few people in for a couple of bullets. Late reg is closed, our lead. Take your attention to the Triton Poker Plus app. 3.6 million in the prize pool. Just shy of a milli. Going up top to the champion. 956,000 will be awarded tomorrow.
Meanwhile, 9-4 deuce, 3-way limp pot here. Devoris wants to fire.
Nice hand to do it with. Overpair, gut shot, backdoor spades on a very dry and disconnected board.
And the jacks are a bit future lacking. Hence the fold.
To the set. I mean, I know it probably feels like to the viewers out there that every hand is a full house or trips or a set. Not the case.
Or an all-in and a call, for that matter. as we've been seeing with almost alarming frequency in spots one might not expect. But this one could be easily anticipated. The jam from Watson. Dvoris spinning the wheel and picking up that spade draw. You see Sir Watt saying fair?
I mean, it is fair, right?
It's sporting. And now 3 on the end. He will reach out and collect his $227,000. Dvoris slipping a bit.
Feels unavoidable on that flop against that stack. Once we bet, money has to go in.
By the way, Henry, Sergio Martinez Gonzalez, who we saw showered moments ago, unfortunately, reg closed with regard to his desires to press on. Played his very first Triton in London a stop ago. The 25K PLO was what he showed up for. Finished 12th. And much like Gavin Andrianov, popped down here and played the 30K PLO Bounty as his second ever event. He, however, did not cash, while Gavin did pick up the title. Now, fruitless in the 50K is Sergio. No longer a part of the festivities with 34 runners remaining.
Apologies for my lack of interaction. I was looking at a chip lead pot in the Triton Poker Plus app between Dylan Weissman and Chris Parker, where Parker backed into the nut flush. The Dylan Weissman flopped top set on the 10-5-4. Dylan still with a healthy stack, but Parker vaulting up to the chip lead.
Dvoris stepping up to the 10-10-3 flop with a 9-high spade draw, backdoor nut clubs, checking to Bedell, who has turned jacks into trip 10s with an ace kicker. 25K downsize from the 28K open. Paired boards in particular are additionally dissuasive to the smaller flush draws. And yet, Dvoris
happy to just run it.
Says, let's go.
This stack depth.
He might be thinking one of these has got to go my way eventually. This is just law of averages, perhaps.
He did win that massive pot against Sergio Gonzalez, where he's pretty cooked. Now, feels
Red
like
card, please.
Almost anything black will be good. For Dan Dvoris, you hear Bedell asking for red and getting it as he makes jacks full.
Lots of houses.
A lot of houses, he says? Yes. Yes, there were. Like this guy.
What did you have? You had 3 full houses, right? Jack 10, and pocket jacks. Yeah. Combinatorically. Yeah. I'm assuming that's what you meant.
I gotta believe you're right.
Am I losing the plot?
No, I don't think so.
Thanks.
Bedell, by the way, played just one Triton Festival. That was back in Madrid. He's taken time off since then. Madrid was May of 2022.
Has it been since Madrid?
Played 3 events up there. 50K, 7 max, no limit. 7th for 240,000. That's an FT. 100K main didn't cash. Then played the 25K PLO and finished 3rd in that one for 127,000 euros. So 2 for 3 so far, working on his 4th ever Triton cash here in the 50K. Did not play the 30K bounty, by the way.
Perhaps the flight from Madagascar was delayed.
He lives in Madagascar.
I don't know,
Henry.
the fit, you know.
I mean, you know the flag.
Feels like maybe he's been out there on some kind of safari
Sartorial safari.
Yeah. Giving me jungle vibes. Like gold and black silk shirt.
Glamping chic, perhaps? I like the way he's dressed, for the record.
20.
And it would appear Parsonen likes one pair of aces on this board, able to bet and get Ding Biao off it. 20K ahead pre.
Yeah, Bedell really does give the young guns a run for the money in the fashion streets.
Listen, I don't know what the forecast is this evening. I can tell you with great confidence that if it calls for rain, Parsonen is in real trouble. I mean, that is a deeply absorbent garment. He could double his body weight in a thunderstorm in that thing there. You know what I mean?
I do.
I used to have a towel that I would dry my car off after I would wash it. You know, with that, I mean, you could really soak up copious amounts of liquid.
I'm just trying to picture you manually washing your own car.
Doesn't happen anymore. I pay these guys to come up to the house.
I'm having to really use my imagination here.
Teenage years.
Was this the beginning of, Arnie, was that like your first venture, knocking on neighbors' doors? Hey, $7?
No, I washed my own. Didn't wash anyone else's,
okay.
You know. Weekend coming up. Got to keep it crispy.
Wax on, wax off.
Yeah. Get my Daniel San on, for sure. Meanwhile, Bedell lying in wait with aces here, though they are off suit. I'm always torn between playing the offsuit aces passively or playing them more aggressively so as not to have to play a multi-way spot. Obviously, arguments to be made for both, Henry?
Yeah, for sure. I think under the gun, limping is fine. We've seen a lot of limping. It's not like he's the first person to limp. It's interesting now.
Hearts on the turn, by the way, 6s and 3s for Parsonen.
Yeah, ace of hearts for Tom. Does he want to start setting it up? He does kind of retain all of the bigger flushes. Would limp a lot of single-suited ace-X. Hands like ace-10, 7-5 with a nut suit. Yeah, look at that. Ding Biao uninterested in being a hero. It's one way to win it. Hitting the dealer with the old gracias, señor. Señora.
Multilingual man, Bedell.
It's the bucket hat for me. Just really seals the deal.
Flavorful.
No, es mil veces mejor que Juanma, ¿eh?
Now remember, he paid us the visit in Madrid, so perhaps ties to the Iberian Peninsula. I bet you Artur Martirosian would make him an offer on that bucket. By the way, the GG, definitely part of Artur's ensembles. Almost always here at Triton.
I was really hoping that the official language in Madagascar was Spanish.
What on earth would make you think that?
Well, because it would have been great for the bit. We would have come full circle, alluding to the fact that the reason he didn't play the 30K because his flight was delayed from Madagascar. You know.
He plays under the Norwegian banner. Likely
Sure.
residence is in Oslo somewhere.
I doubt
I
it.
guess.
I don't see many people in Oslo with that kind of flavor.
Fair point. Doesn't seem like a canned fish kind of guy. Ding Biao, though. Well, let's play some PLO kind of guy on the button. 10-9-7-5 takes us upstairs to 25. Parsonen flatting with the ace, king, queen, 3, and clubs.
66 in the middle.
Jack 6-4 delivering the open-ender.
It's been on quite the spin, by the way. The run good massage. The 2 telephones.
Two-phone action is definitely international man of mystery.
Always.
Caliber, spec. Ace, king, queen, 3, not interested in a turn. Backdoor equity pursuits.
Ollie just brought to my attention there one of the goals we set out to hit at the start of the festival was the crossing of the 200,000 subscriber mark on YouTube. We achieved that. Tick that one off.
Nice.
We did. But now our attention turned to Twitch. Currently up to 99,900 followers. Just 100 away from crossing the 100,000 follower mark over on Twitch. Feels like a fair ask, Ollie, to ask the viewers over there that haven't yet clicked that follow button to help us cross that benchmark.
Or drop us a line and let us know what you're waiting for. Why on earth haven't you clicked it? Let's talk about it. It'll be a short conversation. Nothing you say is going to change my mind about the idea that you're making a big mistake.
I feel like we owe an apology in advance to whoever's in charge of the Triton business email on our website.
We have one of those?
I think we do. I know that there's been complaints received.
Inbox could end up a bit cluttered.
Yeah.
Might have to get that spam filter working OT.
I actually had Lisa come up to me. So I received an email. It's a strongly worded one. And it had your name on it. I was like, what? Do tell. She's like, no, I'm not going to tell you who it was by, but
ex-girlfriend.
Maybe. I don't know. It would be fun to just sit down one day and read out all of the emails we've received over the year.
Might not be as fun as you think, Henry. Well, 3 amigos looking to have some fun here for 28,000 apiece. Ace 3-3, 2 hearts, and note Ace 3 for Dvoris, and just a lone 3 for Adrianov.
Yeah, you're talking about the 3 amigos. Yeah. 2 of them interacting with those 2 threes. Gavin in rough shape. Fortunately for him, this was a raised pot from the hijack. Dvoris does retain aces, ace 3. Gavin in trouble. See if the Runga continues here in the form of scary runouts.
Deuce of clubs rolling off on the heels of the 20K bet and call. Gavin now drawing dead. But the kind of guy, Henry, that seems so well versed that he could get away from a spot like this. Not sure if this is the street.
Oh, that is a sneaky check.
Oh, allowing the 8 of spades to roll off. And it isn't to say that 100% of the time Dvoris does not have aces full when he checks back this particular turn, Henry. But obviously, Gavin feeling quite a bit better about his hand, evidenced by the fact that he is leading in to that pre-flop raiser.
I think Gavin has found a way to lose the minimum here. Just check calling flop. Daniel getting a bit tricky on the turn, checking back. And now with the block size river probe, Gavin just gets away from it? Question mark? Would need Dvoris to be turning a hand like
ace-8 to a bluff. Wow, that was a quick call, Ali.
It sure was. Unconvinced that Dvoris took this line with better, and you can see a frustrating end to the frame for Gavin Andrianov. As suddenly, in one fell swoop, Dvoris able to claw back much of what he had bled off in prior altercations. Working his way into second, just a click behind Ding Biao here at this feature. Blinds will be northbound to 5 and 10,000. As you see those chip counts. Brought to you by GG Poker. We'll bring you back to the desk here momentarily. Ali and Henry back with you, burning it on both ends, so to speak, as we are in the wee hours, almost. I don't even know what time. 10 o'clock.
10 o'clock.
Not quite as late as I thought it was here, but
The days are
nonetheless, it is a long day, obviously, for some more so than others. Gavin already earning himself a title in the 30K, and just there you saw him falling to Dvoris, who played that one to perfection.
Yeah, I felt like that Gavin had found a way to potentially lose the minimum with that block on the river, but when you come up against elite players like Dvoris who are gonna have the ace-8s, ace-deuce, maybe just like a lone 8 that blocks pocket 8s, Gavin just kind of snap calling with the rivered boat, unable to get away from it.
Well, we are going to get away from the coverage, but just briefly when we return, continuing coverage of this 50K PLO, the penultimate event here at the Triton Super High Roller Series. We're going to swap Henry out for Randy. We'll miss you, pal, but good to be with you back at the desk. Stay close, gentlemen. We will be back momentarily.
GG Poker.
Why so many players?
This is a crazy thing to do.
GG Poker.
Broke the Guinness World Record.
Welcome to the World Series of Poker main
the biggest
event.
poker site.
Now larger than all of GG Poker's casting traffic reaches all-time high.
Jump, 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 jump! No way!
Introducing the all-new BetACR.eu, the premier destination for sports enthusiasts. What sets BetACR.eu apart is our exclusive offering of live-action prediction options on the Triton series. Experience the excitement as you predict the action while watching your favorite players live. But that's not all. By opening your account now, you can take advantage of our incredible offer. Receive a generous 15% free play on your first top-up, up to $250. Become a part of BetACR.eu and elevate your live sports engagement experience.
native language.
Meanwhile, the limp from Shemion's Ace-Jack-Jack-3. Brewer, diamonds, kings and sixes. Put the raise in behind. Kuhn, Ace-King-Queen-4. With spades, digs in. And Mike Brewer be looking to finish what he started. 111K pot needs to go Jason's way to preserve this bullet.
Wow.
10-8-5. Kuhn with the flush draw. The kings still in front.
Good stuff, yeah.
Now add jacks to the mix.
How do you feel right now, Chris? I feel like you got about 98% or...
I felt pretty good when you said, I think I like it on the floor. I didn't feel great until then.
Can Kuhn connect?
Oh, yeah, there it is.
Nope.
We did it.
I had all your outs, bro.
Rather apathetic.
I would have never guessed.
Haxton, Queen 9-8-5, plus the puck. Comes together for a limp. And there's Tom Dwan, by the way, who was very splashy in that 30K PLO bounty event. Was quite the headhunter. I believe he had 4 bounties by my count, at least when I exited the booth. Perhaps quite a few more than that after I left. Picked up. Does raise it with the King, Queen, Jack 8 double.
He was the first to depart after you left, Ali, would you believe? Exited in 7th.
Swords are double-edged when you play the style that Dwan does. He flops himself a gutter along with bottom 2 here up against the nuts with a redraw. Other way around, of course, Dwan with the King, Queen, Jack 8, Haxton with the Queen 9-8-5, but facts remain.
It's an interesting flop. This SPR, I think all options are viable. Does just do it the easy way. Ike's going to have to do it the hard way.
I'm in good shape against that.
Ike's one-liners are pretty bang on. Has one of those senses of humor that few appreciate, but it's great.
Oh, no, come on. We here in the booth.
I love it.
Dialed right on into the Haxton dry wit. As 60 became the full 104, courtesy of Haxton's line. Six on the turn is clean for Durr.
No more chops.
Needs to fade the 8 or the 9. And he's done just that. Dwan. Limping. Shemion does the same. And now the new arrival at the table. Alexa Pavicevic announces himself.
Montenegrin flag. Welcome to the table.
That's a nation familiar with the Triton Super High Roller Series. We paid a couple of visits throughout the years. Both limpers call the 27, and it comes King, Jack, and a deuce. Top set for Pavicevic, and a confrontation as Shemion has the nut flush draw and the deuce dangler.
Yeah, it's getting to that stage of the tournament where people are like re-entering, and when they re-enter, they're re-entering with like 30 bigs, so stacks seem to be colliding at a pretty high frequency here. Backgammon is at risk, but live.
$90K follow through became all 123, courtesy of the jam. Easy call for Pavicevic. 335 in the middle, anti-sweating the spade. And there it is, right away, no waiting on the turn. But Ole Shemian stack is not out of the woods yet. Needs to fade a pair on board. And he's done so. Pavicevic nodding his head, saying, that's nice.
Good game.
Warm welcome. Sits with just 60K and continues to exhibit patience.
So with a legit hand, there was talks of
good luck.
Re-entering the last minute.
You want to win or lose?
I'm not sure.
Registration closing sooner than later.
He doesn't want to chop.
Pavicevic, all too happy to get the remains of his stack forward with King, King, Jack, 6 double. Dwan.
Get 100,000. Better to get 100 for free than pay for 200.
The lone customer. With Queen, Jack, 10-8. Jack in the window. No further complications, though, for the Kings, which have a jack of their own, playing defense.
I don't know, man. I'm not thrilled about this spot.
7 on the turn. Nervy is Henry, but unnecessarily as the 3 pairs on the board, and Pavicevic can stay put. Let's see, we'll double here. Perhaps the tank running lean for not just those of us here in the booth, but also those out there. PLO, a stimulant, though.
It is. It really is.
And welcome back to continuing coverage of the 2023 Triton Super High Roller Series. The second of our Pot Limit Omaha events is underway. It is the 50K and the second of our analysts, maybe third. Maria's not here right now. So Randy coming back in, tagging in for Henry Kilbane. Yours truly, Ali Najad. Happy to be bringing it home. Last couple of days here at Sporting Monte-Carlo in Monaco. What did you do during the break, Randy? Let me guess. You ordered a pad thai.
It's late. We got 4-card PLO. It's going to be fun, guys. Let's go.
See, if you were in the courtroom, that's where the jury knows you're guilty.
Guilty as charged.
100%. Okay, then let us take a look, if we may, at what we got going on here. 32 runners remaining of 72 entries. Registration now closed. Blinds of 5 and 10,000, and a couple of new feature tables are going to be coming your way. More on that later. But first and foremost, that Triton newcomer theme, torch carrying Shingis Satubayev up at the top, 1.35 million in front of him, as well as Chris Parker, 1.245 in second. How about Dylan Lindy? These are the dudes that we haven't really seen much of at Triton, and yet they are making waves.
Yeah, and we actually have a lot of unique first-timers coming to Triton for the PLO specifically, so it's nice to see these new faces. I have no idea how they play. I'm sure they're going to be splashing and having a good time, but a lot on the line here.
Yeah, no question about it. Looking at the app right now, the payouts are in. Up top, $956,000 as we scan down toward the min cash. It happens at $13,72,000. We are going to play down as deep as possible here today, but this one isn't going to be wrapped up tonight. Champion will be crowned tomorrow. So then, we are just about 10 seconds away from getting back down into the arena for the resumption of this 50K PLO with a couple of new feature tables. Let us get our first glimpse at their official chip counts and their seat positions. Drum roll, please. There it is. Satubayev, your chip leader, will be at the red table alongside number 3 overall, Dylan Lindy. Chris Parker over at the blue table. So we'll have a chance to soak up what exactly is going on with these big stacks.
Not that bad.
This is going to be a personality-heavy table here. I already know it just looking at the names. Renlin, Kings, Says pot with the blinds at 5 and 10.
Whoa.
And a repot from Keith Lear's double suited aces. He is a seasoned veteran of 4-card.
Fucking steal my big blind. Repot. All right, well, I'll let you guys fight it out then. Well, no, I don't want to do that because they'll see me fold whatever I'm going to fold.
You didn't fold aces, did you?
I did,
Ren's
yeah.
kings are covered. The spades are covered.
He knows he's up against aces a lot.
Call or fold?
Lady Gaga?
No. I know you got aces.
You think I need aces to raise you?
Of course, 100%.
Of course I do. You have the other 2 aces?
Aces. Yeah, coaching. Oh no, he got aces.
5 seconds.
Hold on. The TV show I need to enjoy.
Ren looking for FaceTime.
80.
No worries, no worries.
Yeah. 80.
Hold the final table.
80, that was 90. So 80, how many percent I got? Oh, 35.8%.
No gamble, no future, buddy.
It's never going to be more.
Come on, aces.
Well,
Oh,
Ren.
shit.
Those are pretty ones, too.
Lady Gaga. King Gaga. King Gaga, dealer, one time.
I had one of those.
Gonna spin his wheel of fortune here.
That is not one you want to have.
What are the odds of this one? Well, at least you have diamonds.
Probably 80-20.
Really? Not bad.
Yeah.
And I had the club.
$250,000 chip pot as Lear needles.
No, it can't be that bad, right?
Ren.
He's packing already?
You know, this is his thing, his shtick. Trying to will the poker gods to keep him around.
Yep.
But the 10 is good, right?
Jack 9 board, and the 10 is good. You're right about that, as is a king. 6 outs for the time being. Stays that way after an 8 rolls off. And the 4 of clubs will make it official.
Present to win.
Fucking hell.
See you later, Ren.
Didn't take long to
Good job you raised
witness
that.
bloodshed,
Yeah,
as Ren Lin will be the most recent casualty.
I thought like that.
Oh, I can't.
Anything's like 2 to 1.
No, I don't think so.
Damn.
You have coverage
If you dodged the bullet, my friend.
My hand versus hand there? Approximately.
I think 75-25 is my
Probably
guess.
30%.
I would take the under on 30.
You guys know your shit. You know the percentages and everything.
No, I don't. I'm just guessing.
Oh, Dylan knows exactly.
Yeah.
What are the odds there, Dylan?
Free fall?
Yeah, what do you think my hand was versus
He had covered spades.
I said 70-30.
King, and that he was single suited.
About right. I think it's very close to 70-30.
I'd take a little under. But
I
maybe
think
I'm
I would guess
wrong.
like 68-32. Yeah, that was.
Yeah.
I think 68-32.
Oh, you think it's that high?
Yeah.
It is.
I think he's. I know he's got. I think he's got
Covered
30.
spades and a dead deuce? Really?
I still think
dead.
Well, I mean, he's just got a deuce.
I mean, but
It's not dead.
I mean, Deuce can make trips.
Yeah.
I mean, he was.
It's called a dangler.
Oh, thanks, man.
I
Appreciate.
mean, he was dead. I had king queen 7.
Ace Jack 10-10.
Yeah, with his.
He was married.
Nine
There were
time.
two
No,
king queens.
he had 4-10.
Triton title winner, Jason Cook.
When I saw that pop, I was like, that's his only way out, right? is to make it straight.
Raise sizes go up in Palm Omaha just because the equities run close. You want to try to kick out those weak hands.
35K raise, though, will be defended against by Norway's Mads Amot. 8-6-5-5, turning into a wrap on the Queen 7-4 board.
Yeah, wraps are powerful. You can easily actually just open rip this one and probably get a fold from these 2 10s.
Such a sick fucking hand, too.
It's a little bit fun, I think.
6-1. 91 total.
You see, Jason's ahead, but just barely. And when he's behind, he's so far behind.
That he is.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
How much is it?
81,000.
This would be an amazing call.
Really gross. Really, really gross. But I do have backdoor clubs. I think I actually have to go with it. It's brutal. I'm going to get it in really bad sometimes.
Jason with only 127 back, deep into the tank. Wondering whether or not this isn't just a desperate draw. As we can see,
sorry, guys.
The 10s actually do have the equity lead, not by much.
This
Well,
is
you're loving it regardless, but I'm going to call you. I'm
Wow.
Be in bad shape a lot.
It's not that bad.
Nice.
What a read.
Kuhn
Yeah, I figured it was something like that.
does end up making the call here.
Pretty good.
And Mods is going to need to improve. Relieved, despite the fact that he didn't have any hearts in his hand. Randy, which obviously he wants Mods to have heart draws.
Clubs, I guess.
Clubs.
Backdoor nut flush. Amot makes the 8 high straight. And the 10 on the river, giving Kuhn a set, and it's not enough.
Nice wrap.
Sees the covering stack.
What is it?
Yeah, and I think you're about to say that it would have been nice to have a heart to kind of block some of those flush draws in case that's what you're up against.
Yeah. Same time, maybe not having the heart is a good thing because that's where you want your opponent to be if you're going to make a call with that hand.
Tricky. It's, you can see it both ways.
Do confess that PLO not the strongest of suits for both you and I, Randy, but each and every festival, we, along with those of you who are streaming, are able to observe some of the best in this discipline doing their thing, and some with less experience and some of the contrasts that exist accordingly. Kuhn putting 35 of his remaining 46
back
in there. From under the gun.
Yeah, he's big blind next hand, so he's thinking, let's just take a shot with his suited ace.
Sorry.
Wiseman 6s. Actually best. This is the same equity disparity between Kuhn and Omot. A pot to go. The dog came through there.
Wow.
But
all right.
10-10-6. And it
0.1%.
You guys, good luck. Yeah,
looking
it was a
good.
pleasure to
6 is
officially
full
meet you.
for Wiseman. Jason drawing dead on the turn.
Oh, wow.
Look at that.
If you'd had queens.
Yeah, if I would have had aces, I would have.
Or queens. I thought you did
He
have
really
it.
needed.
That's why I said-
He really
No, I
needed to
thought
hear
he did.
that.
I, looked, I thought he had ace, queen, queen deuce when I looked.
Yeah.
So Dylan Weissman will claim the
When
pelt.
I looked at his hand, I thought he had queens. I was like,
Jason
wow, what a
Kuhn.
bad break. And then I looked.
Jason Kuhn's got one more tournament to play tomorrow.
Oh shit. I've got that looks.
Am I a big boy?
No, no looks.
No looks on mine.
No. I don't have a looks in the account.
You know the euros on the other.
I have 200 euros.
I need 200 euros.
200?
Yeah, for the gal.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah. Someone just, Tom Dwan just gave it to me.
Oh really?
Oh. 200 note.
You don't need it, right?
No, well, I mean, no, I can buy another one. I just need it for pay to go to the airport.
But they can take dollars. I can change it. I can change dollars in front desk too.
Yeah, yeah.
Weissman, first time playing a Triton stop, flew out here specifically for the PLO. Did happen to play the 25K GG Millions, but just loves to play high stakes PLO whenever possible.
Absolutely.
No
30K.
surprise to me that Eric Seidel is playing this game. He's been playing poker for so long. Surely he knows how to play Paul in Omaha.
74, right, Eric?
73.
73,000 back, Wiseman. 812,000 in front of him. Massive stack. Currently good for 5th overall.
He's got that flush draw and just going to hope that Seto doesn't have a piece.
This one's an easy one for you. Yeah.
It's nice getting that 45% equity out.
Oh, yeah.
Don't hurt me again. I mean, that happened last time, though. You were short stack and then you weren't.
Yeah, he's good. Real good.
Far too many good players around this table.
Chris Parker lamenting the talent he's surrounded by here at this feature.
I mean, it's not just this table that's going to be tough, Parker.
10, right?
But if you want Triton first-timers, this is the table. There's 3 of them.
Keep forgetting this silly little thing.
You're doing great.
Looking at the leaderboard,
Make it 2 waters.
everyone in the top 5
Chris, where are you from?
is playing at their first Triton
UK.
Festival.
Yeah.
Is that right?
What brought you to LA?
Okay, come on. Dylan Lindy. He showed up in Cyprus in
30 years in Hong
2023.
Kong, so a little bit of a change.
So 4 out of 5.
A long time.
Stand corrected.
Especially where you live. Much more peaceful.
There it is.
But 80% accurate is pretty good.
Well, I
It's
went there
a
for the
B
kids
minus.
originally. It seems that the education is 10 times better in Hong Kong.
That's a good read. There are some good. There are a couple good schools where you are.
Here.
It's like
Taking
pretty
that one.
polarized. Like you get some very good schools and
Yeah.
everything else.
Blind
Like,
versus
actually,
blind.
I went to elementary school right up the hill. In a place called Roscommare Road. It was a public school, but it was pretty much filtered in from like Bel Air,
Right.
generally speaking, and it was a very, very good public school. But
Well, what I didn't realize is sort of when you arrive in LA, I had 3 kids then. The chances of getting into one school for that year are 9 impossible.
that's a real thing.
So
yeah, that's real.
you know, we ended up not perhaps taking the schools that we wanted. 10 and 10, right? So I went there for the kids and ended up staying there for me.
Understood.
That was the
Yeah.
long and short of it.
It's nice when they both work out.
So just here in LA, you have a residence anywhere else. I mean, that you go to. And stay.
Seidel's got to find a spot soon. Just 63K remaining.
Not this one.
Check.
If you want to do it, this is your box here too. If you want to do it here.
Oh, I get 2 boxes?
You can choose whichever one.
You can choose whichever one you want.
Lear and Parker squaring off. Nobody hits this board but Keith. Barrels at it.
Yeah, no player with a piece. The fun ones. But Parker is going to come along.
And this is what makes these ones fun, Randy, is when people are willing to get in there, do a little splashing, backdoor hearts showing up.
For both.
Rob me.
I didn't rob you, buddy. King 2.
Really? Wow. No chance.
Not even close.
Parker peeling there, showing us a little bit of what he might be capable of in the 4-card streets.
Most of the time when people announce their hands at these featured tables, they're telling the truth. That one, I think Lear believed him that he had king deuce. Comes Weissman, Jack 10, 10, 8. Double suited, always favorable in PLO.
28.
Currently sitting in 5th, very comfy. Ace 10, 9, 8, all hearts. Looks nice, but clearly it's hard to make a flush when you have that many out there. So he pitches it, and 2 kings coming in with the suited ace. Quite a strong hand.
Yeah. Parker. Customer from the small, 7-4 deuce board. Kings well in front of Weissman. He plays with just 10s.
It's the type of board that kind of doesn't hit the small blind flatting range too much, so I'm not surprised that Weissman's coming for c-bet.
Nine on the turn.
That's exciting.
All of a sudden, Weissman plays the wrap. Doesn't have a diamond in his hand. Same story for Parker, though, as he checks once more after calling 30K. See if he'll face a second barrel.
You can play wraps very strongly. Does check. And yes, you're right. Having a diamond would have been nice, but there comes the straight. Nuts.
Big, beautiful 8 on the end.
Yeah, he should really just size away and trying to get some random 2 pairs to call off. Said full pot.
And now Parker with something to think about. If he's putting Weissman on the Broadway business, then there's no interactions here. But the trouble for Parker is also that he's blocking a lot of that sort of kit.
This is a game of interference. So, yes, if you're putting your opponent on Broadways, you don't want to be holding the ace, king, king.
Right.
Ideally, if you want to bluff catch, you want to be holding like a 10 where you can block the straights. Yeah, this just mandatory fold with the 2 kings.
Well, as we've observed, Randy, things that might feel mandatory under normal circumstances from time to time. Not necessarily the case out here in our Triton 4-card streets. Time for a dealer push then, which gives us a chance to talk about the good folks over at betacr.eu. They offer exclusive live action prediction options on Triton events. You can get 15% in free play up to $250. Elevate your sports engagement experience at betacr.eu. You ever sports bet, Randy?
You need to know the teams in order to sports bet.
Believe me, you certainly don't. Not at all a prerequisite, my friend.
Okay, maybe I'll go and bet ACR and get my feet wet then. Just random names you like, I guess.
You might get more than your feet wet, Randy. Careful wading out into those pools. Wouldn't want to see you get hurt, little buddy.
Little buddy? Can I just be regular buddy? Like, why I gotta be little buddy?
3 players. 10K ahead here. King 9-8, a couple of diamonds. Check that. 2 players. Only the small blind of Mads Amut.
Both players with the diamond draw, although baby. Just announcing him right here, just because he's got that short stack looking to take down what's in the middle, does have that little gutter ball with his 6-high flush draw, pair of 9s.
Yeah, Parker tried to limp in from the button. Mods made it 40 to go, cleared the big blind, and now, on the strength of 9s, a gutter, but inferior diamonds, he barrels 100 of his 192. Parker with the better diamonds and a pair of 8s makes the call and now faces another barrel because Mods has turned another flush draw.
How much is that?
Yeah, he's just priced in at this point.
That he is. Makes the call, and there will still be some sweat.
Mom, I got you on the flush if we're lucky.
The diamond flush, not the other.
8-4 done. That's right. Go ahead, diamonds too.
Any 8,
So maybe
any
no
4,
diamond.
any diamond, and it'll be the end of the road for the Norwegian. Anything
4, 8,
else?
ace.
And he's going to enjoy another double.
Oh, sorry. 4, 8. Yes. Good, good.
King is safe as Mods plays the ace-9 for a winner.
75.
Just one of those games where you push it in, you just hang on to your seat. Hope you survived all in.
Indeed.
Okay, we're going to flip it over. See a raise from Shingus and see bet of 40K on the flop. So Dylan Lindy holding the nuts on the turn from the big in his top set for Shingus. And look at the stack size. It's playing $1 million chip stack effect.
No, I bet I have Las Palmas.
This is blind versus blind. 30 ahead on the flop.
+1.
40 ahead on the turn after Shingus.
Well,
I never
40
seen
on the
Las
flop,
Palmas
but
play,
30 pre,
but
yes.
30 pre, 40 on the
actually very
flop,
good.
forgive me.
Very hard.
After Shingus turned this set of 10s, he's checking, might think that he's trapping, but of course we know that 10 is working harder for Lindy as he has made the nuts and now bets 100,000.
Yeah, and you have to play pot control.
Las Palmas, baby.
when
I
you're
told
this
you.
deep.
I almost booked this guy because I saw the bet was so bad. I almost booked Musta. But I say, nah. What if they fucking win? And they win it. I hated the bet. I hate it.
How much you bet on this game?
Nah, small. Very small.
Satubayev
7K.
just calling Randy.
Yeah, and it's just so much easier to make a straight in PLO, and this is a terrible river card for Shingus. Although
I'm such a
it
fish
appears to be
against the
terrible,
bet,
but it's
I
actually
do
going to
my
save him.
So Lindy more inclined to check back the Jack High straight at this point?
I mean that
No,
if a bet comes in,
But
it's just
Right.
so much more likely that Lindy's got a straight.
So it saves him that way.
But when
Right.
the other day I really didn't like it.
I was going to say, I didn't
He was
anticipate
like-
Lindy
I don't fucking know. I don't remember.
would be making a check on this river.
He was under like in a, I don't know, like a Newcastle game or something.
Yeah,
I
and
said,
he's
"Fuck it, I
can
did."
try and get paid off by worse. It is definitely possible. Only loses to Queen Jack.
It's very fishy. Está jogando também com linha muito melhorada. Agora jogaram a 2 vezes e terminou a 1.95.
Quick fold.
Aí, algumas vezes eu falo, não gosto dessa porra.
The bet, 175 from Lindy, and quietly into the muck. Go a set of 10s, which very much were
Cambiando el
threatening
partido, está jugando
Lindy.
Está jugando melhor Las Palmas que Atlético Madrid.
Dylan, by the way,
No joga nada.
reminding me of E.T. You remember when they threw the blanket on him in the front of the basket on the bike? Is that a movie we've both seen, Randy?
I know what you're talking about. I've never seen it. I know he phones home. I don't know who answers on the other end of the call, though.
I mean, I confess, I haven't
gotta
seen
pay
that
for
movie
this
in
Louis Vuitton today, man. So fucking expensive.
40 years, maybe 35 years. How old is it?
Yeah, but I have to keep buying. Bro.
I was terrified of
Got
ET.
10 girlfriends.
Randy.
They all want to
Freaked out. Legit.
Why 10 only?
Did they deliver newspapers in the movie by any chance?
I take the over.
I think that's why they had the bike, wasn't
Okay,
it?
yeah. I wasn't sure if I was getting that mixed up with Paperboy, the video game.
You
Take
might
the
be doing
Undertaker.
that. No mic
I have
about what
zero.
Javier is going to be doing, though,
I'm
and that's
single.
playing.
I'm
He
waiting
sees
for
8-7 with spades.
The Princess of
This
Monaco.
hand's really nice. You know, they 7-8 comes straight and get double flush draw. Ace is clearly good, and he's short too, which is nice.
Holy shit. Oh no, took its fault.
Sorry. Our friend Nacho has a wide range. You know, 6 to 60. You don't
No,
do
not that wide. Actually, I'm very big.
18 is healthy. Fair.
18, yeah, 18 is. But 18 is the lowest. Like
35K, the price set by Joao.
But not in your, because it's illegal. Only where it's legal. Hey, in Poland you can go at 16.
16? I need to go to Poland.
Vieira just 1 cash so far here in Monaco, coming in the 30K 7 max, where he finished 7th.
I've never been with a 16 years old.
Looking for one of those trip savers, as Maria likes to put it.
We'll record that clip of you
Gets
saying
company
it.
from the button of Satubayev and the small blind of Dylan Lindy.
Perfect.
As all 3 players look up at 6,
Oh,
3
no,
deuce.
no,
Not
no,
flush draw
no.
and the
No,
aces,
no.
but look at what Satubayev's got. 6 high straight.
What the fucking save he made?
Yeah, and
That guy
if you
became
look at the
so good.
equities, so close. Javier also has the backdoor diamonds to go along with nut flush draw.
Wow, you see this save?
Hot. 125.
That's an insane save.
There is
Oh, it
merit
was the-
for
it was the
Shingus
bar, it
to
was the
re-raise this to try to
goalkeeper.
shut out
The goalkeeper
Dylan
almost
Lindy in
like-
case Lindy's holding a flush draw himself.
Hot.
There we go. So we got a coin flip.
That we do. Somewhat predictably, the bet of 125,000 does get stuffed on by Satubayev, who's got the nuts here. Vieira,
You're playing this shitty hand?
for the time being, hunts just the spade.
Oh, I thought it was
393 in the middle. Now the board pair, so another 3 or an ace added to the spades. Can Joao hit? No. King of clubs on the end, and as so many before him and undoubtedly after him,
running
Vieira
like a fucking god, huh?
busted with aces.
That
One
seems to be
time,
the
bro.
theme of PLO.
You
Far
see why
less
you're running
often.
like this? You came to dinner with us, with me, and now you start running this. Really?
Flip back over to the other feature. Chris Brewer has joined the crew.
But it's Chris Parker who's first to act. Who's going to pitch his ace-jack 3 deuce?
Not every suited ace in every spot is worthy of.
And especially
Getting
when you've got like the 3 flush in your hand or 4 flush, even those become less enticing. Here comes Laszlo Boitas, known as Omaha Faro, one of the best PLO players of all time.
Facts not lost on his opposition at any given table.
Is he ever going to put that head bear back on that body?
Found out who makes the hoodie, by the way. Talked about it briefly with Henry during the last stint. Palm Angels.
Palm Angels.
$1,200 retail price.
Just 1,200.
Yeah, I got to tell you, Randy means it when he says that, guys, because he'll mess around and pay 2-3 dimes for a hoodie, this guy.
Just depends. Okay. Here comes Mods with this suited ace, ace queen 10. 7 dangler doesn't do too much for him.
It's funny, every now and again, those innocent-looking danglers can be the difference.
You know, it's like, oh, random trips. And you often see players get involved when they're double suited, like Laszlo, especially when one of them's the nut flush draw potential.
Yeah, we played.
So he's been
There's
playing
the dangler on the board.
Yeah, he was
For
playing that
both
before I started
Parker
What's that?
and Mods
at
have
Oceans before.
Dangler's the
sevens.
best hand?
Right. Okay.
But,
Yeah.
yeah.
Got shot straight draw to go with Parker's.
At the time,
Mods
he was going
does
back
not
and
follow
forth from
through.
like LA and New York, and he would come down to San Diego to play because he liked it better than Collins.
Yeah, at first glance, it seems like Parker's got the nicest piece of it
We had a more
for
friendly
playability.
game.
6 on the turn. Now, Boitas picks up a gutter of his own.
Mistakes back then.
Yeah.
Would be no good if it got
Oceanside
there.
used to have a really good PLO game back a long time ago, back in the late 90s, 2000s. They had, I think they were playing 25-50 or 50-100 there. all the
Jay
time.
and Eddie and Billy and all those guys, all the Chaldean guys, Nick and Lee.
And yeah, Nick and Lee and can't think of the other guy's name. They used to play all the time.
So,
Carl McKelvey and some guys.
pair of
used to go out there and
sevens
play
is good?
Jay would be who I assume.
With the ace kicker.
There's a name. Carl McKelvey.
Note, by the way, the Boitas has a 5, but in PLO, he must use 2 whole cards. Does not have a straight.
They're real old timers.
He might take a shot at this.
He could, yeah.
Got the blocker to the straight, and his opponent's shown so much weakness across this board. I like this play.
He plays his lane's game now,
Obviously,
but
with nothing more than 7s, very doubtful that either Parker or Amut
but he's like a good dude, so it's like funny.
would make a call.
It's also extremely hard to rebluff on this board.
Like, once you know him, you know it's like not real.
Oh, yeah, it would seem like there's no world in which after 2 checks, Mods would suddenly
Yeah, just go hello.
try to check raise against one remaining player in the field.
And
on the
usually
river.
you're just burning chips because
Oh, yeah.
Laszlo can easily have straight.
Danny Fuse.
Told you he was one of the best.
Seemed like a nice spot for him. I venture to guess we're going to see more seemingly skillful procedures than that as we get deeper and deeper into this one.
Okay,
Yeah,
that
if
took
I'm
some
playing
talent,
stuff,
all right? You make it
No
seem like it
question.
was something you do in your sleep.
Not at all.
I did.
He's about
30,
to.
I did 30 years.
Would love to see Phil Galfond pay us a visit in the PLO streets at Triton.
I think we got to juice up the bind a little bit for him to come out next time. We'll get him. Why don't we just all bombard him with tweets? That will usually work.
Love that. Get on it, chat.
There's one gen book written by a guy from New York that he knows.
Oh.
Does he fall to peer
I'm
pressure?
gonna have to
I'm
go
not
back and
sure.
read it. Like Saul, you know.
Yeah, like Salle.
You play gen?
It's supposed to be great, right? I've never played it, no.
Stu was supposed to be the best at it, right?
From what I understand, Abe and Mike Saul all say that if Stu couldn't beat them today. But
really?
That's what they think. Abe said there's no chance Stu could beat him.
Interesting.
But Abe is, you know.
Really interesting.
Ace is up here for Dylan Weissman, who was the opener to 28,000. As we sit back and listen to story time, Matsumot with the same aces up. Somehow that case card works its way to the flop.
But, you know, I mean, I'm sure he would adapt. So
Checks by
if Stu's
Chris
memory is
and
as good as
Mods
they say it was, and
in front of
I
Dylan,
don't, I have no
who
problem
does not
with
have a
being able to
heart,
beat Abe and the New York
but
guy.
does have the desire to bet and maybe draw this one into focus a bit further. Top pair and the Broadway Gutty along with backdoor clubs. Nut variety. Leave Parker comfortable enough
I think
to
I'd
make the
be a
call. Now
terrible
let's see whether or
player.
not Mods.
I cannot follow.
His hands,
I'm so bad
I
at
would
memoing
think, is a
stuff.
little
Like when I
too
play
weak
stud,
to start
I just
raising.
forget a
Ace
call, like,
7.
half the time, at least.
No back doors. Could be drawing slim as well. Like
Well, Jen, if you're young,
199, and here comes the flush on the turn, which is
like
bad, right? It freezes things whenever the third heart comes in.
35?
Yes, that's 40.
40,
Yeah.
That's the card that
just
every single one of these players is worried about seeing, given that they have not even one heart in their hand.
And when it's multiple bets and calls on the flop, you're usually convincing yourself that at least one player has got the heart.
It's an active game.
This one should check through a lot on the turn. Weissman does have 3 pair.
There's your man.
And just because he's got 2 checks in front of him doesn't mean that nobody has the flush.
No, because you got to be quite careful when you're holding like a baby flush or a medium flush in this game. You want to be quite nutted when you want to open up the action before the river.
They won't gambling or anything, just playing for fun. But
Check back. Brings the 8.
I don't think Chris Parker thinks he can win the hand at Showdown, but can he get both players to fold is the main question.
Games other than just like no limit.
I like playing the other games.
So he's going to give this one up. I suppose you're just happy to show down to A7.
You never really played cash games.
Confirmed.
I used to play cash a lot.
When you were young.
Yeah.
7, 8.
When I had the energy.
Second
You guys off it.
round of checks.
Yeah, that's pretty much. You know, this is before we didn't really have that many tournaments back in the day, right?
Yeah.
A7s.
I never really
We'll
played
carve up
I didn't have a time.
the Parker Bucks.
Well, I started playing a long time ago, but I would. I couldn't travel the circuit again.
Blinds up to 6 and 12,000 now with the 12K ante as the stacks will thin out.
You see Santosh Suvarna at this table? He loves the great game of PLO.
You know, he likes a little gamble, does Santosh. Currently first player on the shy side of the average stack, which is 533K. 44 bigs. 27 rounds left.
Las Palmas
I'm very good at it.
Could be.
Okay.
Nacho, who is playing Las Palmas with?
Atlético.
Atletico Madrid or Bilbao?
Atlético Madrid.
What's the score?
Las Palmas 1-0.
Where do they play?
The line, you know what was the line pre-game?
Do they play in Madrid?
6-1. No, 6-1 at home. Tell me, and they're getting a fucking beating. Like, Las Palmas is way better. That's crazy. I can't believe it. 6-1 at home.
Did you bet?
Yeah, but I bet small.
How much?
Small. 7.
7K?
I got Las Palmas plus a half and +1. So I can lose. If I lose by 1 goal, I win half of the bet.
What's your favorite team?
Barcelona.
Barcelona.
Bro, Messi, from Argentina. Barcelona and Liverpool, and Boca Juniors. Tomorrow we play the finals.
Boca Juniors?
Yes, Libertadores finals.
Against?
Wouldn't surprise me if Lubavetsky
Against
wants
who?
to play these two kings in this
at their
spot.
home in Rio de Janeiro.
In Brazil?
But
You know,
I
he's
really like
getting
the
quite
line. It's
short.
4-1 Boca. 380.
Plus 3-bet it.
How do you call Boca? Juniors or juniors?
Double
Juniors.
suited king queen jack for Santosh.
Bro, that's not a. I'm telling you, that's a 50-50 game.
Andre
And the
Lubavetsky
line is 380 to
of
1
Ukraine.
Boca. But Boca hasn't win.
Playing his
hasn't,
fourth
but
ever
Boca on the
Triton
finals
Festival.
and in Brazil,
0 for 3
they're
so
really good.
far.
I'm gonna bet big.
Late
I didn't
arrival
bet yet, but I'm gonna
here
bet.
in Monaco.
Because
Kevin Ing, PLO specialist, the
Dominates
opener to
the
25, facing the 3-bet to 87,000 and a flat behind it.
and Boca on the finals is Boca.
Yeah, he has
And if you
traveled
win,
to our
it's
Triton
the
stops
number
to play
7.
only to PLO.
I think it's a flip, but a 4-1.
Papa is fan of Boca or River Plate? Hope. Francisco. He's Argentinian, right?
They ask him, bro, can you believe this guy? They ask him who's the better player, the best player ever. He say Pelé. They ask him, is it Maradona or Messi? He say Pelé. He's from Argentina, bro. I mean, like, I can't even fucking make this shit up with this guy. No, bro.
Kevin closing the action as 3 will take this one at 87,000 ahead.
Don't hurt the brand.
No, but really, come on, like he's from Argentina.
9-5-3 rainbow.
First of all, the best ever is
Best player is Zidane.
Top
This
set
player
for
is
Kevin.
No, Zidane.
Without a doubt.
He's only got half
Then
pot
you can
remaining
argue
on this
Yeah.
dry board, but Kevin Ing's sitting there with top set.
Argue,
And it
but
really
the
is the
best
kind of
ever
board
is
that in a
Messi.
3-bet pot you don't anticipate is going to be trouble for you.
I watch soccer so much.
Savarna with just the 3 dangler,
AC
looking at the
Milan, I was
price.
Milan growing up. What a fucking
Has to worry.
Stam,
bad
Kaká,
if Santos.
Rivaldo,
What's
Shevchenko.
the call here?
What the fuck was that?
Gattuso.
Gattuso.
Gennaro.
Oh, and Santos making the call, and this is just amazing for Kevin
left, and
Ing.
then
Just
Top
a
set.
dream.
What's the word?
Pirlo.
Nesta.
The fuck is that?
Santos got
One of the best teams
2
ever.
backdoor flush
I say
draws.
Pirlo.
Probably has to call off once Ing jams this one.
What a team.
You think he wants to flat and then play the dry side with Santos, or
He's only got a little bit behind this 122 call, so he definitely should be jamming
Shevchenko was the star.
here of top set. I think he's just taking a little time in case Santos got some speculative hand like pocket tens and just hope he just trying calls.
Zinchenko is better. Zinchenko.
so? Kevin does jam. Obviously a bit deflating for Lubavetsky. He was all in.
The goal we scored from where he shot, they put the stats. He had 3% to make it.
I mean, there's just so much in the middle for Santos.
290?
177 more.
Two defenders. He had 3% to make it. That's not even possible. How you make it? I really got the one out there. He had 3% from that position.
Yeah, that's how you run. Year of natural.
The year of
Yeah, you bet on him, so that's how it happened. Well,
This is
wow.
most of Santos' remaining stack on offer, but he will get 2
To
cards.
make it from that position with facing down.
Yeah, I mean,
I like that thing that they do now. So basically,
It's just
whenever
rough,
they're gonna
man.
yeah, it's like golf. Whenever they're gonna shoot,
I mean, he kind of made a little bit of a gamble to call on the flop
then they give you the
against the
probabilities
open
of
jam.
the striker to make it.
How do they calculate it?
They have some programs. I think the guy that made the program made infinite.
I bet.
Like infinite.
I bet. Everybody wants to know that. Like, it's a very entertaining statistic.
Santos going through the time banks here.
He needs to just figure out how his hand does against Kevin Ing, because technically there is a side pot going on, and maybe he can get some rebate if he can win that one. Doesn't necessarily have to be Andrew in the hand, just Kevin Ing.
5 seconds.
Feels like he's leaning towards gamble.
Santos has improved tremendously in the 2-card streets every single festival that we've seen him. I think it's quite clear that in terms of PLO, spots like these, ones in which he finds himself with far less comfort, in the end though, he does decide to stay involved. What a dream setup here for Kevin. Savarna blocking a king. Useful. Santos in such a bad way here. Just a backdoor clubs feels like
I need clubs 10 on the
best
turn.
path forward.
They're also blocking each other's backdoor hearts.
Call only backdoor.
10 of clubs.
Call for backdoor.
639 in the main, three ways, 354 on the side. 8 on the turn, Suvarna with a gutty, 110 busy in Kevin's hand. Just 4 total outs for Ing to fade. And he's done just that.
GG, guys.
Will knock out Lubavetsky and leave Santosh with vapors.
Kevin. Lucky. He's gone.
Yet again, we over overpairs bite the dust.
GG, Santosh.
Not
somewhat
GG.
of a theme.
Yes.
It's the theme, but it's the right play. It's just trying to build the pot in free and get into short stack on flops.
I'm sorry.
But not from me.
Santosh having to put the small blind out there as well now. Not to be overlooked, though, the massive pickup for Kevin Ing. Scoops up to almost $1 million.
And for a PLO specialist, you definitely got to fear when he's got a lot of chips. Gotta know how to play all of the different stack sizes.
Las Palmas 2-0.
Bring in a new player.
What a beating.
That we are.
Who do we have here?
And Atletico was playing so good. I was scared of this bet.
Efforting.
I really know nothing, honestly.
Put the cards
What the fuck do I know? I never seen Las Palmas play.
Is this one here?
Is that Yakov Manuchin? I want to say it is. So I'm at the FT in the 30K.
Okay. I think you're right.
Ing, suited ace. Folded around to him in the cutoff. Raised to 30, flatted by Barbero. Speculating with a couple of small pairs. Suvarna happy to have a couple of jacks. Unclear what the other two are. He'll be all in.
There's a lot of multi-way pots in this game.
Yakov can't resist despite having that dusty 7-4 deuce deuce.
Yeah, he's just hoping, give me a set.
Ace, queen, 10, however, and Santosh could be performing well if there's a king nestled.
Be a
Main
good
pot.
sweat for him.
Yeah, main pot completed 104,000. The ace for Ing along with the Broadway Gutty. The best of what's around on the side. 9 of spades on the turn.
I mean, Barbero and Yakov is just completely whiffed his board. Ing's a bit terrified given the run out so far.
Understandably, he checks once more. Now a board pairing queen on the end.
If you had to guess, is Santosh going to win or Kevin Ing based on the 2 random cards?
Well, I know who's not going to win, and that is, of course, Yakov and Nacho.
0% chance of winning.
Dude, we need to see all the cards. Guys, the players are
Okay, so on their backs they will go, and Santosh pushing back from the table. Suggests he was unable to find spades, a queen or a king.
I could be deuces.
4-1.
I could be deuces.
What a spin up
Somebody like Lane was quite the character.
for Kevin Ing.
Lane Flack.
Oh, Lane.
Back to
Yeah, I
back.
remember Mike Lang.
Scoops.
Yeah, he was.
Yeah, Lane Flack was a very funny guy.
Jack 8-8 here.
There's a lot in the middle, and Chris Parker has got Brewer in some serious trouble.
He dusted me off and pool hustled me.
Especially once he bets 30K, Brewer's going to
He's
feel
a pretty good
committed
little poker player
once this
at the
check jam comes in.
Yeah, very good turn.
There it is. And indeed, Brewer just 66 back. Puts the rest in there, and the overpairs continue to perform poorly.
Devilfish.
42K was the open from Brewer.
That's a tough hand to beat, Bray.
Chris Parker defended the big.
I had the 12 committed.
Oh, that made it easy. Oh.
Check raise came in. Now all of a sudden a 10 on the turn in the wrap. For Brewer. No Broadway card on the end, though. And the locker room is getting busy.
Yeah.
As this time the showers belong to Chris Brewer.
You think in the locker room they're saying, which pair did you lose with? Queens, kings, or aces?
It would feel like a natural conversation, wouldn't it? Everybody's out there toweling off. How'd they get you, buddy?
Did you get hit by the dangler as well?
You know, that actually, that had uncomfortable vibes. I saw Boogie Nights. Was Dirk Dangler? What was it? Dirk Diggler. My bad. They were getting hit by the dangler for a second, I thought. You know. Anyways.
You're just talking to yourself, buddy.
That often is the case here, Randy, in case you haven't noticed.
Yeah. Go. How many more days of this I got to go?
Yeah.
Here comes Laszlo with the pocket kings. It is a 3-suit, unfortunately, but still enough to take a shot at it.
He's not traveling. He hadn't been traveling.
Oh, and Seidel's been waiting patiently. 2 aces.
Works his way in there over the top of Boitas.
Double suited as well.
Parker with a suited ace. A raise and a re-raise. How well does he feel like he'll be performing out of the small blind?
Problem is if he continues, Laszlo can kind of reopen the action,
Yeah.
so didn't want to get involved.
Big problems for that holding, and you see Boitas squinting over at the one hand you really don't want to see. Aces and better clubs for Seidel. Double suited. 170 in the middle. 10, 9, 4. So far, so good for the aces. Same story on the turn. Can Seidel fade the king 10 or 8 on the river? Yes, he can. So, Laszlo will deliver a double to the Hall of Famer.
Thank you.
A little bit of breathing room for Eric Seidel.
Emphasis on little. Still just 14 bigs, far and away the shortest here at this feature. Boitas down to 20 bigs.
See fast action being brought out. That must mean we close to the money? No?
Only 13 are going to be paid. Could
Sure
be a
didn't want
redraw.
that. Oh, redraw. That makes sense.
And this is your time base. These are regular time base.
You get 2 of these. All right?
Free flop.
Yeah. So you can only you can take 15 seconds. And if you
23
do,
runners
you
remain right now, Randy,
time.
when we get down to
And they do when
21.
it gets to the money.
Oh, I see.
21 is the redraw.
Is the redraw, yep.
Yeah, when they're short, yeah. When they get short, they start stalling, but this is way early.
I was actually like way already of my time being.
And then your hand's dead at 15 seconds when you run out of these.
Right.
Because people start stalling for the money bubble about 3 or 4 spots out of the money.
Good, I like that.
Yeah?
That's pretty good.
And your hand dead
Moves it
after
along.
15
No, I
seconds?
think you just use these.
Oh,
then.
use it, okay.
I think so. Not to me, sorry. I'm out. Just showing my cards here.
Lear. Double suited 9s.
They got the same double suited going on.
Yeah, both his suits present in Mods' hand. Amot with the spades, Lear with the clubs. 8-7-3 board.
Yeah, Lear does have open-ended.
Overpair as well. Follows up on the 35 pre. 35 post.
I think the backdoor spades is key for Mods. But actually letting it go.
Had a pair of 7s as well. Just deciding doesn't need to pursue
It's a tricky game, this PLO. You know, sometimes you're chasing draws that aren't nutted.
You know, I think it's made trickier specifically when you're playing against opposition who you're unsure how familiar they are with the game. You might be tempted to think, oh, that lack of familiarity means I'm going to have a very clear advantage, and you wouldn't necessarily be wrong. But when you're navigating any specific spot and you're not speaking the same language, so to speak, because the person that you're up against in that pot doesn't really recognize what ranges you're representing or what ranges even they're representing when they're out there betting, calling, raising, doing what they're doing, it's suddenly a bit more complex. It's a bit confusing.
I think you're completely right about that, especially in PLO where if someone is betting a hand you don't think they should be on, you know, whether it's like flush boards or certain straight boards, it can really get dicey and you can really make some big mistakes if you have the wrong assumptions in there. So it's nice to kind of feel out your opponent and try to figure it out for these kind of future pots.
Ace-10-4. The developments here, Boitas with the wheel wrap.
The wheel wrap, that's a nice name.
Defended against just that 25K open from Parker, who is simply barreling with a pair of 10s for the time being.
It's kind of scary for Boitas because when his opponent bets solid into this board, he's just laying it down. Nice pickup, the pair of 10s.
You need them. That's
Surprised to see Boitas lay that one down?
I believe I heard Henry saying the wheel wraps aren't that strong in this game on the ace-high boards. Also because some of your outs complete the flush, which can really get you in trouble. So you kind of got like fake outs and, you know, let's just say he even makes a straight there sometimes. So there's a redraw to like the Broadway straight given with the ace-10 board. So it's just, it's not as clean as it looks. And if you get attached to these kind of hands that look good, you can really make some big mistakes. Just like baby flushes on monotone boards.
Ideas to bear in mind. Double suited.
Yeah, and I find this game tricky too because like then you're thinking, well, why don't you just play very nutted? But if you do that, then your frequencies are so low where you just kind of blind away. So you need to kind of have that right balance to kind of get in there and attack at the right times. And Salle got the good opportunity. All in poker? Oh, he can't all in. Paul limits, excuse me.
Most in. Just 20K back officially, as Seidel does. Repot.
A lot. 20.
Wiseman will say, let's run it. Got the big stack with which to try to eliminate Eric here. But he is going to be well behind. Spades are smothered. The 9s are covered. Ace is outkicked.
This is a tough one.
Yeah, diamonds or some straightiness. That which Wiseman's got on his mind. 4, 5, 8. There's the gut shot. 7 or a 9 would be the disaster cards for Seidel, and there is the 9. Wiseman making this set. You can see the disappointment on Seidel's face. Full house on the end. And the merciless nature of PLO on display yet again. Seidel will join the boys on the bench in the locker room.
Big pair locker room.
Yeah.
King's corner, ace's corner. Which one your side you on?
Right?
Just mumbling to myself.
Have any of those kings or aces managed to hold in these all-ins? I'm sure they have. I'm just, you know,
Just
confirmation
not
biased
when I've
right
been
now.
in the
But
booth with you. No, they've been pretty getting
specifically
destroyed.
the all-in big pairs have really been underperforming. So then, that leaves us on the stone bubble of a redraw. 22 remaining. Fast action system in play. 20 seconds to decide what you want to do. 10 for free. An extra 10 if you use one of those red time banks, specifically for unopened pots. Players appreciate the advent of this system here at Triton so as to mitigate the typical situations as the tournament progresses where things do slow down to excruciating pace.
Right, and right now it's for the table redraw, which would happen at 21 with one more elimination. I think it's important to note that Laszlo actually limped the button here. He's got a short stack, so he wants to kind of create this large stack to pot ratio with these kind of okay hands to play. Does have top 2.
Happy to bet 20K. Equally happy to just get out of there is Keith, involuntarily taking that flop out of the big blind. And that'll be a small pickup for Laszlo. Always sad to double the guy that then gets showered by the other guy as your chips just migrate away from you.
You have 2,000 more chips than me right now.
2,000 more chips? That's amazing.
Isn't it? The race. You're winning.
If I was a betting man, I'd put money on you. No.
That's the spirits.
You kind of are a betting man when you play poker, right?
I mean, I've seen a
Like
lot of
definitely
checking
top
men,
5?
some check raising men, some folding men.
Okay.
That's not bad.
Some are betting men.
You win. I'm done.
Kings for mods.
Betting man?
Raising man. Perhaps joining everyone in the locker room, man, depending on what goes down here. I don't want to ride the broom, but just, you know, historically.
Diamonds,
Chris Parker.
With diamonds?
Few of them.
Asking for diamonds for some reason, but instead being given the joint on the deuce 3-4 board, 6-high straight. Remember what we were saying about the kings?
Yeah.
And the aces, by the way, just FYI. Now all of a sudden a diamond does roll off.
It's almost like perfect because
Right.
he's trying to pretend he's got diamonds, but he's holding the nuts.
$75K gets called by mods. Does have 349 back. This won't be showers.
That's just an awful card for him.
Still with the nuts. And of course, as a result, still betting is Parker. This time 175,000. Kings just bluff catching. Nothing weaker than that. That's a real hand. Would be betting for value. So he does get away. Giving Chris credit for a winner.
That's the first time I've seen Chris Parker play, but quite fun to watch. He really likes to get in there and chatty as well.
Parker playing under the British flag, but I gotta tell you, he'd be right at home in Malibu. You know?
I see that, yes.
You see the vibes?
Yeah, I do.
Seems like a gentleman that knows how to enjoy himself.
Oh, thought they were in the middle of the hand.
Limp from the small by Parker.
Clubs, please.
Mod's going to try his hand at kings once more against Parker.
Thank you.
Having raised it up to 36 from the big blind. Chris again. Balanced, by the way. Called for diamonds when he didn't have them. This time calls for clubs. Does have them.
You can't predict them. Didn't realize that kings were ace magnets in Portland, Omaha as well.
Indeed they are. Open-ended with his 9 is Parker now. The kings are still ahead. Connecting with that 3.
It's actually a coin flip going into the river card and the 9 right in there.
Nines
Parker.
in triplicate. Parker That's 50,000.
He's hoping that Mods has got an ace that's just going to bluff catch. Mods
Obviously,
doesn't have that.
bluff catching with the ace would be a lot more comfortable than with these two kings, but maybe as played doesn't really make a difference. Find out.
Yeah, it kind of looks like a 9 or nothing situation.
Can Mods correctly click fold with kings in back-to-back spots here against Parker?
Yeah, he might start to feel like he's getting bullied a bit. Recency bias and makes the call.
Parker getting the better of Mods. Second straight occasion. Yes, the big pairs continue to have their woes.
Park those new chips in his stack.
Do you have clubs?
No.
No, just the queen nine of clubs.
Hey, was it? I didn't
Spades. I didn't have any clubs.
It's gonna be on TV.
He did have clubs.
Clubs.
What are we talking about? Now he's trying to level after the cards have been shown? What's happening out there?
He's got me convinced and I can see the cards.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
See if I can get it.
I'm losing my mind.
Yeah, well, you've been playing for a long time.
40K to skate, says Lear, on the strength of diamonds. Ace, king, some reach.
Well, he's in the big blind, getting a better price. Suited ace, and some connectivity with this ace 10, 8, 7. Weissman has chipped up quite nicely, up to 1.1 so far.
Queen 9, 7, monotone. Open ender in a pair of sevens for Weissman. 9s and 7s for Lear.
Yeah, Lear's got to be careful not to bet on this type of board. Does check back.
Gets counterfeited on the turn upon the arrival of a queen. Unpleasant developments for both parties. Still checking in the 6. Slides in for Weissman as he makes the 10 high straight.
I wonder if he can value bet this one. Yeah, just try to get paid off by a queen. Holding the best straight possible on this board.
The sizing designed to be tempting. 30 into 98. You see Lear recognizing the bluff catching value of ace 9.
More value into turning this into a bluff, blocking the full houses, I would feel. But he's kind of got the calling chips out in front of him.
As played, though, how often is he going to be able to credibly rep a full house?
Right, exactly. Maybe if you had put in aggressive action earlier, you can kind of make that play. I hear you.
Weissman does get paid there. And that pot will bring this frame of play in the 50K to a close. One which was fruitful for the likes of Chris Parker. 1.3 million sees him at the top of the chip counts at that feature table. And second overall. Players will be headed to a break. Blinds will be headed to 10 and 15,000 with a 15K ante. That last glimpse there brought to you by BetACR.eu. Current overall chip leader, Shingis Satubayev, as we bring you back here to the desk. Dylan Weissman just punched his ticket into third after winning that pot against Keith Lear. So then, Randy, it must be said, you never want to get a big pair in PLO tournaments.
Yes, specifically kings and aces, because every single person that's gone in has been showered into the locker room.
Obviously, it's an aberration. These are still hands that we do want to play, but it does seem like a disproportionate number of folks found their end here with 22 still remaining. 21, I believe, as the redraw is upon us, confirmed by producer James there. So then a 15-minute break. Players on one as well. We'll come back. Neither Randy and I are going to be here because we've got a treat for you. Henry Kilbane will be sitting on this side of the desk, and joining him will be none other than the great Ike Haxton, who's going to walk us through the end of day here in the 50K. Can't wait to listen in on what he's got to say as he breaks down the spots for you. So then 15 minutes, come back and see us. Still more left here on the second to last day of the 2023 Triton Super High Roller Series. See ya.
GG Poker. Why so many players? This is a crazy thing to do. GG Poker broke the Guinness World Record.
Welcome to the World Series of Poker main
the biggest
event.
poker site.
Larger than all of GG Poker's casting traffic reaches all-time high.
Jump, 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 jump! No way!
Take your game to the next level with GTO Wizard. Practice against GTO on all your devices. Study any situation using our revolutionary AI-powered solver. Upload your hand histories to uncover your biggest leaks. We have hundreds of hours of coaching from top pros, cutting-edge theory articles, and custom study plans to help guide your poker journey. GTO Wizard, the #1 app for poker players.
Introducing the all-new BetACR.eu, the premier destination for sports enthusiasts. What sets BetACR.eu apart is our exclusive offering of live-action prediction options on the Triton series. Experience the excitement as you predict the action while watching your favorite players live. But that's not all. By opening your account now, you can take advantage of our incredible offer. Receive a generous 15% free play on your first top-up, up to $250. Become a part of BetACR.eu and elevate your live sports engagement experience.
How much is it?
81,000.
This would be an amazing call.
Really gross. Really, really gross. But I do have backdoor clubs. I think I actually have to go with it. bad sometimes.
Jason with only 127 back, deep into the tank. Wondering whether or not this isn't just a desperate draw. As we can see,
Sorry, guys.
the 10s actually do have the equity lead, not by much.
This
Well,
is.
you're loving it regardless, but I'm going to call you. and
Wow.
Be in bad shape.
It's not that bad.
Nice.
What a read.
Kuhn
Yeah, I figured it was something like that. And you took that much time.
does end up making the call here.
Pretty good. All your
And Mods is going to need to improve. Relieved, despite the fact that he didn't have any hearts in his hand, Randy, which obviously he wants Mods to have heart draws.
Clubs, I guess.
Clubs.
Backdoor nut flush. Amot makes the 8 high straight. And the 10 on the river, giving Kuhn a set, and it's not enough.
Nice wrap.
I do confess that PLO not the strongest of suits for both you and I, Randy, but each and every festival, we, along with those of you who are streaming, are able to observe some of the best in this discipline doing their thing, and some with less experience in some of the contrasts that exist accordingly. Kuhn putting 35 of his remaining 46
back.
in there. From under the gun.
Yeah, he's big blind next hand, so he's thinking, let's just take a shot with this suited ace.
Sorry.
Wiseman 6s. Actually best. This is the same equity disparity between Kuhn and Omot. A pot to go. The dog came through there.
Wow.
But
All right.
10-10-6. And it
0.1%.
You guys, good luck.
See you, Jason.
Yeah,
Looking
it was a
good.
pleasure to
6 is
officially
full
meet you.
for Wiseman. Jason drawing dead on the turn.
Oh, wow.
Look at that.
If you'd have had queens.
Yeah, if I would have had aces, I would have.
Or queens. I thought you did
He
have
really
it.
needed.
That's why I said-
He really
No, I
needed.
thought
to
he
have-
We returned today, man. So fucking expensive.
40 years, maybe 35 years. How old is it?
Yeah, but I have to keep buying. Bro.
I was terrified of
Got
ET.
10 girlfriends,
Randy.
they all wanna live
Freaked
with
out. Legit.
Why 10 only?
Do they deliver newspapers in the movie by any chance?
I'll take the over.
I think that's why they had the bike, wasn't
Okay,
it?
yeah. I wasn't sure if I was getting that mixed up with Paperboy, the video game.
You
Take
might
the
be doing
Undertaker.
that. No might
I have
about what
zero.
Javier is going to be doing, though,
I'm
and that's
single.
playing.
I'm
He
waiting
says
for
8-7
the,
with spades.
The Princess of
This
Monaco.
hand's really nice. You know, they 7-8 can make you straight and get double flush draw. Ace is clearly good, and he's short too, which is nice.
Holy shit. Oh no, took its fault.
Sorry. Our friend Nacho has a wide range. You know, 6 to 60. You don't
No,
do
not that wide. Actually, I'm very big.
18 is
Close.
healthy. Fair.
18, yeah, 18 is. But 18 is the lowest. Like
35K, the price set by Joao.
But not in US, because it's illegal. Only where it's legal. Hey, in Poland you can go.
16? I need to go to Poland.
Vieira just one cash so far here in Monaco, coming in the 30K 7 max, where he finished 7th.
I've never been with a 16 years old.
Looking for one of those trip savers, as Maria likes to put it.
It's okay. We'll record that clip of you
Gets
saying
company
it and
from
take
the
it.
button of Satubayev and the small blind of Dylan Lindy.
Playback, please.
Perfect.
As all three players look up at 6,
Oh,
3
no, no,
deuce,
no,
nut
no,
flush draw,
no,
and the
no, you give me
aces,
no.
but look at what Satubayev's got. 6 high straight.
What the fucking save he made?
Yeah, and
That guy
if you look
became
at the
so good.
equities, so close. Javier also has the backdoor diamonds to go along with nut flush draw.
Wow, you see this save?
Hot.
125.
That's an insane save.
There is
Oh,
merit
it
for
was the bar,
Shingus
it
to
was the
re-raise this to try to
goalkeeper.
shut out
The
Dylan
goalkeeper almost
Lindy in
like-
case Lindy's holding a flush draw himself.
Hot.
There we go.
500.
So we got a coin flip.
That we do. Somewhat predictably, the bet of 125,000 does get stuffed on by Satubayev, who's got the nuts here. Vieira,
You're playing this chili hand?
for the time being, hunts just the spade.
Oh,
393 in the middle. Now the board pair, so another 3 or an ace added to the spades. Can Joao hit? No. King of clubs on the end, and as so many before him and undoubtedly after him,
running
Vieira
like a fucking god, huh?
busted with aces.
That
One
seems to
time, bro.
be a PLO.
You see
Far
why
less
you're running
often.
like this?
7 rounds left.
Las Palmas.
I'm
is
very
playing-
good at
It could be.
Nacho, who is playing Las Palmas with?
Atletico.
Atletico Madrid or Bilbao?
Atletico Madrid.
What's the score?
Las Palmas 1-0.
Where do they
The
play?
line, you know what was the line pre-game?
Do they play in Madrid?
6-1. No, 6-1 at home. Tell me, and they're getting a fucking beating. Like, Las Palmas is way better. That's crazy. I can't believe it. 6-1 at home.
Did you bet?
Yeah, but I bet small.
How much?
Small. 7.
7K?
I got Las Palmas, plus a half and +1. So I can lose. If I lose by 1 goal, I win half of the bet.
What's your favorite team?
Barcelona.
Barcelona.
Bro, Messi, from Argentina. Barcelona and Liverpool. And Boca Juniors. Tomorrow we play the finals.
Boca Juniors?
Yes. Libertadores finals.
Against?
Wouldn't
You should
surprise
bet.
me if Lubavetsky
Against
wants to
who?
play these two kings in this
at their
spot.
home in Rio de
In
Janeiro.
Brazil?
But
You know,
I
he's
really
getting
like the
quite
line. It's
short.
4-1 Boca. 380.
Does 3-bet it.
How do
looking
you
to
call
get it in.
Boca? Juniors or juniors?
Double
Juniors.
suited king queen jack for Santos.
Bro, that's not a. Telling you, that's a 50-50 game.
Andre
And the
Lubavetsky
line is 380 to
of
1
Ukraine,
Boca Juniors. But Boca hasn't win.
playing his
Hasn't.
fourth
But
ever
Boca on the
Triton
finals
Festival.
and in Brazil,
0 for 3
they're
so
really good.
far.
I'm gonna bet big.
Late
I didn't
arrival
bet yet, but I'm gonna
here
bet.
in Monaco.
Because
Kevin Ing, PLO specialist, the opener to
Luminense, they
25,
don't
facing the
play
3-bet to
players,
87,000 and a flat behind it.
and Boca on the finals is Boca.
Yeah, he has
And if you
traveled
win,
to our
it's
Triton
the
stop
number
to play
7.
only the PLO.
I think it's a flip, but a 4-1.
Papa is fan of Boca or River Plate? Hope. Francisco. He's Argentinian, right?
They ask him, bro, can you believe this guy? They ask him who's the better player, the best player ever. He say Pelé. They ask him, is it Maradona or Messi? He say Pelé. He's from Argentina, bro. I mean, like, I can't even fucking make this shit up with this guy. No, bro.
Kevin, closing the action as 3 will take this one at 87,000 ahead.
Don't hurt the brand.
No, but really, come on, like, he's from Argentina. They ask him who's the better
9-5-3
player.
rainbow.
First of all, the best ever is
Best player is Zidane.
Top
Best
set
player
for
ever,
Kevin.
100%,
No, Zidane.
Without a doubt.
He's only got half
Then
pot
you can
remaining
argue
on this
Yeah.
dry
Maradona,
board, but
Messi,
Kevin Ing
Pelé,
sitting there
Ronaldinho,
top set.
whatever you wanna
No.
argue,
And it
but
really
the
is the
best
kind of
ever
board
is
that in a
Messi,
3-bet pot you don't anticipate is going to be trouble for you.
I watch soccer so much.
Savarna with just the 3 dangler,
AC
looking at the
Milan, I was
price.
Milan when growing up. What a fucking
Has to worry.
Stam,
bad
Kaká,
if Santos.
Rivaldo,
It's a
Shevchenko.
call here.
What the fuck was that?
Gattuso.
Gattuso.
Gennaro.
He was
Oh, and
Cafu,
Santos
right?
making the call, and this
Cafu on
is
the right?
just Amazing for Kevin
left, and
Ing.
then,
Just a
Set.
dream.
Where's the word? Pirlo.
Nesta.
Nesta. Looks like
Santos got
one of the best teams.
two backdoor flush draws.
Pirlo.
Probably has to call off once Ing jams this one.
Well, a warm welcome back to the break desk here for the penultimate day of poker in Monte-Carlo. Ike Haxton joining myself, Henry Kilbane, stepping in for Ali Najad and Randy Liu. Ike, firstly, thank you for joining us, my man.
I am happy to be here. I mean, I'd be happier to be there, but as a consolation prize, this is not bad.
Really looking forward to kind of diving into the weeds a little bit with you to get into the more intricate parts of the game tree.
Yeah, it should be fun.
As we've got down to the final 3 tables in this 50K. But we'll talk about the tournament when we throw it down to the field. I want to ask you a pretty loaded question, Ike.
All right.
How's this overall trip been for you, man? We've seen you cash 4 of the 8 events played, I believe.
Sounds right.
Second place earlier on in the 50K for another 7-figure squad. You've had quite the year.
It's been a very good year, yes.
To the point where you were all in against a Brazilian player with ace-king against jacks with 1 card to come, and you said, and I quote, "It still felt like I was flipping."
Yeah, I mean...
Feeling confident?
I've really been winning more than my share of all-ins, especially when they count this year.
Yeah. Not quite against Danny Tang, though. Unfortunately, second place finish there.
Yeah, couldn't quite close that one out. Bit of a monkey on my back with the Triton title. I've played an awful lot of them, still haven't won one, but...
Is that something that, like, you're... Hey, God, what's going on over here?
Hello.
We got Ali and Randy refusing to go home. But I have to ask, you know, looking at your Triton track record, you've had a couple of crossbars. Does it start coming into the thought process when you get down to 5-handed, 4-handed that you just want to get that monkey off your back? Is it interfering with your game a bit?
A little. I wouldn't go so far as to say it's interfering in my game at all. You know, for a long time, actually, prior to this year, I had kind of a thing of having a lot of second and third place finishes and not that many titles. And I guess in a sense, I'm almost used to it. But yeah, I mean, I just try to play my best and see what happens.
And everything else kind of out of your control if you play the best poker, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's really not helpful to be thinking about anything other than what's the best play every time it's on you. So
100%, man. I love that kind of attitude, and I think it's really something that separates the elite players that come to this event from the rest of the pack. Talking of elite players, Danny Tang, pole position in Monaco in a format of poker that he would be the first to admit is not that well versed in. Came third in the 30K and just kind of said, hey guys, I'm freestyling a bit here. Typically plays short deck and hold'em, looking to accumulate more player of the year leaderboard points as well as player of the series. And I have to say, if you are going to freestyle in any game, Mike, perhaps PLO is the one where equities do run a lot closer pre-flop. You can kind of be a bit of a freestyle and still emerge victorious.
Sure, yeah. And, you know, if you've played a lot of short deck and hold'em, it's not too hard to kind of figure things out in PLO. PLO and short deck strangely have a lot in common, in my opinion, because the equities run closer.
Yeah, but that's a small sample.
You know, I had played quite a bit of PLO before the first time I ever played short deck, and I found that my experience in this game really helped me to learn that one more quickly, and I could easily see it going the other way as well.
What would you say some of the perhaps less obvious transferable skills are from short deck and hold'em into PLO?
Well, the thing about short deck that I found very similar to PLO as opposed to hold'em is that so often you just play aggressively with a good hand in a fairly transparent way just to either make your opponent pay to draw at their weaker hand or to just end the pot right away. In hold'em, you know, you're almost always disappointed if you have the stronger hand and don't get your bet called. And in PLO and short deck, so often, the best hand is 55, 60% equity, and you're perfectly content to just win the whole pot right away.
That makes sense. So denying a lot of equity with cards to come.
Yeah.
Happy to take down the money in the middle.
Yeah, and that's unintuitive to a lot of people who've only ever played Hold'em before. You'll talk to somebody who's primarily a Hold'em player and just starting out in either short deck or PLO. You'll be talking about a hand, and they'll go, well, why would you just shove? You're never going to get a fold from better or a call from worse.
Right.
And you're like, yeah, it's fine. They'll fold all the worst stuff, and that's great. If they have better, I lose. It's still better than checking.
Am I right in saying it's a lot harder to go for thin value on the river in games like PLO and short deck compared to Hold'em?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, thin, in some sense, it just sort of means something different in these cases.
Right.
But also, when both players are so likely to have the nuts, card removal stuff becomes a lot more important, like, particularly in PLO. With flushes, it's so easy to have the nut flush. Blocking the nut flush is a huge deal. Value betting non-nut flushes is often very difficult because you just run into a better flush so often.
That makes a ton of sense. Those of you just joining us, 50K pot limit Omaha, event number 12 with 956,000 going to the eventual champion. Said champion will be crowned tomorrow on the final day of the Triton Super High Roller Series in Monte-Carlo. It's been a pretty epic series, to be perfectly honest with you, Ike, for us here in the booth. So many huge storylines, seeing a lot of newcomers venturing out to the Triton Series. And I've got to ask you, as one of the Triton OGs on the pro side of the bracket, does that kind of excite you to see Triton growing with more players from different backgrounds coming to kind of step into the Coliseum, if you will?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I'm delighted to see Triton, continuing to set records with events like the 25K here being, again, the biggest ever Triton event.
Yeah.
It's a record we've broken a bunch of times this year, I think.
Yeah. 25K with $1 million up top. Pretty unheard of outside of the World Series. And it's great to see those records being broke here. Interesting hand, just going to break it down quickly. Complete from Tom, out the small. Check from Danny. Went check, bet 25K call. And now Tom leading on this Queen of Diamonds turn. So a little one and done from Danny, and obviously
yeah, I mean, everything up until Tom leads the turn is fairly ordinary. Danny takes a stab with not much, but maybe some backdoor draws and stuff. The turn lead is pretty unconventional, but I guess he's sort of thinking his range is a little stronger than Danny's when it goes limp check, and he might check call some ace queen whatever hand and then make top two there and lead. That's a believable story for sure.
Story checks out as we switch over to the outer table. Couple of names in the mix over here. Ding Biao, got Barbero, Parker, and Parsonen. Venturing out for the first time to a Triton Super High Roller Series. And you have to ask whether a lot of these online elite PLO players such as Elis have ventured out due to the fact that we have 3 PLO events this trip compared to, normally have 1 or 2.
And the biggest one being 50K as well. I mean, yeah, I think that makes a big difference in getting someone like Elis to show up.
Would love to see, well, perhaps not for you as you're out there competing, but some of the Finnish Armada kind of showing up to compete more at these Triton stops. Trying to think who else is in that clique. Jonne, Jukamayan.
Yeah.
What else we got?
Yeah, which other Finns are...
I think Elis is out here on his own.
Yeah, I don't think any of the other Finns came from more broadly the Nordic contingent. We also had Robert Flink, Mads Amat.
Yep.
Maybe 1 or 2 others.
Yeah, Flink seems to be holding his own in the 4-card streets.
Yep.
Got Parker in the mix. First time coming out to a Triton series, rocking a casual 1.2 million chip stack. Just 8 off the money. Little King, Jack 9, two-tone. Got Barbero and Parker with... I do apologize, Barbero's got top and bottom. Parker with top pair and a gut shot. Kevin with a swing and a miss, Ike.
Yeah, not much for Kevin here. Is this button open in 2 calls?
That's
Looks like
correct.
it must have been.
Oh, two-tone texture now. Barbero picking up the nut flush draw on the
Nacho
turn.
by far the best hand here. Parker, you know, with the 2 10s, you can imagine wanting to bluff, but also the ace-king is just barely enough to have some good hopes for showdown. Be interesting to see what he does against this half-pot bet. It feels not quite weak enough to fold. He has the king of hearts as well. He can potentially bluff on a heart river.
Does it open the door to take this upstairs and try and represent?
That's a completely viable play here, yeah. I mean, he blocks the straights. Now that he's been bet into, showing down the ace-king is less attractive. I definitely see where he's going with this. It's a rather small raise on a double flush draw board. It's going to be hard to get Nacho to fold anything very good for that size, but maybe he's setting it up to take it away on the river if it is a brick or a heart. He does have a pretty good hand to bluff on a low heart. Oh, and he makes a set and Nacho makes the nuts. This could be a problem for Parker. Be interesting to see what happens here. I guess it's kind of hard for money to go in. If Nacho leads, Parker doesn't have the most attractive hand to call. If Nacho checks, I don't think Parker's going to bet. Yeah, Nacho might get a small bet paid if he leads out for, you know, quarter or third pot here.
How much is in there?
He's asking for a count. 415 in the middle. See if he can squeeze out some value, as Ike mentioned.
Leading small is not the most intuitive play here. I think more commonly you'd either check or bet big, but it is, I think, in actual fact against Chris's holding, the only way he's getting called is if he goes relatively small. Yeah, it's just hard to imagine what you beat here. You're holding the king of hearts as well. Like, that card is going to be in many of the most likely bluffs.
Spades getting there now. The 4-liner on board as well.
I think Chris ends up folding here. He's cutting out the call. Gonna at least consider it, but man, it's difficult to come up with a hand you beat.
Trying to get a read on Barbero, perhaps, see if he gives anything away. Throwing out a time extension chip. What kind of, feels like a bit of a loaded question on my part, but what kind of components would you want in your hand to call here that isn't a flush?
A single spade still helps. Having a queen would be nice. Not having hearts would be good.
Wow.
I think you don't particularly want to have 10s in your hand, like ace 10-8 type of stuff is reasonably likely to end up bluffing. Oh no, he's not going to raise, is he?
Is that what you think he's coming with?
Well, he's asked how much is in the pot. I guess he's just wondering what his odds are.
Getting about 2.5 to 1 on a call. Really pained by this decision he's kind of got himself in as he pays him off.
What are you going to beat?
Nacho gets paid in a 915,000 chip pot. So we close in on the money. 20 left with 13 paid.
Yes, he was good. I have.
Barbero up to 5th in chips. 4th, I do apologize. Parker dropping down.
It's a big pot.
Made a marginal bet on the turn, I guess. It worked out. I mean, I had 2 pairs and not flush over.
Did he just say they were no good?
Huh?
Well, they were no good
You were in very
on
bad
the river.
But it's the year of the nacho.
That's what they said.
The year of the nacho.
Good luck to you.
I don't know how I feel about, you know, they were no good.
The year
on
of the
turn.
fucking nacho.
But we're gonna see your cards.
What?
I don't know.
Keep them on.
Yeah, I mean,
keep them on
it's
the edge
fine.
of their seats. So keep them guessing.
No, the fear of that.
I'll tell you the one that I
heard this
really
video
loved
decades.
was your heads up against Danny Tang, where Danny's told you he's got kicked out. You're like, yeah, you're just dead, mate. And he kept asking, he's like, what have you got? He's like, yeah, you're just cooked. Not aces. No, not aces, but you're in really bad shape. And then when you tabled the Queen 3-0, he's just like, wait, hang on, what's that? Took him like a moment to kind
May
of
as well
realize.
enjoy the moment.
Of course.
When you're
man.
all in for the
make
tournament
it.
with Queen 3 off.
How much you have exactly?
Oh, I loved it. Really loved it. Finding humor in that
Make it
spot.
50,000.
Alright, Parker's got a big hand here.
There might be a bit
I
of
have
a
to call
dynamic
you,
we're
you did.
unfamiliar with here.
How much can he make it?
Barbero,
People out for revenge against
Yeah.
Nacho.
Barbero
I'm running
asking
good,
Parker before raising, how much are you playing? Then raising to 50k.
And Mark raised with me. We're friends.
No. Well,
Parker's
I'm not
made
mad.
it.
I'm not.
165k to go. In great shape. Has Nacho dominated?
Yeah, this is a pretty good hand matchup for Parker.
And this hand should be over and done with. 360 in the middle.
Yeah, pretty clear. Just stick it in for Chris, and no good reason for Nacho to continue. Hard to imagine anything else happens here.
75.
Oh, he's got
He's
milky.
gone for a small size. That's a little strange, but
Easy.
same
It goes back
outcome.
in one hand.
Trying to potentially
Some of it
get
back.
Barbero to do something silly.
Yeah, give him a little rope.
For those of you just joining us,
Man, I
final
could have
2 levels of play
10,000.
here.
Stay open to
Day 1 of the 50k PLO.
45.
Event number 12. 156,000 up
The
top.
3 was
13
so
places
fucking
paid.
good for me when it was on the window. I was like, oh wow.
Some ICM stuff coming
All
into
over it.
effect. 20 left, 7 off the money.
Eh, not all
Yeah,
over it.
absolutely. I
It's
mean,
kinda
we've got
over it.
2/3 of the field paid
It's
here.
kind of over it.
Definitely starting to take ICM into consideration. There are quite a few pretty short stacks as well. So, you know, you look at some of these people with 7, 11, 15 blinds. They're not feeling so much ICM pressure. They're going to have to double to make it to the money. But, you know, you look at a couple of the bigger stacks here, and there's a pretty significant disincentive for them to play a huge pot against each other. Going from 1 million to 2 million is definitely not doubling your expectation in the tournament.
That makes a lot of sense. Talking of the short stacks, Laszlo Boytash on 8 bigs, Li Tong on 7, Ding Biao on 11. All eyes going to be on them to either double up or get showered just before the money. Is Ding actually activating here from +1, trying to get something to happen.
Yeah, on 10 big blinds here, you get a double suited ace, and not even a terrible one at that. It makes a lot of sense to just go ahead and make a raise and probably go with it.
Aces? My son.
But
thinking.
he's run into the ace king king from Kevin. He's getting 3-bet, and they're probably gonna have to run out of board and see who wins.
Good luck, gentlemen.
That would have wiped out. I'd have been,
Ding doing okay-ish, 37% equity.
Yeah, you would rather not run into a bigger pair. You would rather your spades weren't covered, but it's PLO. You're never going to be in terrible shape with a double suited ace.
Twice?
Get back in the mix. Ding needs to convert. They're going to run it twice, apparently. New rules coming into effect late into the day. Perhaps some history between these two in the cash game streets.
Seems plausible.
That's a big fucking card on the window for you.
Diamond in the window. Some hope for Ding.
That means
is about the best card
7
you
of
can have in
spades.
the window
That's what you
these
would try.
days.
Ooh.
Hello.
It's never easy, Kevin. You thought life is
Nearly
gonna be
50-50
easy.
now.
No. I mean, your life is pretty fucking easy, but this is not
Too
gonna
easy.
Jesus Christ,
Your life is
Nacho,
pretty
take a day
fucking
off.
easy, but this is
Too
not
easy.
easy.
The Jack of
You made a
Spades
straight.
我是勾
on the river does give Kevin
Ah,
Broadway. I
yeah,
don't think.
bro.
I think
Go
ding
machine.
for a second there, little glitch, if you will. Thought the Jack was an out.
I had the same glitch myself. You know, when you're the one behind and hoping to improve, you see, oh, I picked up a gut shot.
Right.
You don't necessarily catch up, but they have that better end of the straight on that one.
Oh, in the booth, if you know how many times it takes us a few seconds to be like, hang on, who actually won the hand in key spots, it can...
I've been really playing
I
decent,
mean,
honestly.
that's just completely standard in Pot Limit Omaha, even in high-stakes cash games with people who've played millions of hands.
Yeah.
You know, there's a little confusion as they run out the board all in.
Nacho chips.
More often than you would expect.
Oh my god, I heard it
Especially
so
when you
many
run it like
fucking times.
in those private
It's just
games,
not even
like
funny.
twice, 3 times.
Run it 4
yeah.
times, and they just bang out all the boards real quick. And it takes a little time to go back through and make sure you award the pot to the right hand on each run out.
Oh man, that's brilliant.
I'm sure it would be horrifying to just see a replay of like every time I've been involved in a pot where some or all of the pot was pushed to the wrong player. It's got to be more than 0 times.
I remember watching you. I mean, I must have only been, well, like it's a good 10 years ago, I'd say, battling high stakes PLO with like Galfond and yeah, all televised. And it was fantastic. I mean,
Oh, that Poker After Dark game?
yeah.
Oh yeah, that was a lot of fun. That was not quite 10 years ago, maybe 2016 or so.
Okay. Yeah, I remember you being involved in a hand where Galfond later on went to say, had you hero called him in some pot, he would have actually been quite upset with you. I think he had like a nut flush blocker and you had some like jack high flush or something.
Yeah, no,
do you remember the hand?
Very vaguely. I
Okay.
sort of remember that it happened. I remember there was some spot where I had been the aggressor on the turn and then Galfond led on some river.
That's
where
right, yeah.
Things had played out in such a way that somehow he had the nut flush blocker in a spot where it was really hard to get there with the nut flush blocker
my
rather
partner
than
is
the
so
actual
fucking
nut
TV. This
flush.
is so funny.
Yeah, I used to
Look at
really
this.
enjoy that. Would love
Oh,
nothing
you're the
more
hand.
than have Phil venture out. I know he's very happily
My partner
married
is
with a
so
family,
fucking TV.
enjoying life at home. Let's have him come here, just lay down the law just once. Deuce of diamonds. Nobody
has
with a flush.
anything
Nobody
at all here.
Elis is
Elis
going to win
has
this
the
one. at
best hand with a
showdown.
pair of 5s.
Is this one going to be allowed to check through?
It just might.
10
I mean,
of diamonds for Cabelan. Deuce.
Cabelan and Parker both have reasonable enough hands to bluff at it with. All right, this will probably get it done. Not definitely. Yeah, there it goes.
The fact that you're here in the booth and you don't think that Parsonins is a snap fold, I'm sat there and just like, doesn't even go through my mind about hero calling with the 5s.
He's got a diamond. He paired the deuce. He beats. He's not going to call and lose to a bluff, I'm pretty sure. So it would be a pretty big call, but like I guess you can probably comfortably never call with worse than a jack there, and having a jack would be a lot better. But like I wouldn't be shocked if it had happened. It doesn't take much more than a moderate hunch to want to pay that one off, I guess.
Yeah, spidey senses tingling, perhaps. Some big names left in the field.
Absolutely.
Danny Tang out in pole position in Monaco, something we've said on a few occasions throughout this series. Got Dylan Wiseman venturing out for the first time, crossing the pond to join us here in Europe for the PLO events. Nacho Barbero, the year of the Nacho.
Looks like Elis has found a hand good enough to stick it in with.
90.
Probably gonna get a call from Kevin here and go from there. Kevin might just stick it in. I would.
What's up next,
I would lean
Chris?
toward
Where you
call
going?
personally. Yes, stick it in makes life
I'm
simple.
going to Dubai, and then I go to Phuket.
Make life
Phuket.
easy.
Yeah. Queens
What is in there?
Ace King.
I think I would have preferred a
Just for
call.
holiday?
Like,
Holiday, yeah.
you're probably not
Just,
ahead
take
of
the
the
family
button
for a
range,
few,
and
few weeks.
if it comes to, you know, a sort of 10-9-7 board where you don't
I had
connect
that
at all,
hand
you
when
can
he
probably just
3-bet me.
check fold.
With a
But
6. With the 6 with Klaus.
sticking it in is fine too. You're not far behind the button range either, and having to play post flop out of position is not
A good
wonderful.
flop.
Ellie's looking good.
Big flop for Elis.
Not in real life, I mean.
See here, you could just end up check folding your 16% if you had called pre, and that would probably be
3 outs?
fine.
2 outs?
Okay.
3? Yeah, 3.
4 outs.
Ooh, no
Doesn't
side.
convert.
Wow, how fucking lucky
Scary.
you got.
Scary.
No side of spades. It's fucking big. No side of spades. He had 33%. Baccarat player. I'm a professional. Professional Baccarat player.
Not sure with
I have a
the
feeling I'm
expert
gonna win so much in
calculations of
Buffalo.
your equity
I just
after
fucking-
You going
sort
to
of
Buffalo?
seeing half the card out of
Yeah,
the
you
corner
going?
of your eye.
That's how things stand at this feature table. Chip counts brought to you by betacr.eu. There's Kevin rocking the Hong Kong flag here, who've seemingly getting it done with Danny Tang and Elton Sang running deep in multiple events. Nacho Barbero coming second to Vogelsang in the 100K for another 7-figure cash, eclipsing 10 million in earnings this year. Chris Parker venturing out for the first time to a Triton series for a bit of PLO. Why not? We're in Monte-Carlo, when in Rome. A couple of short stacks. All eyes going to be on Lee Tong to either start spinning the wheel or exiting 6 off the
You see me
money.
playing, right? You see me playing, right?
Have to ask whilst I have you here.
I've been running really good
what
lately. I won a
is
lot of money
the
lately in Vegas.
motivation for someone such as yourself to continue
You're
coming
losing?
to these
Are
Triton
you losing?
stops? And I feel like there are softer
Yeah?
places in the world for you to compete at high stakes. And here, you know, you're competing against, I know you're friends with, you know, Jason, Timothy Adams, Daniel Dvoris, these guys
I
are
think you probably paid a lot of rake in your
regarded as
life.
some of the best, and you're in the arena with them.
Yeah, I mean, there are certainly softer games.
Nacho, given
There
that
are
the
not a lot
casinos
of
let you
higher
back
stakes
in,
games
That's
available,
true.
that's for sure.
Casinos are still
I
a
mean,
little bit of a hedge over you.
I've played maybe
Did I
1.2
ever tell
million
you
in
my-
buy-ins since I've been here, something
Did I
like that,
ever
maybe a
tell you
little
my
more
technique?
even.
Yeah.
You don't know my technique.
That is a pretty high
Maybe I
volume
have a
week.
trick,
That's
bro.
hard to top. And of course, these are just a lot of fun. These are really the most fun, pleasant poker tournaments out there to play for someone like me. Triton takes really good care of us. We're staying at a beautiful resort, good food. Everything is easy, convenient, comfortable.
It allows someone like you to do what you do best because of the environment that we kind of put you guys in.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, you go somewhere like, say, not to talk shit about other brands or anything,
Yeah.
but some of the World Series or EPT or whatever events that are, you know, larger fields, somewhat lower buy-ins, things are more crowded and inconvenient, and it's a bit less fun. It's a bit more like worrying, am I going to be able to find somewhere to eat on dinner break in enough time?
1,000
Am I-
players rushing to the same venue kind of thing.
Am I going to get to the bathroom and back in the amount of time we have on break? These tournaments are, yeah, just a really relaxed, pleasant environment where you can focus on poker, and it's a lot of fun.
Well, massive shout out to our team of lovely ladies that look after players such as yourself, Kate, Tiana, Maya, Carla.
They
all that
really
team.
are the best. They do an incredible job.
I'm sure they will be very glad to hear that, Ike, as Parker has got there on the turn with that 7-6 dangler, the 10 high straight. Now a bit of an awkward spot for Elis, but finds the fold. Discipline.
It's a good fold.
It's okay, and you're gonna come?
It was a limp
You
from
might come,
Parker. 70k pot size raise from Elis. Check through on the 10-10-9. And then a small bet, 75.
Oh, we're very slow.
Yeah, less than half
Very
pot,
slow,
and he just
yeah.
gets away from it right there. With
Bravo.
Yeah. It's because of
not
you.
a bad hand, and not that much left to play.
Whoa.
But, you know, they are creeping up on the money here, and
My friend here.
preserving
from?
that stack is worth quite a bit for
Shanghai?
Elis.
That's China.
You did say earlier on that these kind of
my geography is so
middling
good.
stacks, players on the shorter end of the spectrum,
Okay, which city are you
not
from?
going to be able to just sneak their way
where
into
you
the
from,
money.
Hong
They're
Kong?
going to have to get
What?
into a bit of a dogfight
Vancouver?
at
Come
the
on,
bottom of
bro.
the chip counts. Perhaps
Yeah.
Elis there.
You were
with
born
a
in Vancouver?
Edge fold of sorts if he
But
believes he
your
has
origins are
a
Chinese.
perceived edge over the other shorter stacks.
Sure, yeah. I mean,
Yeah, I know, bro.
regardless
no,
of
yeah, I've been last year.
exactly your edge against
I
the other
went to
players, just still being in
Blackcomb.
the tournament with 15
Oh,
big
Blackcomb.
blinds
Oh,
is
yeah.
worth a lot.
Nice. You went to skiing?
Blackcomb.
It's by Whistler, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I went to heli skiing. He was insane.
Tong going to be in the big
Oh my
next hand.
God,
He's
it
going
was
to have
so
to put in a
fucking
third of his
amazing.
stack.
We might go to
5 off
Japan
the
now
money.
with Elton to do before the
Getting
season.
painful out there.
Oh, yeah?
For
to
some of the
do,
short
to do
stacks.
snowboard.
Yeah, this is a gross spot. You're gonna have to ante
I've never
1/6
been.
of your stack on the next hand
good?
if you just fold here.
Oh,
Snow is
he
so
just
soft.
wants
You
the over.
cannot form a
A
snow.
little loose,
Really?
maybe.
Oh, I
Maybe it's
like
just
that.
the right play. Right on the border. I mean, you put those
Best
cards a little
powder.
closer together, make it 8-6,
it?
5-3.
Right.
I'd probably go with it. Maybe even this is better than
Whistler is like too
folding
wet.
and taking
Comes
your
from
chances
sea.
on the next one.
I really like it
It's
though. It
just
was
a
very
grim
cool.
situation being under the gun with 6 big blinds in a big blind ante format.
I have
Besides,
to ask,
like,
passing in
um,
flat calling here, is he ever flat calling
I got
and
it for
planning
free,
to fold
like a
to
friend invited
action
me.
behind, or
No, he's just inviting
billionaire from
dominated hands
Argentina.
to come along.
Right.
Booked the trip and
I
couldn't
don't think
go,
there's
and my
any
friend
conceivable
that worked for
action
him,
that
he
could
said,
happen
"Hey, you
behind
can
where
come
he
for free."
folds, But
And I'm like,
if he gets, some Queen Jack 9 7
mean-
type of hand to come along from the big blind here, he's just thinking that's a win.
I've been
for
going
him.
a lot to Jackson Hall.
wow. How about that for
The best.
an unfair fight?
I love
Lee
it.
Tong picking up a gut shot, diamonds as well as bottom.
That's not nothing.
Yeah,
That's way more than nothing.
Lee Tong is
That's a big fucking thing for you. I mean, it's a,
That's not nothing.
Tong said
want
he's
it
got
better than this?
nothing. Just
Yeah.
a lone pair of fives, like, with a bunch of redraws.
just a pair and a gut shot and a flush
really
draw.
fucking hard. You get those hands, ladies.
Currently behind, but an equity favorite with 2 to come.
Even all of his 2 pair outs, apart from the 9, are good. He's in a nice spot here.
He's got the bottom pair trip draw, my favorite draw in poker. Turns bottom 2. It's now Elis's turn.
Up to 67% on that one.
Looking for a king, queen, 10, 9, 8, non-diamond. Finds it.
That'll do it.
Thank you, guys.
Elis
Yeah.
rivering top 2 pair to eliminate short stack of Tong Lee. Going home just off the money. Ventured out from New Zealand to this Triton Super High Roller Series in Monte-Carlo for the first time, exclusively
I'm big blind, right?
for the 4-card fun. Cashed the 30k pot limit Omaha bounty, came 10th in that one. I'm sure we'll be seeing him in the final event of the series. He's straight back
I would
on
expect
the
it.
saddle
So the
tomorrow.
best is Chapon, right? I
For
hope
powders? No, it is.
Chapeau.
Now, I've got to
What's that?
use the
Oh, Japao,
opportunity to
yeah,
have
yeah,
you
yeah.
here
That's
in
what
the
they call it.
booth
But I
as
had the
someone who I
attitude
can
is
only
like this,
assume
not like
has
very
watched
steep.
hundreds of
Like,
hours
like
of
not very high,
poker
right?
broadcasts over the
Not that
years.
high, no.
What would
Maybe
you say are
1500
some of the
meters?
things that we could do
But it's good
in the
anyway,
booth from a production
really
point
good,
of view
yeah.
to kind of
But
really
I'm like, bro, now I'm going to Jackson Hall.
just the overall experience of the viewers and the players?
Really putting
So
me on the
fucking
spot here.
deep
That
and
is
deep
a
and
tricky
like-
one.
It's for like real professionals. Like, it's for they're not fucking around in Jackson Hall. It's very hard.
You know, you guys
even
do
have,
a,
like, beginners,
a
like,
really good job on the
beginner
production.
tracks.
This is definitely some of my favorite content to watch. I think the best tournament content.
But be honest, you watch it with the stream muted whenever Ali Najad's in the booth, right?
I don't. I have the volume on whenever I watch it.
Glad to hear that.
Even when I'm like trying to be serious about it and watch it to
study,
take notes on how my opponents are playing and like really study, I still leave the commentary on. It makes it easier to follow the action. You guys do a good job.
I appreciate that, man. Eli's
What's your
on
favorite place?
a bit of a spin here.
Yeah, Eli's starting to run it up, and now he's got the aces. Gonna pot it. And of course, Kabilan not going anywhere here.
This is 5-handed. UTG Open. From Kabilan.
I never been
This
to
currently
Coach
in 14th. 4 off the money. In a great spot. Has clubs dominated, has Kabilan's King X dominated. Gets really awkward on certain flops for the Malaysian.
Yeah,
There is no
he,
snow
he can
in
easily flop a kind of medium
America,
one here.
or
That's
this
gonna
bad, I'm gonna go to Japan. If it's good, I'm gonna just go to
in a tough spot.
America.
Well,
I just love America too.
This is not quite that. I think he's thoroughly missed this one. It goes straight in the muck.
I always used to go to Vale.
Thoroughly missed it,
Aspen,
but always
and now I
frustrates
changed
me
to
when I'm
Saturn.
wrapped
I like it
around
more.
that Queen X with the King Jack 10-9 and I don't get to see turn or river.
It feels like you're closer to making that straight than you really
Yeah,
are.
the same region.
And it
Yeah,
is a little
same
disappointing
zone.
not to get to find out.
So you're getting the same type of snow.
Looking at the Triton Poker Plus app.
If you go that area, you
passing
should
in
go up a little bit further.
a bit of a
go to
climb.
Telluride. That's the best.
I heard
Eliminating-
Telluride is sick,
It is insane.
and there is nobody there. I heard like
Double up.
Nobody there. Once you're in there, you're in.
Against Kevin.
that's what they told me. It's like so empty, so much snow, and like nobody there.
Is there a mute
Take a
button
good
on
group of
Nacho
people.
Barbero?
I have wondered that many times.
Absolutely love the guy. Has no filter at times. We're often in the booth in absolute stitches with some of the one-liners, but I have to give you credit for some of the one-liners you've dropped this trip as well. They're so dry and perfectly timed. It's just like, do you know the ones that I'm talking about? I know you know what you're doing as well when you say them.
Oh,
And
sure, yeah.
They go over the heads of quite a few people, but we're here, Ali's in the booth, I'm here, and I'm like, okay, bravo, well played.
One more level after this?
Yeah, 35 more minutes.
I'm not the most talkative person at the table,
The
but
last level? Oh, so maybe they're not going to go.
I put a little effort into holding my
probably
own
not.
out
Last
there.
level.
I
We're
appreciate
not gonna-
it.
we're probably
We
not gonna
definitely
make the
appreciate
money.
it.
Yeah,
From an entertainment point of view. I think the best part is when it completely goes over someone's head and someone else at the table kind of picks up on it, gives you the nod, like, I got it, I got it.
So they want to go to sleep.
Yeah, those are definitely some of my favorite at the table jokes. The ones that, maybe only half the table completely
I feel like
follows.
a lot of people want to go to sleep.
Especially if somebody is just kind of talking too much and pissing everybody off, and you get one in that
I just want to stay
kind of
playing
goes
and
over their
gambling.
head and amuses everybody
There's no
else
sports
who's
to bet now.
just exhausted with their shit.
Yeah. We know how you feel at times. Definitely empathy from us. Kind of comes with the territory, I guess. 4 off the money here in this 50k pot limit Omaha. Fantastic turnout for a 50. 72 runners in a 50k PLO. I mean,
That
outside of
is
the series, like
very strong. Yeah, one of the bigger PLO tournaments that's ever run, I suppose.
I'm going to send this to Galfon to be like, where are you at, Uncle Phil? Nice little double barrel there. Blind v blind from Kabilan, getting the better hand to fold.
Got it done.
It's Danny Tang.
I don't know very much about Kabilan. I played with him in, I believe, the 25k PLO in Vegas this summer. Seems to be...
You play with him in the 25k in London as well? It's on his Triton track record. He came there for that lone event.
He and I talked about this at the table just a couple hours ago.
Okay.
And he said hello again, and we both knew we had played together at some point in the past. I guessed it had been London. He said he was pretty sure it was Vegas.
Okay. Well, he did play that 25K in London, showed up just for that PLO event. Perhaps a bit of a PLO specialist.
Seems to be. Seems to be. He seems to play pretty well.
Talking to specialists, I think the man I'm down the most money to lifetime is on your screens right now.
You are probably not the only person who can say that.
Definitely took my shots over the years, and I think 90% of the time was smacked back down to the stakes where I belonged.
He's got to be one of the bigger winners in online PLO in the last 5 to 10 years.
Oh, a bit of a hand developing, perhaps a multi-way affair should Kevin accept the invite.
I don't see Kevin folding this one. I don't really see him raising either. This looks like a pretty nice hand to take a flop with.
Does cover both. Yeah, he wants to just lean into the mic.
All right.
Wants to lean into the field, knows that both Cabalan and Parson can kind of sneak their way into the money should they play their cards right.
That's pretty aggressive. I mean... Ooh, but it looks like it's going to work. That's a rather big fold from Elis. I mean... Looks like a bit of a leveling game here of, you know... You can't very well... You couldn't tell your opponents in advance you're going to fold King, King, 6, 5 single to their 3 bets and then go from there. Like, you have to assume they expect you not to do that, or you can't be doing it.
And what would you say some of the reasons are for this fold? Because look at this.
I mean, I think he does not expect Kevin to be coming after him with a hand like that. He expects Kevin to need a pretty good hand to 3-bet. So, I mean, it looks like a case of Kevin outguessing Elis about how things were going to work here. I think he correctly predicted he could get folds like that, and Elis incorrectly predicted Kevin wouldn't go for that kind of thing.
All in.
Wow, even on this board, he's just happy to
Oh,
run
I
it.
mean, yeah, you just have to stick it in once you get here. The small blind has called and doesn't necessarily connect with this flop. You've got less than pot to play. You just put it in and hope they fold. You're not in horrible shape when you get called. And I'm guessing Capelan's going to fold here. It's hard for Kevin to have a hand worse than he does, and you're still only 50%.
Spades could just be dead.
Yeah, easily spades could be dead. Or, you know, you could run into aces or jacks, and then spades are alive unless the board pairs and your sets are dead. That's still only high 20s equity, which is not going to be enough to call off for pot near the money.
No.
Cal Vanner. Yeah, Cal 4-2-6-8.
Back over to the outer table. Hold on.
He's like
Keith.
He's like saying.
He was a full tilt monster.
Opened from under the gun to 60k. Picked up just one customer, Gavin and Drenov, fresh off that title. Defended with the ace-jack 10-6. Flopped top and bottom with a gut shot. Keith flopping gin. When 55k, sorry, check 55k call. Turn 9 of spades, two-tone turn texture. Apologies, ace of diamonds, not the ace of hearts, my bad. And Keith has put Gavin all in for his tournament life.
Yeah, really well.
With the goods.
Ah, okay. Yeah, what happened to DP?
I don't know.
Gavin sure looks like he's going to fold here. He doesn't look happy about it.
Maybe retired, huh?
Florida, a bit. Yeah.
Maybe retired.
I don't know what is. I guess I've seen him online a little bit.
Oh, now he's going for the chips.
Just hoping that Keith has like queens or jacks, get shown the nut straight. Gavin looking for an ace or a 10 to double. Queen for a chop.
Yeah, that gut shot does give you a little bit of a bonus, but still in pretty rough shape here.
A little bit of a bonus, Ike.
There it
Did you
is.
say? A little bit of a bonus for the Triton champion.
6% of the time, a pretty big bonus.
Gets half of the pot, and I think if you'd offered him that on the turn, he would have snap called. So,
oh yes, absolutely. I think he would have gladly taken half the pot. I think he probably would have taken maybe 15% of the pot if surrender for 15% of the pot was an available option. I think he would have snapped that one.
Keith Lair showed up for the first time in London, played the 250k Luxon Invitational, also played in the 25k PLO, which he did cash, as well as the main. Then here in Monte-Carlo, came at the start of the series, 200k Invitational, as well as the 30k PLO. Has a very healthy set. You know much about Keith? I can't say I know all too much
Yeah, I've
about
known
him.
Keith for a long time. He's been a fixture of the U.S. poker scene. You know, really about as long as I've been around. Primarily a PLO player, though he can hold his own at Hold'em as well, and mixed games too.
Yeah, I must
guy
say.
who kind of floats around looking for good spots, plays all sorts of different private games, other sorts of gambling. Pretty good gin player from what I understand. Just one of these kind of old school gamblers. Pretty good at a whole lot of different things. But PLO is his main game.
Like apologizing, and then nothing.
I'd love to see him more.
Whereas Jake played some stuff this summer.
And these Triton stops.
Yeah, I mean, whenever I see Jake, I wish.
Yeah, I think he likes the invitational format.
I'm surprised he doesn't.
Makes sense if he comes from a private game background,
Yeah,
right?
absolutely.
For sure.
Shoot the shit, if you will, with fellow businessmen and women in a high-stakes tournament. It's great to see people like Keith show up for that invitational and kind of help us on our mission to continue growing that format. I think it's kind of caught the eye of, well, a lot of business people around the world.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Likeable.
I don't want to comment.
Let's say that you mentioned he plays a bunch of mixed games. Something you hear quite a lot about some of the older generation players, you don't necessarily hear it as much over in Europe. There's a lot of OG American pros that seem to just hold down those games.
Yeah.
Show up to the World Series
that's one of the only formats of poker I can still find where I'm likely to be one of the younger players at the table.
Yeah.
They're both legitimately exceptionally good poker.
Yeah, fucking really good. Both.
Cheating aside?
Yeah, I mean, they cheated online, right? But Schindler and Ollie, but they both are very good at poker too.
Well, they kind of cheated.
I got to agree with you, Dylan.
Yeah, I mean
that is an accurate claim.
Interesting conversation, kind of out of left field there. But he's not wrong. I feel like if I...
Not good enough at cheating, though. They got caught.
You know?
That's true.
Cheated for years, that I would learn a thing or two, Ike, about the
Oh,
game.
yeah, that seems like a fantastic way to train. Just grinding online with the answers in front of you.
Yep. Even a mere mortal such as myself.
I suppose it depends if you can really muster the energy and motivation to pay attention instead of just clicking the button that it says to click. But
reasonably nice, reasonably honest. These kind of
if you can maintain your passion for the game while you're cheating everybody and really focus on learning, that's apart from the ethics of it, a great way to get better.
Something we want our viewers to focus on is the sign-up code we're currently offering to new players over on GG Poker. You can use the deposit code. You can head over to GG Poker /Triton. Use the code Triton_2023 to get yourself a welcome bonus as well as a $50 Global Millions ticket. And I'm sure we'll be seeing plenty of you over in the Bahamas. WSOP bracelets over there. Qualifiers receiving 10 to 11 days accommodation as well as free daily lunch buffet. Satellites running now.
Tom with the double-suited king from the hijack. Let's see. No, of course he cannot resist the double-suited king from the hijack. Money bubble be damned.
You going to be heading to the Bahamas, Ike? Unsure?
I'm a big favorite. I haven't fully committed myself to it, but I don't have flights. But I sort of don't see why I wouldn't be there.
Living the vagabond lifestyle, last-minute flights. Makes sense.
It feels like it would be professionally irresponsible to skip it. I'm currently leading the PGT Player of the Year thing, and it's one of the bigger opportunities to earn a few more points and solidify that. So I feel like I'd be...
Pick up a bracelet. You know,
Yeah,
extend
bracelet
your
wouldn't
lead.
be bad, but...
Up top of the...
Player of the Year is 50K. I'd be a little ashamed of myself if I didn't go and, you know, put a little more effort into making sure I hold on to that lead.
You're talking about Tom pipping
I mean,
the
naturally,
suited
when
king.
you play the King 9-3-2 double, you
flop
expect
top
to
and
flop
bottom.
at least top and bottom in the second nut flush draw.
With a backdoor flush draw as well.
Yeah.
Tom Dwan.
I mean, you've got 4 cards that add up to 24. That may not sound great. It may, in fact, sound hard to do worse. But it is double suited.
Just fall off the money here in this gargantuan turnout of a field in a 50k PLO in Monaco. Feels like the place for this kind of turnout, not going to lie. The amount of 6-figure, 7-figure cars I've seen on my walks in the morning. Just
I mean,
casually
this is a
stroll
place
past.
where literally the taxis are like 80k Benzes. Like, I'm not doing a bit. That you literally just get in a taxi, and it is a not cheap Mercedes-Benz.
Yeah, you're like, buddy, what's the mileage on this thing? Because, you know, we're racking up a bit of a bill on this meter, and we've only gone a kilometre up the road. Expensive Ubers out here.
Do they have Uber here?
I did see a picture in our group chat last night. Producer James Dempsey and Arlene Nishard saw a Batmobile.
Yeah, why not?
Just, you know, a life-sized, real Batmobile. God knows what the price tag on that is. I'm sure it's worth at least 7 figures.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what he did.
Oh, how about this for a hand for Danny? Under the gun open, Dwan getting a bit too comfortable for my liking on the money bubble, making my palms sweat.
I would expect nothing less from him. The real question is, will he go with it here?
Stop it. Is that really a question?
Yeah. I have no confidence one way or the other. I mean, if you're going to open King 9-3-2 double, I'm not sure you can fold a pair of jacks.
Even when it's for half of his stack, 4 off the money, we know Tom...
I know that if I came out of a fugue state facing this action with a pair of jacks and 4-3, I would probably let it go. But when you've made the decision to put yourself here, that's another matter entirely.
See what Dwan comes up with. Saw him play for the win in that 30k.
He did look up at the board. He is aware that this is a tournament and you get paid for surviving 4 more players.
I love having you in here, man. You just get to say some of the stuff that we're thinking in the booth, but don't necessarily say out loud at times, you know. Has to be done. He's going to pitch it. That was a painful one.
It took 2 time banks, though.
That kind of stuff's way different than even collusion.
Oh, now it's Tom's
like,
turn. The other
there's
Tom,
levels.
the Norwegian
I mean,
one. Tom
I've
Axel
seen
Bedell.
some shit, like there's levels of it, you know.
That's definitely not cool. If
The McJagger of the tour,
as
as
you know,
Ali
it's
likes to
really
put
not
it.
cool, but it's like,
It does give me McJagger vibes.
yeah, I think it's like
With the fit.
What vibes?
or whatever, as opposed to
McJagger?
Jagger.
when they know what cards are coming.
Oh no, I
or
see that
when
for
they know
sure.
who has
I
the best hand, that's fucking proper treatment.
I love Tom's fashion. I think he looks great.
He puts
Today, but really just in general too. He has some of the best outfits.
He does. He puts people like Linus,
Like the kind of RTA and
those
stuff,
guys
it's
to
like,
shame, to be honest
Oh
with you.
yeah, no, I mean,
there's just levels to it.
there's
you
an
know?
artfulness
That's
to Tom's style.
It's
that-
like laws. That's why like there's different misdemeanor, felony, whatever.
Danny.
Yeah, you don't get life in prison for speeding.
Chipping up nicely,
Not to say
retaking the chip
it's a lot
lead.
worse than that, you know, but
4 off
yeah.
the money.
Vivo española.
Like people that gave ZJ shit back in the day, I thought that was insane.
Closing in on
You know, like the
the
multi
end of day one here.
Didn't play the same table or tried not to or whatever. That's like
And
slap on the wrist territory.
everyone's idea of what was good and not good.
$72,000 min cash tomorrow.
just saying,
Champion's going to be walking away with
trying to not mess with the integrity of the game.
956,000
Was he a little
in a
silly?
PLO
Big PLO
50K.
tournament.
No, but like, come on, you know.
Right, and then people try to just like randomly bring it up to give him shit about it now, and he's like an exceptionally ethical person.
Pretty big hand for Tom here.
Cool.
Tricky spot though, with like a
I'm sure you played some
below
games, right?
average but not in trouble sort of stack.
had a
I
few
think
of
this
those over
call is that's a responsible play here. Certainly not going to fold that hand, but would rather not get all in pre if you can avoid it, or be faced with a 3-bet.
Pass the deal. And we knew the guy was
Hand that plays well with a high SPR. You know, you flop top set and you're happy to put lots of money in, and here it is. He's got top set.
Case in point. Dylan
Every time we got a deal,
with top pair inside straight draw. Dwan with middle pair.
You deal a hand.
He got
Inside
shot
gut
himself. Yeah.
Somewhere along the line.
Wow, Bedell.
6, 7 cards.
I don't know about that one.
That's spicy.
I would bet the flop if I had top set there. I mean,
He's allowed 2 straights to get there on the turn.
something gets there on every turn except ace, board pair, 4-3-2. I'm not really looking to give a free card here.
When he dealt, he would deal the exact amount of cards that would, the deck in his hand would be the same, whether it be 7-handed, you need 6 cards. If it's 6-handed, you need 7 cards. We
Thought
just
Dwan may
played again. Somewhere he accidentally grabbed the wrong.
Take a stab.
Grabbed the deck instead of his hand. So he set one down here and.
gets awkward for Dylan Lindley now, who through
Funniest thing ever.
no fault of his own is, wow,
We were playing limit poker.
just
Just
didn't even
right
really,
in the muff
yeah,
with top 2 and a
gut
gutter.
shot.
That's a disciplined fold from Dylan.
Okay, we see you,
I
Dylan.
mean,
We see you,
didn't
pal.
really even seem to require much thought. That's a strong laydown.
Venturing out for his second
more dangerous than people
Triton series. Join us for the first time earlier this year in Cyprus. Picked up 3 cashes out there in No Limit Hold'em tournaments. Biggest one coming in the 75K. 7th for 310K. Bit of a dry spell here, but things looking positive for him
Not too
in
late
this 50K.
for a winning trip with a big score in this one, I think.
Yeah, I wonder if there are any Hold'em players out there in the mix who've had a bit of a rough trip, who've now looked at this PLO at the end of the series and say, I'm going to extend my stay. I'm already stuck 700. Why not make it 750 and potentially save myself? Get out the hole.
I can't think of who the player would be. I didn't really see anybody in this tournament who I was like, I
Surprised
didn't
to
know
see.
you ever played PLO,
Right.
but
It's more of a me thing, because I definitely would. Dylan activating
There's like a
on the
scratching
button.
sound coming from that.
That is not lovely.
What?
I said that is not lovely.
Yeah, it's like very annoying. Can they turn off the volume or whatever?
Some kind of
Or we
upsetting
can just put it on
sound
the
happening in the
table for a
vicinity
minute
of the
or something?
feature table, apparently.
10 minutes.
We're done in 2 minutes.
No, apparently.
Yeah,
It's okay. We're done in 10. I can bear it for 10 minutes. If we were going to be playing for another hour, I would lose my fucking mind. It's okay. It's okay. We're done in.
I have some sympathy for that. That being at the feature table can have its discomforts. It's often pretty warm up there. The lights can be rough. I don't know what this sound they're talking about is, but they have my sympathy.
What are some of the pet peeves for you when you're at the feature table?
Tried to not say
Too
it,
hot.
then it was like
Yeah.
a minute or
That's
two
the
out.
one that gets me, for sure. I am always too warm. When I'm at home, I keep it upsettingly cold. I can't
I'm the
sleep
same.
well
Yeah.
if it's not very cold.
Oh yeah. I mean, I set mine to like 18
Yeah.
degrees. Like, yeah, I'm cold.
At most.
Yeah.
I get tilted when I go to the hotels where you can't set it below like
I know what you mean.
19 or 20.
Yeah, been to a few of those, for sure.
It's my dream to be playing poker somewhere where it's like 15, 16. I can have a hoodie on and not get warm, and that almost never happens. But yeah, the feature tables where it's often quite warm, that bothers me sometimes.
If you ever retire from playing full time, start your own tour. Call it Ike's Ice Cold Tour.
Yeah, I don't think anyone would like that. Maybe a handful of the other Americans and Canadians. It always happens at these tournaments that there'll be a day where like 80% of the people in the room are complaining that it's too cold, and like me and a couple of other people, invariably North Americans, are like, yes, it's finally cold enough.
No, definitely not me.
What was Vietnam like for you guys?
It was
Sweaty.
fine. The air conditioning was good.
Outside.
And I was just drinking fresh coconuts
That's true.
all day, every day, and iced coffee. And good hot weather beverages to keep cool.
Big up the coconuts.
Jeremy Osmus.
Vietnam was by far my favorite place I've ever played poker. That was so good. The tropical fruit buffet on every break. Passion fruits and dragon fruits, mangoes, 6 different kinds of bananas.
Blisters around the lips by day 4. Blisters around the lips by day 4. Certainly experienced that, having too many mangoes.
I didn't notice any blisters. I think they agree with me.
That was a tight fault there.
What did he like now?
World Series event this year.
Ace, King.
He got like 3rd.
Forget the other 2 cards, but had a suit.
Yeah.
Yeah, won a PLO the last year.
Yeah, I mean, they're getting quite
Yeah,
close
I
to the
think-
money, and
I think this year maybe he got like 2nd or 3rd in one of the PLOs.
Not many 50k PLO events around town, let's put it that way. Cashing this is a nice one to cash, not to state the obvious, 72k min cash.
we did have the 100K in Vegas, and there was the 50K during the World Series, but I think, that's only the 2nd time the World Series has run a 50K, so we're looking at, this is the 3rd ever 50K PLO and 100K as well in the history of tournament pot limit Omaha.
Wow, really? I wasn't aware of that.
There was a 50K PLO on Party one time, too, online.
And field-wise, similar to this, the live ones? The
The
100
Vegas one got, I believe, 200 entries
Oh, wow.
during World Series.
Who said poker's dead, eh?
I don't know, but
Poker is doing just fine.
It really is. I mean, record-breaking field here in that 25k. And whenever I hear people complain like, oh, live poker's dead, I'm like, you've been sleeping under a rock? Like, what's going on?
I don't know who is saying live poker is dead. Maybe online is struggling relative to 3 or 8 years ago,
Right.
but live is certainly as big as it's ever been. Maybe
so.
not as soft as it's ever been, but I do think games are getting a bit tougher. That there are a lot of very good players out there these days, but there is no shortage of action.
Well, this man included Danny Tang, 5-time champion, in pole position and in fantastic shape. Against Gavin, who, you know,
that's
with the ace-jack 10-7, 38% equity.
That's a big hand for 10 big blinds from the cutoff. No real consideration to doing anything else here. Just unfortunate to run into aces, but even still, you've got 38%. Maybe you just get there.
Let's see, 4 off the money, fresh off a title as well. It's going to have to come through the back door in order for Gavin.
Not a great flop, but it looks like you just totally missed, and it's still 16%. A lot of things can still happen here.
0% on the turn.
For king, queen of hearts.
Gavin.
Oh, but if he had one more, he picked up a good river.
Needing an ocean.
Did we get the same tables tomorrow?
Did get the lifeline with that chop against Keith, but unable to convert. Against Danny Tang's aces, who is on a mission here in Monte-Carlo to overtake Jason Kuhn. Jason Kuhn came into this trip with 5 titles this year. Danny said, I want to tie Jason. Now looking to eclipse him in a PLO format.
We were together 10 years, and I wouldn't take it
I think
back.
Jason's pretty mad at me. I let Danny win that one.
Yeah, I wouldn't take our relationship back.
Not really.
Like,
No Christmas presents under the tree for you this year, Ike. Not from the Kuhn family, anyway.
Yeah, we're still friendly.
Shout out to Bianca, Chunkster,
I'm in a similar spot.
babies. Jason exclusively traveling now for the Triton series. Loves the fact that, you know, at home, he's happy with his family, has his gym, sauna, ice bath, just, you know, doing what he can to come in primed.
Yep. Yeah, really just focusing on the biggest and best stuff now. And that is certainly Triton.
Is the plan to ride off into the sunset in a few years, disappear, and just live behind closed curtains?
That's certainly what he says. I don't know if I fully believe that he's really just going to ride off into the sunset.
I've been saying the same, Mike, for about a year now, and I don't even know if I believe it myself.
You could.
He's a competitor. I don't know that.
I'm okay with it.
If I'm here, I can't.
The quiet life.
Play the bubble or something?
I'm playing fine.
I don't know. Maybe I'm projecting. The quiet life is certainly not for me.
It looks prettier than what it is.
It is.
Okay,
for me. I mean,
Do you guys want to?
I've tried and failed over the years to pursue other things. And
I don't think I've ever even tried.
Floor coming over because we've got 5 minutes left on the clock. Typically, we would pause the clock, draw for amount of hands played. Question being asked, if we play down to the money, or a couple more levels, see.
All my mates are like just drinking. My girlfriend's over there. All of them, like 20 of them, are just having a great time. But it's okay.
It seems because they've already redrawn for the final 3 tables, there is
So if we hit the money, we stop.
not going to be a redraw tomorrow, and therefore no need to draw for hands to end the night. This will be the same as the end of any other level.
Yep. Precisely.
I don't really care either way.
Hearing it from
I'm not
the man himself, Ike Haxton, stepping into the booth. Really have appreciated your time, my man. It's always a pleasure when people that are in the arena battling at these events that Ali, Randy, Maria, and myself get to call the action on, take a bit of time to step in here and provide some insights,
Not in the money kind of thing.
because we're just butchering 90% of the hands that we call the action on.
You guys do pretty well.
We're freestyling out here most of the time.
It's been a lot of fun to do this. It's been a while since I've done any commentary. I mean, we worked
You're
together a
always
number of times
welcome.
in Party Poker.
We have.
And I've done a bunch of commentary, mostly pretty far in the past, and always enjoyed it. But it's good to get back to it. This has been a lot of fun.
Well, don't ever shy away from just walking over and asking us, man, if you ever have an afternoon where, you know, you're not playing poker and you got a couple of hours to kill.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, these series tend to keep me pretty busy, but
because of the cash, I don't really.
we
when I
prefer
got
to have
free
you out
time-
there. Not going to lie. We'd love to see you
Like, and even if
Battling
I
at these feature tables always fun. But yeah, door is always open, my man.
Appreciate it.
Dust and then come back and bubble.
That's what I mean. Yeah, it's different if it paid 9 and there's 16 left. It's like okay, whatever.
Yeah,
but
it'll take forever and not be.
Players griping a bit about having to go home with 15, 16 left and 13 paid, which, you know, I understand. As a player, it is not fun to bag up 6 big blinds to come back to play the bubble, but it is what it is. There's a production schedule, and, you know, the dealers and the security and everybody need to go home and get some sleep, but
shouldn't we draw how many hands, no?
I do understand why they're annoyed. I would probably be
I'm happy
doing
to
the
keep
same
going.
grousing, saying, "Oh, can we just play one more level? Can we please get to the money?"
Yeah, it does, of course, mean
Oh,
that.
you should have said, man. No. I would have sorted you out. 100%. You should have said,
Couple
really.
of people.
You should have just covered the mic and be like, Danny, I want to go home. Yeah, I would have 100%. Come on, me and you, man. Come on, me.
Sounds like the dealer wants to go home. Understandable, can be long pitching days out there. Do have some of the best dealers in the world traveling around on tour with us.
Really do.
Yeah.
I think that's something viewers may not fully appreciate watching these streams, is that the dealers here are the absolute best of the best. And it makes a big difference to us as players.
Can imagine, yeah. Luca would love to hear that about his team, as Dwan does jam on the King Deuce Deuce, just 3 off the money. Dealing with a live flush draw.
Looks like Dylan probably has to wait. Yeah. Yeah.
Gonna have to pay it
I mean,
announced.
the pair of 8s could even be good here. There's no reason Tom can't just have ace, queen, jack, 10 type
Right.
stuff.
1.1 million chip pot. If Dylan can convert this 36% equity, he's going to vault up to 2nd in chips. More importantly, he's going to eliminate Tom Dwan. 3 off the money.
Not normally, but because of the ICM shit.
I wanted to win for
Definitely wanted you to fold the flop.
Oh, red, but not the right kind. Heart, or the 8 of clubs needed for Dylan to eliminate Dwan.
GG, Tom.
Bang.
As he finds it on the river, and, well, frustrating day of poker for Tom Dwan, perhaps, as he came into the 30K final table as chip leader, exited in 7th. Now, just a few minutes before the end of play, busting 3 off the money. Ike, you guys have all been there, right?
Absolutely.
You know how it feels.
I've bubbled my share of tournaments.
As they all bag and tag over on table 2. Back over to table 1.
Not even short, guys. It's like
Kevin's squaring
guys
off
with the 400.
against Chris Parker, who they're currently 4th and 5th in chips.
I raised.
Playing a big one, Ike.
And that should do it. Kevin does not have much.
Did Kevin just, what did he just say?
I think he said, I have to go play cash game. And he trotting away like it's a pretty good game.
Okay. Oh, 2 more hands? Okay. You know, I can't wait to be that rich, Ike.
No more hands.
I don't know if it's that rich or a seat in that good a game.
Story checks out. Well, dead seat for now.
Wow.
Chip counts brought to you by Poker State. Chris Parker now moving up to 1st in chips. I do apologize. 2nd in chips, just behind Danny Tang. Danny Tang bagging chip lead over on table 2. We are
for you to not,
soft hand for hand.
You'll be making too many mistakes.
Just catching up, making sure everything's fair. I believe 2 more hands over here before we bag and tag for the evening. Question is, are we going to be coming back 15 or perhaps on the stone bubble?
We can, if he doesn't want to play, we just can play without him. And we leave his stacks over there. You blind. I'm joking,
Yes,
Kevin.
Nacho,
Never
what
that
else
to
would
you.
happen? Oh, but Kevin appears to be back. I thought he had left.
Bro, who the fuck are you? So you think because you win fucking 5 titles, you have rights? We're not gonna tell you. I'm not a rat. I'm not gonna tell you who it is. But he's the only.
What is going on?
But he's the only
So-
Asian at the table.
Well, there was, of course, the conversation with the floor to play an additional 2 levels to get us down to the money. Had to ask all of the players, and there was someone that said no. I have other places to be, people to see.
And Nacho says it's the only Asian at the table as he takes a flop with one man from Hong Kong and another from Malaysia.
Oh man, I mean geography, perhaps not his strong suit.
Are you out of your mind? Pass. I'll flip you for your stack.
Okay, one more hand.
The wheels are coming off.
They really are.
Say, I'll flip you for your stack.
It's the end of the series, my man. It's the
Bro, I just
50K.
lost a
It's been a long
hand
day.
against Chris. He didn't even know what he had on the river.
People have just kind of
I say
lost
2
the
pairs,
plot.
he say 1 pair. He turned out his hand and he beat me.
But, you know, like you say, you've always got to turn over your hand, right? And you got more eyes looking at the game. For that,
He
I
was
thank
definitely not throwing. He was definitely not.
Oh,
He
that is
almost marked his
fantastic.
hand. And then he realized, oh, maybe it's better to turn it up.
That was the turning
Parson
point.
just not
What
entertained
guy?
whatsoever.
Really? You gonna play?
You guys are addicts, man. Didn't fucking play for 10 hours
Just
and
like,
you
is
roll
this
into a
what
cash game.
live PLO's like at Triton? It's like, what have I been missing out on?
This is what the end of every trip is like, Triton.
It's true.
Previously it had been short deck, but
coming, one
it's
sec.
the same unhinged,
Right.
overtired vibes.
Yeah. We definitely feel that way on our side as well. The overall quality of the commentary, I'm sure there's a significant drop-off. Maria jumping out of town as well, ditching the team. 2
Oh,
days
she's left
early.
you guys?
Yeah, left us hanging for the PLO end of the trip. Living it large. Probably back stateside already, Barbero. Wants to see a flop with the ace-10, 3-3 out the small.
It's not a bad hand.
Parker.
Give it away. Give it, Parker. Just give it away. That's it. That was the last hand.
Doesn't accept
think
the
so, yeah.
invite to tango with Parson and Barbero. As Elis flops top and bottom. Nacho with swing and a miss.
Fairly good flop for Elis. Maybe not quite good enough to bet and hope you get action, but good enough to check behind and be pretty eager for a showdown, likely even willing to call bets, especially when you pick up a flush draw here. It's now quite a big hand. And, you know, Nacho's picked up a gut shot and the 3rd nut flush draw himself here. He could easily put some money into this pot. It's a bit much hand to be check folding, probably, so I'd expect him to either stab at it or... I don't know, maybe he is going to check fold it. It's hard to check and continue, so I was expecting him to put money in himself.
Elis seems
We don't get to
content.
find out. Just check again.
Yeah, checking this one all the
Yeah,
way
that-
down to
that
the river.
makes sense. Not so attractive to pet Elis's hand. You're not really going to get called by worse, and it would be a real shame to get check raised. And I guess Elis probably just checks again here. It's hard to get called by worse after opening from the hijack.
A nice late night spin for Elis, who was down and out at one point, but has managed to spin the wheel back up to 580k. Gonna bag 28 bigs. Still has a bit of a dogfight ahead of him tomorrow, where will be coming back with 15 left. Just 2 off the money. It is a sizable min cash, 72,000 with 956k going to tomorrow's champion. It's Chris Parker finishing in pole position at this feature table, but it is the 5-time champion, Danny Tang, out in front, coming back tomorrow looking for title number 6 of the year in PLO. Would love nothing more than to overtake his good friend Jason Kuhn as we welcome you back to the break desk. Ike Haxton alongside myself, Henry Kilbane. Ike, expected on our end to see some passiveness played, but you throw Tom Dwan into the occasion and he kind of steps up to the plate.
Yeah, they were firing away. Not just Tom, but like really it seemed like most of the players were more looking to run up a big stack than to try to sneak into a min cash.
Now, I have to ask, tomorrow, are we to expect a lot of caginess coming back with 15, 13 paid, and we've got the short stack Yuri Zivalevsky on 20 bigs, which, all things considered, feels like a healthy-ish stack?
Yeah, the stacks have really kind of evened out, and the shortest stacks have been weeded out, and the other stacks have a lot doubled up. We saw a lot of 8 to 15 sort of stacks earlier, and now we don't have any of those left. I think probably, yeah, we are looking at a sort of KG bubble situation tomorrow. It's been my experience that really often in these kind of tournaments, there will be this effect when you go on break for the night and come back to the bubble that people really lock it down, that sort of, you know, getting away from the table, getting a night of rest, and like mentally preparing yourself to come back and play the bubble.
Right.
People play much, much tighter than they were playing an orbit previous, just before they went to bed.
Yeah, that makes a ton of sense. That good night's sleep can make all the difference. Ike, it's been an absolute pleasure having you here in the booth.
It's been a lot of
best
fun.
of luck in the final event for you tomorrow. And obviously we'll see you at the start of next year. And to the viewers at home, back tomorrow, 2 p.m. local time, to close this one out. Event number 12, the 50k PLO, with the champion going to be going home with 956,000. From Ike and myself, good night.